Chapter 53. Han Yunqi was infuriated. She understood that the Tao didn't pass on the scriptures, while doctors didn't knock on the door. It was clearly Emperor Tianhui who summoned her to treat him. So why did it sound like she'd come to cheat him? Since when had she been angling for fame? Since when had she gained fame by deceiving the world? Weren't the rumors spread by people with ulterior motives? The two eunuchs on the side who were about to step forward were frightened by the sight and didn't dare to move. Seeing this, the Empress Dowager and Empress exchanged looks of disbelief. Wasn't this girl too bold? She dared to be so impudent in front of the emperor? Still, Long Fei Ye's lips drew up into a beautiful curve. In the silence, Han Yunqi spoke up coldly, word for word. Your Majesty, I don't care who diagnosed the pregnancy pulse. I'll say it again. The Crown Prince's pulse is slippery, not pregnant. If you called me here just to verify someone else's diagnosis, then you found the wrong person. Emperor Tianhui was left speechless by her words. A pregnancy pulse was something that had been determined long ago. He'd invited Han Yunqi here so she could treat this illness. That was because Han Kongan had prescribed abortion pills after the Crown Prince's stomach grew bigger. Unfortunately, none of them had any effect. Han Kongan didn't know where to start, so he could only take the Crown Prince's pulse every day and have him drink medicine to nourish his body. Emperor Tianhui couldn't help but worry that the Crown Prince would really give birth to a child one day. Unexpectedly, Han Yunqi's diagnosis wasn't a pregnancy pulse. Seeing that Emperor Tianhui was still angry, Han Yunqi continued, Your Majesty, it's impossible for a man to get pregnant. Yunqi dares to guarantee with my life that His Highness Crown Prince doesn't have a pregnancy pulse. The focus of the illness can only be in His Highness's stomach, which should be a giant sarcoma. That's why it looks like a fetus and has such a slippery pulse. If we don't treat it now, it'll endanger the Crown Prince's life if the sarcoma continues to grow. Everyone present was stunned by her words. This woman could still say so much with such self-assurance. Han Kongan had treated her for 7 years and was completely sure that it was a pregnancy pulse and that there was a fetus in her belly. Han Yunqi, oh Han Yunqi, how could she say that it was just a lesion in her belly? Long Tianma turned around abruptly. He had to admit that even though he didn't have any hope for Han Yunqi, his eyes couldn't help but light up with hope when he heard the diagnosis. If it wasn't a pregnancy pulse, but a strange disease, a sarcoma like Han Yunqi said, then his whole life could be turned around. One had to know that if it was confirmed to be a pregnancy pulse, even if it was cured, it would be a big stain in his life. Once it was exposed, he would be ridiculed by the world. If it was a malignant tumor, then it would be perfectly normal. He would not spend so much effort to guard against the spying and investigation of the other princes. Looking at the stubborn Han Yunqi, Long Tianma suddenly had an impulse to believe her. Meanwhile, the Empress had a complicated expression on her face. Of course, she wanted her son to be fine. He was her everything. But she still couldn't completely trust Han Yunqi, much less hope that Han Yunqi would succeed in this matter. Yunqi, but your father has been taking the Crown Prince's pulse every day for 7 years. It can't be that he's always been wrong, right? The Empress asked worriedly. These words not only reminded Han Yunqi, but Emperor Tianhui and the Crown Prince as well, thoroughly shattering their hopes. A trifling pulse was easy enough for an ordinary doctor, much less Han Kongan. A complicated look flitted past Han Yunqi's eyes, but her attitude was still firm. It's his fault. This? Yunqi, why don't you stay here for a few days and observe a bit more? The Empress probed. I'm 100% certain that he's mistaken. Han Yunqi's voice wasn't loud, but it was filled with unquestionable authority. Seeing her serious and resolute expression, even the Empress wavered. At this moment, Long Tianma spoke up. Imperial Father, summon Han Kongan to confront her. Emperor Tianhui hesitated before agreeing. Someone come. Summon Han Kongan here. While they waited, the room was silent. Everyone looked at Han Yunchi with doubtful and expectant gazes. As a doctor, Han Yunchi was used to such looks. As if no one else was present, she sat quietly on one side, her mind doing its best to search for similar cases she'd heard of before. The Crown Prince's illness was indeed very strange, but it did not mean that there was no precedent. In her memory, she had heard of similar cases when she was in school. There were no more than 100 similar cases recorded in the modern medical history of the world. It could be said that it was very rare. She had her suspicions when she took his pulse, but after seeing the Crown Prince's big belly, she was more or less certain. Sarcoma and whatnot were just excuses. As for what illness it was, she knew she couldn't say it out loud. Once she did, she'd definitely lose her life. Her current problem was how to deny Han Kongen's diagnosis. Soon enough, Han Kongen arrived. He was in his 50s and sported a white goatee. He was dressed in long, gray robes. Although he tried to keep a low profile in the palace, it was difficult to hide the dignity and bearing of a clan head. This was Han Yunchi's first time seeing her father since transmigrating to this world. After Han Kongen entered, he greeted each and every one of them. Even when facing Han Yunchi, he still bowed respectfully and called her Qin Wangfei. Han Yunchi's tone was cold as she said, "Dispense with the formalities." Towards this father of hers, she not only felt unfamiliar, but also hatred. Han Yunchi hated men who were jealous of women the most in her life, but Han Kongen was such a person. Why had Lady Tianxin died in childbirth back then? Why had she been born an ugly girl with the most common poison scars growing up? Why hadn't a doctor from a distinguished medical family treated her? Han Yunchi would find answers to these questions sooner or later. The Empress couldn't wait to speak up. Han Kongen, Qin Wangfei has determined that the Crown Prince's stomach is a malignant tumor. What do you think? Han Kongen originally thought that Han Yunchi would be helpless against such a strange illness, which was why Emperor Tianhui had summoned him. But who knew this was the case? He looked at Han Yunchi in disbelief. This damned girl was too daring. Even if she studied the medical books left behind by her mother, they were only about detoxification techniques. She actually dared to make such a diagnosis? Han Kongen shook his head. Qin Wangfei, do you have proof for the malignant tumor? Then do you have proof for the fetus? Han Yunchi retorted. Han Kongen's lips curved into a mocking smile. The pulse is proof. So is His Highness Crown Prince's stomach. Qin Wangfei, even Cloud Realm Medical Academy's directors have confirmed that this is a pregnancy pulse. It's the pulse that's in dispute. It's not enough proof. Han Yunchi's attitude was unyielding. If not for her status and everyone else present, Han Kongen would have lost his temper long ago. No wonder the Empress Dowager and Grand Concubine, Yi's men, had been looking for him to investigate. This damned girl had really changed into a different person. If this was the past, she wouldn't have dared to speak to him like this, even after she became Qin Wangfei. Then, how did you tell it was a malignant tumor? Han Kongen asked. No matter how skilled this damned girl was, her diagnosis couldn't be separated from the pulse. Since she said the pulse wasn't enough proof, he'd like to see what proof she had. Poison, Han Yunchi said confidently. That word alone made everyone suck in a cold breath. It was actually poison. His Highness Crown Prince has been poisoned with a type of poison called tumor poison. It's not fatal, but it stays in the body for a long time and absorbs the foul qi from the organs to form a malignant tumor. Once the tumor grows big enough to press on the major meridians, it'll be life-threatening. This was actually a lie made up by Han Yunchi, but she said it calmly as if it were true. Everyone present was stupefied. They never thought such a strange poison existed in the world, nor that the Crown Prince's strange illness was like this. This had nothing to do with a pregnancy pulse or pregnancy. Compared to a man getting pregnant, Han Yunchi's explanation was much more reasonable and believable. Even the Empress, who wanted to make things difficult for Han Yunchi, revealed a look of pleasant surprise. How she wanted to believe in Han Yunchi right now. Han Kongan gave a start as well. It took him a while to speak. Then do you have proof? Han Yunchi wouldn't foolishly say she could tell from the pulse. Her eyes flashed with self-confidence as she said, I can neutralize the poison and remove the malignant tumor. It's already been 7 years. Can you deliver a child? Han Kongan finally couldn't take it anymore. He took 2 steps back with a look of disbelief. Those who didn't know would think they were competitors when they looked at the father and daughter pair. Esteemed Princess Consort, you can't joke around with the Crown Prince's life. Han Kongan said seriously. Although he wasn't familiar with poisons, he didn't want to believe that the Crown Prince was poisoned. The pulse was clearly a pregnancy pulse, and there was clearly a life in the stomach. Even if he was wrong, how could the most authoritative medical school be wrong? Although the directors of the medical school had all left, he had secretly consulted with the directors to discuss this issue over the years. The pregnancy pulse was certain. They needed to discuss how to make the Crown Prince's stomach disappear and how to kill the fetus that shouldn't exist without endangering the Crown Prince's life. Abortion pills had no effect at all and could only be delivered. However, giving birth to a child was dangerous for a woman, let alone a man. To be exact, they still didn't understand how a man could give birth to a child. Cutting the abdomen was something they dared to think about but didn't dare to do. Moreover, if the child was really cut out, his life would be over. The Emperor had long believed in the pregnancy pulse, but he still held the hope that it was a misdiagnosis. This Princess Consort isn't joking around with the Crown Prince's life. On the contrary, you can't even see the poison pulse and dragged it out for 7 years. Do you know that if the poison was cured earlier, the Crown Prince's stomach wouldn't be so big? It's you who wasted 7 years of the Crown Prince's life. Han Yunchi angrily retorted. She admitted that she was taking this opportunity to take revenge. Don't think that she didn't know that Han Kongan had a hand in the young general's matter. Not to mention that she was bullied in her maternal family. Just the fact that he sacrificed his daughter to curry favor with the Empress Dowager was enough to make Han Yunchi hate him for a lifetime. Was this kind of person worthy of being her father? You're talking nonsense. Nonsense. Han Kongan was anxious. He didn't care about his status and angrily rebuked. Who knew that Han Yunchi would angrily reprimand? Bold Han Kongan, is this the attitude you should have when speaking to this princess consort? What's the punishment for offending one's superiors? Her words surprised everyone present. Nobody expected Han Yunchi, the unfavored Qin Wangfei, to put on the airs of a Wangfei in front of Han Kongan. This woman, isn't she a little too interesting? The curve of Long Fei Ye's lips grew more and more beautiful, while Emperor Tianhui began to stroke his chin in amusement. Han Kongan was dumbstruck as he shook his head in disbelief. He couldn't speak for a long time. Han Yunchi loftily looked at him disdainfully. Whether I'm talking nonsense or not, we'll know once the malignant tumor is taken out. So speaking, she turned towards Emperor Tianhui. Your Majesty, I've already told you the results of my diagnosis. Whether or not he'll be treated is up to your Majesty to decide. Chapter 54. To treat or not to treat. Qin Wangfei, you mean to say that you have a way to treat the Crown Prince? Emperor Tianhui asked seriously. A case like the Crown Prince's could be diagnosed with an ultrasound in modern times. Then an open abdominal surgery would be carried out immediately. It was just a surgery similar to a cesarean section. However, in ancient times, it was a little difficult to perform such a surgery. Even so, Han Yunchi still nodded without hesitation. Naturally, she had other methods. How do you treat him? Long Tianma asked urgently. His words immediately exposed his trust in Han Yunchi. I'll make an antidote for the tumor poison and dissolve the giant tumor into poisonous blood. Then I'll cut open the abdomen and do my best to use acupuncture techniques to expel the poison. Han Yunshi replied truthfully. If she cut open the crown prince's stomach to take out the thing, it'd be an extremely deep incision. Without any suturing tools, she wouldn't take the risk. But if she used medicine to dissolve the thing in the crown prince's stomach into blood and then opened his mouth to expel the poison, then it'd be a small operation similar to the one she'd performed on young General Mu Qinggu. As long as she didn't lose too much blood, then the risks of this plan were completely within her control. As soon as she finished speaking, Han Kongan spoke up. Then you still can't prove that the crown prince's stomach is a malignant tumor. If the tumor turns into blood, Divine Dr. Han can take the blood to see if there's any poison. Han Yunshi's lips curved into a mocking smile as she deliberately emphasized the words Divine Dr. Han. Han Kongan's face alternated between red and white. He hated her to the core but couldn't speak. You'll have to cut open the abdomen, the Empress hesitated. This isn't appropriate. The Empress Dowager hesitated as well, her face full of worry. This was genuine worry, since the Crown Prince was her most beloved eldest grandson. When Qinxia treated the young general's poison, I cut open the abdomen as well. Because of this, the Empress Dowager misunderstood. Esteemed Empress Dowager, if you still don't believe Qinxia, you can summon the young general to take a look. The wound on his abdomen should still have a scar. Han Yunshi's tone was very calm. Anger flashed through the Empress Dowager's eyes. This damned girl, she's still thinking about that. She's clearly mocking me. The Empress Dowager fell silent. Once the success story was out in the open, Han Yunshi tossed the hot potato to Emperor Tianhui and put him in charge of the situation. Your Majesty, Yunshi has already explained everything clearly. It's up to you whether to treat him or not. Emperor Tianhui and Long Tianma stared at each other through the muslin curtains, neither of them speaking. Han Yunshi was smart enough to come up with a diagnosis completely different from Han Kongan's. If Emperor Tianhui believed her, then he'd let her treat him. If he didn't, then there was no reason to make things difficult for her. Under such circumstances, Han Kongan didn't dare to speak too much. After all, he hadn't been able to come up with a treatment plan for so many years. If he continued to speak, he would be courting death. For a moment, the room fell silent. Unexpectedly, Emperor Tianhui slowly turned to face Long Feiyi. Duke of Qin, what do you think? Han Yunshi was surprised that Emperor Tianhui would ask about Long Feiyi. Still, Long Feiyi didn't panic, as if he'd long expected the question. His expression was indifferent and inscrutable. This matter is of great importance. Imperial brother can make the decision. His words left the initiative in Emperor Tianhui's hands. Of course, Emperor Tianhui wasn't easy to deal with. He continued to ask, does the Duke of Qin believe Qin Wangfei? Her question forced Long Fei to give a direct answer. Han Yunshi was puzzled, feeling that something wasn't right. Rumors said that Emperor Tianhui and the Duke of Qin were close brothers. The Duke of Qin held great power, so Emperor Tianhui had to yield to him. But judging from the current situation, the relationship between Emperor Tianhui and the Duke of Qin wasn't close at all. In fact, it was very subtle. If Long Feiyi said he believed Emperor Tianhui's words, then wouldn't he be guilty if Han Yunshi made a mistake? If Long Feiyi said he didn't believe her, then Han Yunshi would be finished. Now everyone was looking at Long Feiyi. Long Feiyi had personally gone to General Mu's estate to save Han Yunshi. Would he still open his mouth this time? Why did he go to General Mu's estate to teach Changping and the Justice Court official a lesson and rescue Han Yunshi from her predicament? Why did he allow the existence of the red handkerchief? Did he and Han Yunshi really have sex as husband and wife? Was it because Han Yunshi wasn't ugly anymore and had medical skills that he saw Han Yunshi in a different light and acknowledged her as his official consort? There were plenty of people here who were curious about these questions. Everyone was waiting for Long Feiyi's answer, but he only said, "It's useless for your lordship to believe her." Only His Majesty and the Crown Prince will believe her. His simple words were enough to deal with 1,000 caddies with 4 tails and dissolve Emperor Tianhui's trap. Han Yunqi almost laughed out loud. This guy really was a crafty old fox. Emperor Tianhui pursed his lips and was about to ask more questions when Long Fei said, "Imperial brother, the Crown Prince isn't young anymore. It's time for him to be independent." Without a doubt, these words meant that the Crown Prince should make his own decisions. The Duke of Qin's support was crucial to every imperial son. Naturally, the emperor wanted him to support the Crown Prince. Emperor Tianhui put on a false smile as he looked towards the Crown Prince. "Tianma, your imperial uncle's lecturing is right. Make your own decisions." It had been 7 years. Long Tianma had truly had enough. Even if he still didn't trust Han Yunqi in the depths of his heart, he'd rather take a gamble than wait for death. He knew better than anyone else that if this illness dragged on, his imperial father would definitely give up on him. In the silence, Long Tianma's voice was especially clear. "I'll accept treatment." Han Yunqi exhaled in relief, while Han Konggen's entire face turned black on the side. Without a doubt, the Crown Prince's reaction had thoroughly rejected him. Emperor Tianhui was very satisfied with the Crown Prince's courageous decision. He nodded and said, "Qin Wangfei, can we begin immediately? I need to do a detailed examination to determine the location and size of the sarcoma before I can prescribe the medicine," Han Yunqi said seriously. Once she decided on treatment, her entire body was filled with energy. She immediately went to do a detailed examination. Very soon, she discovered that the thing in Long Tianma's stomach was even bigger than she'd imagined. Moreover, it really did have a life of its own. She pressed a few acupuncture points and found that the thing could move. Her eyes flickered between light and darkness, filled with complicated emotions. "How is it?" Long Tianma asked anxiously. Han Yunqi smiled. "Don't worry. You just need to rest well for the next 2 days. Don't think about anything else." So speaking, she withdrew from the room. The Empress and Empress Dowager surrounded her as well. "How is it? Can you treat it right away? What kind of medicine do you need? Just tell me." "The prescription is a bit complicated. I'll have to think it over carefully before I can be sure," Han Yunqi said seriously. At this moment, Han Konggen hastily volunteered himself. "Qin Wangfei, this old man isn't talented, but I'm familiar with medicine. I'm willing to assist you." If Han Yunqi couldn't treat it, the Han family would be hard-pressed to escape calamity. If she did, he'd be able to bask in the glory if he helped her. Of course, more importantly, he wanted to see where this damned girl got her confidence from and how she was going to treat him. But Han Yunqi only pretended not to hear him and said, "Your Majesty, I want to invite Imperial Physician Gu Beiwa to assist me." Compared to Han Konggen, Emperor Tianhui naturally trusted Gu Beiwa more. He immediately agreed. "Someone come, summon Gu Beiwa here." Han Yunqi stopped him. "Your Majesty, this isn't a small matter. I'll go to the Imperial Physician courtyard to discuss the details with Imperial Physician Gu. I'll write out a prescription before sunset." There were a lot of people here, so Emperor Tianhui nodded and ordered someone to bring Han Yunqi over. Han Konggen looked on with wide eyes, but the Empress Dowager spoke up cold. "Divine Dr. Han, I think you should go back and wait for your daughter's good news. Esteemed Empress Dowager, this commoner has served His Highness for 7 years and understands his condition best. Why don't you let this commoner stay, just in case?" Before Han Konggen could finish, the Empress lost her temper. Pa! Han Konggen, what kind of unlucky things are you saying? Useless thing. You still have the face to stand here. Let me tell you, you were the one who brought out the pregnancy pulse. Once the Crown Prince recovers, I'll deal with you properly." Han Konggen was too scared to speak, but quickly asked to be excused and fled. Looking at Han Konggen's wretched figure, the Empress's eyes grew dark. She thought, if Han Yunqi can cure Tianma this time, then I'll temporarily forget about Changbing's debt. I'll just treat it as her meritorious service, atoning for her crimes. But if she couldn't cure him, she'd definitely uproot the Han family and make this medical family disappear from Cloud Realm Continent forever. She'd make Han Yunqi a criminal who exterminated her family. The Empress Dowager and Empress didn't leave, but stood guard by Long Tianma's bedside. Emperor Tianhui didn't seem to want to leave either, his expression grave. It had to be said that they were all nervous. This was the Crown Prince's last chance. If Han Yunqi couldn't save him, then Emperor Tianhui could only reluctantly give him up. But the result was in Han Yunqi's hands. No one could predict it. Long Fei Yi seemed to be the most indifferent one. He rose to walk over and said, "Imperial brother, let's go. Qindi will accompany you to drink tea." Emperor Tianhui recovered his wits and nodded before following Long Fei Yi out the door. It's easy to rule a country, but difficult to rule a family, Emperor Tianhui sighed with emotion. Heaven helps the worthy, the Crown Prince. Imperial brother, don't worry, Long Fei Yi said mildly. Emperor Tianhui had tried to sound him out more than once, but couldn't figure out his attitude. Every time he could only give up. As he grew older, neither the Crown Prince nor any of the other imperial sons were a match for the Duke of Qin. Actually, if the Empress Dowager hadn't schemed against Grand Concubine Yi in the past, he wouldn't have been able to take the throne in the first place. Northernly was Tianning's enemy, but in Emperor Tianhui's eyes, his younger brother, who was about the same age as him, was even more terrifying than Northern Li's ferocious army. How's the investigation of the Northern Li spies going? Emperor Tianhui asked. There's still a big fish lurking in the shadows. Qindi's already cast the net, Long Fei Yi replied honestly. You have to know that these spies wouldn't have been able to stir up such a storm without a mole, Emperor Tianhui reminded him cold. Qindi understands. Imperial brother can be at ease. Long Fei Yi was neither flustered nor anxious, so calm that it made others feel cold. The two of them chatted as they walked into the imperial gardens. At the same time, Han Yunqi had just arrived at the imperial physician courtyard. Gu Beiwe was the head of the imperial physician courtyard, which naturally fell under his sphere of influence. As soon as he heard that Han Yunqi had come because of the Crown Prince, he immediately dismissed all of the medical attendants in his study and ordered them to stand guard outside the door. No one was allowed to approach. Han Yunqi hadn't even said a word, but she couldn't help but silently admire Gu Beiyue's strength despite his frail appearance. If Long Fei Yi was an icy fox, then this man was a gentle one. He personally closed the door behind him and walked over with a faint smile. Qin Wangfei, has the diagnosis been made? If it was anyone else in his place, they'd definitely be nervous. But Gu Beiwe was always so calm. Han Yunqi especially liked to see his warm smile, because it could calm her down in an instant. But every time, she was the one who broke the calm in his eyes. It's not a pregnancy pulse, she said with a smile. Chapter 55. Not a pregnancy pulse? Gu Beiwe was a little surprised and patiently waited for Han Yunqi to continue. But there is indeed a life in the stomach. Han Yunqi said directly. Since it was not a pregnancy pulse and there was a life in the stomach, what was going on? Gu Beiwe frowned slightly and did not say anything, waiting for Han Yunqi to continue. However, Han Yunqi's face became serious. I will only tell you the results of the diagnosis. Are you willing to know? Gu Beiwe was shocked. What is going on? I need your help, but you have to keep it a secret, Han Yunqi said again. Gu Beiwe nodded without hesitation. Perhaps even he did not know why he trusted Han Yunqi so much. Other than Gu Beiwe, Han Yunqi really could not find a second person she could trust. This secret was too scary. In the modern era, even modern people might not be able to accept it, let alone ancient people. She said in a low voice, the Crown Prince's illness is called fetus in fetus. Strictly speaking, The child in his stomach is the Empress's." When these words came out, the usually calm Gu Beiwe took 2 steps back and revealed a shocked expression. However, he quickly calmed down. "Qin Wangfei, you can't say such things carelessly." Han Yunqi was helpless and wanted to laugh. She had once again broken this guy's calmness under his gentleness. She smiled faintly. "I know. Listen to my explanation first." Gu Beiwe then came closer and nodded. When the Empress was pregnant with the Crown Prince, she was actually pregnant with 2 children. However, before the child was formed, the Crown Prince wrapped the other child in his body. To be exact, a fetus in fetus was a parasitic fetus. It meant that when twin embryos were developing, one embryo was wrapped in the other embryo and stayed in the baby's body. It grew with the baby, absorbed the baby's nutrients, and developed abnormally. Under different circumstances, some fetus in the womb developed quickly and would be discovered early. However, some fetus in the womb developed slowly and would only be discovered after many years. The longest recorded case in the history of medicine was 32 years. Long Tianma was not even 20 years old this year, so it was not a long time. Gu Beiwe didn't know anything about cells or embryos. Han Yunqi could only explain it to him in the simplest terms. That is to say, the Empress was pregnant with twins, but before the fetus was formed, one of the Crown Princes wrapped the other child in his body. Later, the Crown Prince was formed and born, and the other life was left in his body. It relied on the nutrients in his blood to sustain itself and gradually grew up. Gu Beiwe finally understood. He shook his head in disbelief. I didn't expect something like this to happen. Of course, he didn't believe that men could give birth to children. But after so many years, although he didn't participate in the Crown Prince's treatment, he had flipped through medical books to study this case. Although he was very shocked by Han Yunqi's explanation, in his view, Han Yunqi's explanation was reasonable. Gu Beiwe was silent. Suddenly, he raised his head to look at Han Yunqi. His gaze was grave as he said seriously, "This life cannot be taken." Although it has been said for so many years that it is a pregnancy pulse, the emperor is not willing to believe it. Han Yunqi naturally knew that this life could not be taken. Otherwise, she wouldn't have kept it a secret and made up some nonsense about abdominal sarcoma. A fetus in the womb was basically not a normal and healthy child. Some only had 4 limbs and no heart or brain. This was a life that wouldn't live for long, even if it was saved. Not to mention this, even if it was a complete and healthy child, it was also not to be taken. How could the Crown Prince have a child? If a child was really born, anyone who knew of this matter would definitely be silenced, including the Crown Prince and this child. If this matter was spread, the Imperial Long clan would be accused of being Yao. It would give those restless rebel factions enough excuse to incite the people. Of course, Han Yunqi didn't care about that much. She only knew that she couldn't tell the truth. Moreover, she had to save this person in order to live. Seeing Gu Beiwe's grave gaze, Han Yunqi's voice became cold. "So I have to nip it in the bud. Your father has prescribed a lot of abortion pills, but none of them have any effect," Gu Beiwe seriously reminded. Han Yunqi's lips curled in disdain. Of course his pills won't be effective. Abortion pills are for women. The pills that Han Kongan prescribed were only effective for pregnant women. Strictly speaking, Long Tianma wasn't pregnant. How could it be effective? "I need a type of poison to dissolve the thing in the Crown Prince's stomach into blood water. Then I'll expel the poison from his body. The Emperor and the rest will only see poison water. The Crown Prince isn't pregnant, but has a malignant tumor." Han Yunqi's tone was very certain. Hearing this, Gu Beiwe was silent for a moment before giving a thumbs up. Without a doubt, Han Yunqi's method was the most appropriate. Not only did it protect herself, it also kept this secret forever. People who didn't know the truth would never have a knot in their heart. His Highness, the Crown Prince, should thank you. Gu Beiwe smiled. Han Yunchi helplessly shrugged. I just hope that his imperial mother won't make trouble for me in the future. Gu Beiwa knew that poison wasn't difficult for Han Yunchi. Why did this woman need his help? You need me. Gu Beiwa hesitated. Han Yunchi's resolute gaze suddenly dimmed. That thing's extremely large. This incision will be at least 10 times harder than the one with the young general. It's very possible that the crown prince will die from excessive blood loss before even half of the blood is drained out. The medicine Han Yunchi had prepared for the crown prince was actually poison. She could use the poison to dissolve the thing in his abdomen so that she could create a medicine with precise effects that wouldn't harm the organs. It would only dissolve the thing into blood and water. This way, the blood would be poisonous and had to be expelled immediately. Right now, her biggest problem was excessive blood loss. She had to have enough time to expel the poison. In the modern era, a blood transfusion would be enough. But right now, she could only place her hopes on Gu Beiwa. Gu Beiwa understood as soon as he heard the question. He looked at Han Yunchi, a complicated look in his eyes. It was a long time before he spoke. I know of a medicine called the life blood pill. After taking it, it'll have the effect of creating blood for a short period of time. Before he could finish, Han Yunchi was pleasantly surprised. Where is this medicine? Seeing her anxious expression, Gu Beiwa's eyes flashed with doting. Qin Wangfei, this medicine isn't easy to get. The imperial clan has plenty of money and power. What's there to be afraid of? Han Yunchi blurted out. All right, in her heart, the imperial clan was a bunch of nouveau riche and bandits. Gu Beiwa felt even more helpless as he murmured, Qin Wangfei, in Cloud Realm Continent, Tianning's imperial clan is just one of many powers. Han Yunchi naturally knew that Cloud Realm Continent was huge and filled with hidden dragons and crouching tigers. But right now, she was most concerned about the whereabouts of the life blood pill. With it, treating the crown prince's condition would be a matter of minutes. Then tell me just who has it. Han Yunchi grew anxious. Gu Beiwa only gave her 3 words. Guqi Sha. Guqi Sha? Han Yunchi seemed to have heard of this famous name somewhere in the depths of her memories. She muttered, that ghost genius Guqi Sha who was banished from Cloud Realm Medical Academy. Gu Beiwa nodded. Exactly. That fellow was born a ghost genius and had a gift for growing medicinal plants. Many of the commonly used plants today were grafted on by him when he was young. People call him the pill fiend. I heard he's the adopted son of an elder from the medical academy and grew up eating medicinal plants for his 3 meals. Han Yunchi asked curiously. Gu Beiwa nodded. That was all he knew. Although his grandfather was a director of the medical academy, he was a level lower than an elder. He had no way of getting in touch with the people above him, and he hadn't stayed long at the academy before following his grandfather to Tianning's capital city. Then where's Guqi Sha now? Han Yunchi asked hastily. After he was banished from the medical academy, he set up his own shop and founded the medicine Ghost Valley. His specialty is to collect and cultivate all sorts of miraculous pills and medicines. He buys and sells them based on his mood, so it's no easy task to buy the life blood pill from him, Gu Beiwa said. Unexpectedly, Han Yunchi's expression was relaxed. I thought you'd have to put in a lot of effort, but I didn't expect it to be so easy. A single medicinal pills is all it takes. Those medicinal pills aren't easy to get. Gu Beiwa had to remind her once more. Han Yunchi chuckled. I'm only responsible for writing out the prescription. I'm not responsible for finding the medicine. This, seeing Han Yunchi's sly smile, Gu Beiwa finally understood what she meant. As long as she wrote out the prescription, the emperor would naturally find a way to get his hands on the life blood pill. If he couldn't get his hands on it, then it couldn't be blamed on the 2 of them, the doctors. Han Yunchi immediately went to the desk and wrote down the medicinal ingredients and their quantities. Gu Beiwa was naturally curious, so he looked at her seriously from the side. However, The more he looked, the more he didn't understand. He recognized all the medicinal ingredients on the prescription, but unfortunately he couldn't understand what they were used for. To use poison to dissolve the thing in the Crown Prince's abdomen without harming his internal organs. The amount of effort needed to put in the medicine wasn't just ordinary. Very quickly, Han Yunqi finished writing out the prescription and wrote the life blood pill at the end. Qin Wangfei, this prescription, is it complete? Gu Beiwei asked suspiciously. Han Yunqi looked at him meaningfully. It's a secret. Of course, this prescription wasn't complete. Moreover, no matter who got their hands on it, they wouldn't be able to tell that it was a poison because the 3 most important ingredients weren't written on it. The prescription was just a formality. She had the antidote in her detox system long ago. Han Yunqi had to hold back a trick or two. If she wrote down the real prescription and it fell into the hands of an expert one day, wouldn't they be able to use it against her and see the truth behind her treatment of the Crown Prince? Gu Beiwei looked at Han Yunqi's mysterious appearance and didn't ask further, but the fondness in his eyes deepened. With the life blood pill, Han Yunqi's biggest problem was solved. She almost couldn't wait to become the Crown Prince's savior and see how the Empress Dowager and Empress would react. Of course, she was looking forward to Grand Concubine Yi and Morong Wanru's reactions even more. Right now, they had to be waiting anxiously at the Duke of Qin's estate. She had to get the life blood pill first. Hurry and go. We have to hand over the prescription. Han Yunqi tugged on Gu Beiwei's arm and prepared to leave. Gu Beiwei gave a start and hesitated for a second before pushing her aside. He didn't say a word, but Han Yunqi gave a start before unconsciously looking back. Gu Beiwei immediately avoided her gaze. This guy, Han Yunqi burst into laughter but didn't explain. All right, she was so happy that she'd forgotten that this was ancient times and that she was a married woman. Male best friends and whatnot weren't allowed. Cough, cough. She coughed lightly as if nothing had happened and turned back. My hands were quick. I wasn't trying to molest you. Gu Beiwei was about to leave when he gave a start, but soon enough, a gentle smile bloomed on his face. Han Yunqi didn't know that she'd missed the most beautiful smile in the world. Chapter 56. Han Yunqi presented the prescription to Emperor Tianhui and told him the importance of the life blood pill. She secretly calculated that no matter how Emperor Tianhui begged for the medicine, it'd take at least 10 days to half a month. During this time, she could return to the Duke of Qin's estate and stay put. With such a heavy responsibility on her shoulders, she'd like to see what Grand Concubine Yi and Morong Wanru could do to her. Moreover, she could use Imperial Physician Gu as an excuse to enter and leave the Imperial Physician Courtyard as she pleased. The Imperial Physician Courtyard had plenty of medical books and medicinal ingredients. To her, this place was simply a treasure trove. Han Yunqi exhaled in relief after handing over the prescription. But who knew? Emperor Tianhui set down the prescription and looked towards Long Fei Yi. Duke of Qin, Medicine Ghost Valley isn't an ordinary place. You should make a trip there yourself. Although he spoke in a tone of discussion, everyone knew this was an imperial order. Long Fei Ye's face was still as cold as ever as he nodded. Yes. Han Yunqi glanced at him and couldn't help but rejoice in his misfortune. Big ice cube, big ice cube. Who told you to stand by with folded arms? Now you're a fish in the moat who gets caught in the crossfire. The life blood pill isn't so easy to buy. If you can't buy it back, then the blame will be on your shoulders. Your Majesty, the Imperial Physician Courtyard has all the other ingredients listed in this prescription. Yunqi and Imperial Physician Gu will prepare them as soon as possible. Once the life blood pill arrives, we can begin treatment immediately, Han Yunqi said seriously. Emperor Tianhui nodded. Then we'll wait for the Duke of Qin's good news. Everyone dispersed. Han Yunqi used the excuse of going to prepare medicine with Gu Beiwei and didn't return with Long Fei Yi. Long Fei, Yi didn't pay her any more attention either. The Empress accompanied the Empress Dowager the entire way out, deeply worried. Mu Fei, this Qinxia's heart is in a mess. Can Han Yunqi be trusted or not? The Empress Dowager's heart was also uncertain. After hesitating for a moment, she let out a long sigh. If this girl can cure Tianma this time, then Ai Jia will definitely put her in an important position. Back then, Lady Tianxin saved the Empress Dowager's life. The Empress Dowager betrothed Han Yunqi to the Duke of Qin as a chess piece. She wanted to have Han Yunqi spy by the Duke of Qin's side, but who knew that Han Yunqi would grow up to be a good-for-nothing ugly girl, and Han Kongan was unable to cure the crown prince. The Empress nodded and said nothing more. Han Yunqi didn't return to the Duke of Qin's estate until late at night with an empty stomach. As soon as she entered the gates, Grand Concubine Yi summoned her. Grand Concubine Yi and Morong Wanru had been restless all day, waiting for news. What did Han Yunqi's safe return mean? How is the crown prince? Can it be treated? Grand Concubine Yi got straight to the point. Han Yunqi was puzzled. Didn't Long Fei Yi leave first? Could it be that he hadn't come back yet? She didn't care so much. When she saw Grand Concubine Yi and Morong Wanru's expectant looks, her eyes flashed with contempt. She pretended to sigh, but stopped herself. Sister-in-law, just how is it? Mu Fei and I've been worried all day, Morong Wanru asked anxiously. Nothing much. Just like that, Han Yunqi said mildly. Like that? Grand Concubine Yi couldn't help asking. It's not a big problem. I have ways to treat it. Han Yunqi finally exposed the truth. She didn't miss the astonishment in Grand Concubine Yi's eyes, nor did she miss Morong Wanru's jealous look. Those who wanted to see her make a fool of herself would only be laughed at back. In other words, you've cured the crown prince. Morong Wanru asked impatiently. He's missing one more ingredient, but that ingredient is very hard to find. We'll have to go to Medicine Ghost Valley to buy it, Han Yunqi replied honestly. Grand Concubine Yi exhaled at these words, while Morong Wanru's lips curved into a mocking smile. I've heard of Medicine Ghost Valley before. Its owner is called His Excellency Pill Fiend, and he's a very difficult eccentric who never gives face to anyone. 8 or 9 out of 10 people who go to buy the medicine come back empty-handed. Some even risk their lives to buy it. The nervous Grand Concubine Yi grew calm and composed. So it's like that. Then it'll be very troublesome to cure the crown prince. Han Yunqi agreed wholeheartedly as she nodded her head. Exactly. It'll be very troublesome. But very quickly she changed the topic. But the Emperor sent His Highness, Duke of Qin, to ask for the medicine. As I see it, this shouldn't be too difficult, right? Both Grand Concubine Yi and Morong Wanru gave a start at these words. Immediately, Grand Concubine Yi slapped the table in anger. What? He's sending the Duke of Qin to Medicine Ghost Valley? Han Yunqi's expression was both naive and earnest as she nodded her head. If the Duke of Qin goes, he'll definitely get the medicine. The Emperor's decision won't be wrong. Grand Concubine Yi's heart felt stifled as she clenched her fists, narrowly avoiding a slap. But Han Yunqi's last words of the Emperor's decision forced her to swallow her anger. On one side, Morong Wanru was completely stupefied. Everyone knew that Medicine Ghost Valley wasn't a good place, much less a place to buy medicine. What if something happened to the Duke of Qin? What if he didn't come back with the medicine? Then wouldn't the Duke of Qin have to shoulder all the blame? Why did Han Yunqi's troubles end up in the Duke of Qin's lap instead? If she knew things would turn out like this, she wouldn't have spread rumors to kill Han Yunqi. Morong Wanru's face turned green with regret as well as her intestines. After a tiring day, Han Yunqi came back to see mother and daughter suffer in silence. Her spirits were refreshed, and she forgot all about her exhaustion. Mu Fei, the Emperor, ordered Qinxia to rest well for the next few days and make the best preparations to treat the crown prince. It's getting late. Qinxia will withdraw first. As she spoke, she bowed respectfully and casually turned around to leave. Grand concubine Yi was so angry that she could explode at any moment. Blue veins popped out on the back of her hands as she clenched them into fists, but there was nothing she could do to Han Yunqi. The emperor wasn't someone Grand concubine Yi dared to provoke lightly. Just who spread those rumors? They deserve to die. Grand concubine Yi raged. Murong Wanru's heart pounded, but she didn't dare to make a sound. Han Yunqi's footsteps were light and quick. This was the first time she'd discovered the benefits of imperial power in this world. When she returned to the hibiscus courtyard, Han Yunqi couldn't help but stop when she saw the darkness of Long Fei Ye's quarters. That guy hadn't come back, so where did he go? Did he head straight for the Medicine Ghost Valley? That's too fast, isn't it? She bit her lip and thought, that guy's martial arts are so good. He shouldn't have run into any danger in the Medicine Ghost Valley, right? Moreover, he's so famous that maybe pill fiend Guqi Sha will give him face. Thinking up to here, Han Yunqi felt even more at ease and gracefully turned ahead for her leisurely cloud pavilion. Leisurely Cloud Pavilion was brightly lit. Han Yunqi thought that little Qin Xiang must have been worried about her and lit the lanterns to wait for her to come back. Although little Qin Xiang was a servant girl, having someone at home waiting for her was still a warm feeling. Little Chen Xiang! Han Yunqi shouted before she even entered. She was starving and needed Chen Xiang to find her something to eat. Little Qin Xiang! Unexpectedly, just as she reached the loft's entrance, she saw little Qin Xiang standing timidly by the door with her head lowered. Inside the room, a certain guy was brewing tea. From Han Yunqi's angle, the steam from the tea rose in spirals, and the man was as beautiful as a painting. Honestly, it didn't feel real at all. Long Fei Yi! Han Yunqi couldn't help but mutter. The person inside the room was none other than the Duke of Qin, Long Fei Yi. From the looks of it, he seemed to be waiting for her. Mistress, His Highness has been waiting for you for a long time. Chen Xiang reminded her in a low voice, and Han Yunqi finally came back to her senses. Waited for a long time? Could it be that he came to her after leaving the palace? Han Yunqi hurriedly walked in. This concubine greets His Highness. Long Fei Yi poured tea, and didn't even raise his eyes as he said indifferently, "You finished preparing the medicine?" "Amen," Han Yunqi responded, her heart beating like a drum. She couldn't figure out why this guy had come. She knew that this guy was smarter than the emperor, but even so, he shouldn't be able to see through the crown prince's illness. What did he come here for? Unexpectedly, Long Fei Yi stood up and said indifferently, "Then pack up and follow this prince to the Medicine Ghost Valley." "What?" Han Yunqi exclaimed. Long Fei Yi raised his eyebrows and looked at her. "Is there a problem?" Yes, there was a big problem. It wasn't a good place, so why did he want her to go? Han Yunqi had already answered in her heart, but her face revealed an awkward expression as she helplessly said, "Your Highness, this concubine doesn't know that medicine ghost and can't help. I'm afraid that I'll be a burden to your Highness." "This prince isn't afraid of you being a burden," Long Fei Yi said. Han Yunqi sighed softly and said, "But this concubine still has some details to discuss with Imperial Physician Gu. I'm afraid the crown prince has been ill for 7 years. A few more days won't make a difference. It won't be too late to come back for a visit." Long Fei Yi continued, "Your Highness, if something unexpected happens to this concubine on the way, it'll be hard to explain to His Majesty." Han Yunqi threatened boldly. Unfortunately, she could only threaten Grand Concubine Yi, but not Long Fei Yi. He was very domineering. There won't be any unexpected mishaps. Han Yunqi felt gloomy, but couldn't think of a reason to refuse him no matter how hard she racked her brains. Thus she changed the subject. "Your Highness, why do you suddenly want this concubine to go with you?" It was fine to ask the reason, right? But Long Fei, Yi didn't answer, his tone cold and unyielding. I'll give you the time it takes to brew a cup of tea to prepare. Your lordship will wait for you at the back door. So speaking, he turned and left, leaving Han Yunqi standing there in a daze with a crumbling face. Long Fei Yi, you win. How could the time it took to brew a cup of tea be enough for Han Yunqi to pack up? But little Qin Xiang had already prepared her luggage, as well as some snacks to allay her hunger. Without a doubt, this was what Long Fei Yi had told Qin Xiang to prepare. He'd steeled his heart to take her along. Han Yunqi wanted to cry, but had no tears. Qin Xiang, on the other hand, was very happy. Mistress, I heard them say that His Highness never takes a woman out. Moreover, he never uses a female servant. You're the first. Han Yunqi's mouth twitched. She was probably the only woman in the world who knew that nothing good would come of going out with His Highness Duke of Qin. Mistress, what kind of place is that Medicine Ghost Valley? What are they going to do there? How long will they be gone for? Qin Xiang asked curiously as she sent Han Yunqi out. Han Yunqi rolled her eyes. You're so excited. Do you want to come along? Qin Xiang was so scared that she immediately retreated back into the room. She shook her head vigorously and smiled ambiguously. Her face was red from smiling. With this servant here, it'll be inconvenient for you. Han Yunqi looked at the sky, speechless. This little Qin Xiang was so young, yet so mischievous. Did she think they were going on a honeymoon? She helplessly shook her head, too lazy to explain. She waved at Qin Xiang and left. When she reached the back door, Han Yunqi saw the carriage. This guy wasn't taking her flying this time. She seemed to like the feeling of flying. What was she thinking? Han Yunqi shook her head and got into the carriage. She saw Long Fei Yi leaning lazily with one hand supporting his head. She found a place to the side and also leaned lazily. She thought, let's go. Who's afraid of who? No matter what, you have to be responsible for bringing this Wang Fei back safe and sound. Who knew that Long Fei Yi would raise his eyes to look at her and then order coldly, take a shortcut to Snake Valley first. Snake Valley? Han Yunqi had a very bad premonition in her heart. Chapter 57. The stable carriage sped along without any bumps. If it wasn't for the sound of the wind, Han Yunqi wouldn't have known the carriage was moving so fast. Only she and Long Fei Yi were inside the carriage. Long Fei Yi had only spared her a glance since she got on, before closing his eyes again without a word. Han Yunqi was naturally bold. Even in front of the emperor, she dared to argue. But for some reason, she always felt timid before this man's iciness. She wanted to ask him about Snake Gorge, but seeing him close his eyes, she didn't. Unconsciously, she began to size him up timidly. His features looked like they'd been carved by the heavens themselves. Narrow eyes, a high nose, and thin lips, they were all perfect and flawless. Han Yunqi never thought that such a cold man existed in this world. Even when he was quiet, his entire body emanated a coldness that kept people at arm's length, forcing them to stay at a respectful distance. Was he like this since he was young? He was so cold to Grand Concubine Yi. But what about the late emperor? In this world, was there anyone who had ever seen his warm side, who had ever seen him smile from the bottom of his heart? Thinking up to here, she couldn't help but wonder if a woman would appear to receive his lifetime's promise and love. But soon enough, Han Yunqi smiled. She really was overthinking things. Would such a cold and emotionless man have feelings? Dismissing these distracting thoughts, Han Yunqi averted her gaze and leaned lazily to one side. She'd better figure out what kind of place Snake Gorge was. Why did she feel like this guy had brought her out with the scent of a conspiracy? At this moment, Long Fei Yi slowly opened his eyes and glanced at Han Yunqi. It was only a faint glance before he closed them again. The carriage traveled through the night until the next morning. As soon as Han Yunqi opened her eyes, she met Long Fei Ye's icy gaze. Ah! She jumped in fright and quickly sat up. You're awake. Long Fei Ye asked, What are you doing? Han Yunqi was so fierce. Why was this guy so close? Long Fei Ye pushed her away, a look of disdain flashing in his eyes. I wanted to wake you up. All right, Han Yunqi calmed down. Have we arrived? What kind of place was Snake Valley? Were there a lot of poisonous snakes? Is that why you brought me along? Han Yunqi thought about it over and over again last night. Other than this reason, this guy had no reason to bring her out. There's only one venomous snake, and its snake core is what Gu Qi Sha wants the most. If we exchange the snake core for a life-blood pill, he'll definitely give it to us, Long Fei explained. So it turned out, all right, this guy was indeed omnipotent. He could even find out about this. With this information, it would not be difficult to obtain the life-blood pill. Of course, the crux of this matter was her. Han Yunqi's self-confidence grew a bit. She wasn't afraid of venomous snakes and whatnot. Let's go. Take me to see what kind of poisonous snake it is. Han Yunqi was brimming with confidence as she jumped off the carriage. Just as she was about to walk forward, Long Fei Ye's words caused her to stop abruptly. It's a poisonous python. What? Han Yunqi abruptly turned her head, her brows furrowed. It's a poisonous python. Long Fei Ye patiently repeated. If it was an ordinary poisonous snake, he would not have brought her along. Bringing a woman along on a journey would cause all kinds of trouble. Poisonous python, Han Yunqi muttered to herself. This time, she was completely shocked. One had to know that pythons were not poisonous. Poisonous snakes had front and back teeth that could secrete nerve venom. They could inject the venom into their prey's body, causing their prey to die before swallowing it. However, pythons did not have the ability to attack with venom. Their attack was to use force to bind their prey and strangle it to death before swallowing it. But the pythons here were actually poisonous, and they were even giant pythons. Han Yunqi was at a loss. She searched through the detoxification system, but there were no relevant records at all. Without a doubt, this poisonous python was a completely new species to her. Seeing her pale face, Long Fei Ye asked, Is there a problem? How big is this snake? Han Yunqi asked. It's about 3 zhang long. Moreover, it's agile and can spit out poisonous gas. Long Fei Ye answered truthfully. According to his understanding, there were many people who had designs on this poisonous python, but until now, no one had been able to capture it. The number of people who died in the Snake Valley was not small. 3 zhang, that was 10 meters. It was also agile and could spit out poisonous gas. Wasn't it a demon? Hearing this, Han Yunqi's face became even more unsightly. She made a prompt decision. I can't handle this. I can't cure the poison of the poisonous python. You have to think of other ways. She was unarmed. If she could not cure the poison, once she got close to the poisonous python, she would either be poisoned to death or strangled to death. Why? Long Fei Ye did not understand. There are thousands of kinds of poisons in the world, and I'm not omnipotent. Han Yunqi generously admitted. Long Fei Ye had not personally come here. He originally thought that bringing Han Yunqi, this poisonous woman, would make things easier. Now he hesitated. Who knew that at this time, the horse beside him suddenly raised its front hooves and neighed in fright. Not good. Long Fei Ye coldly said. Before his voice fell, he saw a huge snake head suddenly fly out from the forest on the right side, spitting out poisonous gas. In the blink of an eye, Long Fei grabbed Han Yunqi and retreated in the direction of the valley. But very soon, a giant snake's tail lashed out at them like a whip. Long Fei Ye had no choice but to retreat into the valley. Very quickly, the giant python's entire body was exposed. It was like a huge sword, chasing after them at high speed. Long Fei Ye was vigilant of the surrounding movements as he sped forward to escape. Han Yunqi was held tightly in his arms as she gaped at the sight. When Long Fei told her about it, she didn't have such a direct impression, but now that she saw it for herself, she was given a fright. This snake was so terrifying. There were several times when the poisonous gas almost hit her body, but her detoxification system did not prompt her. Once again, this proved that this poison was unfamiliar. If Han Yunqi had enough time to collect samples, she could still research the antidote. Unfortunately, her life was at stake now. The deeper they went into the valley, the denser the trees became. As a result, their risk factor was even higher. Long Fei Yi kept moving forward at a terrifying speed. Han Yunqi thought that since he entered the valley, this guy should be trying to escape from the other exit as soon as possible. But suddenly, Long Fei Yi changed direction. Carrying Han Yunqi, he fled into the dense forest on the right. "You don't plan on leaving the valley?" Han Yunqi was shocked. "This prince is here for the snake pill," Long Fei Yi said. Compared to this poisonous giant python, Medicine Ghost Valley's Guqi Sha was more difficult to deal with. He did not have the leisure to ask for medicine. Since he had entered Snake Valley, he definitely would not return empty-handed. The poisonous giant python seemed to be surprised by Long Fei Ye's actions. It stopped for a moment, but then disappeared into the dense forest. Seeing this, Han Yunqi did not have time to persuade Long Fei Yi. She shouted, "That thing disappeared!" Long Fei made a prompt decision to fly upwards. At the same time, the poison python pounced on empty air. What a close shave! This was a competition of speed. Soon, the poisonous giant python disappeared again. Long Fei Yi landed on the tallest tree. With one hand around Han Yunqi's waist and the other on the tree trunk, he looked down at the entire valley. Although Han Yunqi was afraid, this was the first time she was looking down at the world from such a high place. She felt a surge of emotions and was extremely excited. Although nothing good came out of going out with this guy, it was always exciting. She knew that it was impossible for him to escape. If he wanted to escape, he would have done so long ago. Since they were already here, they might as well throw caution to the wind and fight with the poisonous giant python. Who knows, they might really be able to get the snake pill. "Look, over there!" Han Yunqi's eyes were sharp. She quickly saw the movement in the forest. Because of the poisonous giant python's existence, the animals in Snake Valley had either died or escaped. Such a large movement could only be caused by the poisonous giant python. Long Fei Yi looked over and brought Han Yunqi to the bottom right branch of a tree. "Stand properly," he said coldly. Han Yunqi immediately hugged the tree trunk tightly. She had to admit that once he let go, her sense of security disappeared. Long Fei Yi did not hold onto the tree trunk. He stood firmly in the middle of the tree branch. His body was tall and straight like a pine tree. He held the crossbow with both hands and aimed his cold gaze at the constantly moving undulations. Han Yunqi looked at him from the side. She only felt that this man was extremely cool. No matter how she looked at him, he looked like a top-notch dark assassin. Suddenly, the movement in the thicket came to an abrupt stop. The poisonous python stopped. Long Fei Yi slowly narrowed his eyes. The constantly moving crossbow also stopped in one direction. The arrow was knocked on the string and could be released at any time. Han Yunqi nervously held her breath. But who knew that just when she thought that Long Fei Yi would release the arrow, he suddenly turned around and aimed at a direction behind him. He quickly released the arrow. "Shoo!" What a sharp sound! She only saw that the arrow was like a bolt of lightning. Its momentum was powerful, and its speed was astonishing. Even though the arrow had already flown out, Han Yunqi could still feel the powerful force on the arrow. She did not expect that this guy would actually pour his internal energy into the arrow. But why did he change direction? While Han Yunqi was still trying to figure it out, Long Fei had already shot out countless arrows, each of them as swift as a meteor shower. Like a bolt of lightning, they contained boundless power. When the huge snake tail swung out from the thicket, Han Yunqi finally understood. Long Fei Yi had just given up on the snake tail and shot the snake head. If she guessed correctly, the poisonous giant python's head was already seriously injured, which restricted its movements. With a head injury, it would be difficult for it to escape with its huge body and snake tail. This shooting might seem simple, but if it was someone else, they might not be able to escape from the poisonous giant python's pursuit. Secondly, even if they were able to stand high up and shoot arrows, they might not be able to hit every single one of them and seriously injure the poisonous giant python. Han Yunqi knew that every arrow that Long Fei Yi shot contained a huge amount of power. Otherwise, a small crossbow arrow compared to the giant python's body was like a mayfly trying to shake a tree. Long Fei Yi had already stopped, but the veins on the back of his hands had not disappeared. The huge snake tail swung crazily in the air, and very quickly, the surrounding trees were all razed to the ground. Han Yunqi estimated that the snake tail would not affect the tree they were on. She was relieved and looked towards the snake head with Long Fei Yi. As long as the snake head was dead, no matter how big the movement of the snake tail was, it would just be struggling at death's door. They waited. Long Fei Yi took out his crossbow again. However, at this moment, there was a huge movement in the direction of the snake head. It seemed that the snake head was making its final struggle. But not long later, the movement gradually disappeared. "He's finally dead," Han Yunqi asked timidly. Long Fei Yi did not reply. His eyes were filled with caution as he continued to wait. Who knew that at this moment, a white figure suddenly leapt down from the tree not too far away and charged towards the poisonous giant python's head. Han Yunqi saw it clearly. It was a white-robed lady. What guts to actually dare to reap the benefits in front of Long Fei Yi. Chapter 58. To dare to snatch something from Long Fei Yi, this white-robed lady must be tired of living. Han Yunqi was just thinking about this when she saw a white poisonous fog suddenly sprayed out from the forest and almost headed straight for that lady. "Be careful, it's poisonous." Suddenly, Long Fei Yi cried out in alarm, and in an instant, his figure flashed as he dashed downwards. Was he going to stop her or to save her? Based on his character, shouldn't he snort coldly, "Serves you right," or seeking death? Han Yunqi was stunned as she looked on in disbelief. Very quickly, she confirmed that she hadn't seen wrongly in that cry of alarm earlier. She didn't seem to have heard wrongly. She had never thought that Long Fei Yi would also have times when he was anxious. Who was that white-robed lady? Long Fei Yi's speed was so fast that one couldn't see him clearly with their eyes. All they could see was a black shadow flashing past, and when they saw him again, he had already hugged the white-robed lady and flew towards the opposite tree. Han Yunqi's heart gave a start at the sight of the two figures leaning against each other, but she quickly dismissed the thought. The white poisonous fog dissipated and the forest regained its tranquility. No one knew if that snake's head was dead or not. Han Yunqi looked from afar and saw that Long Fei Yi and that lady seemed to be talking about something. Unfortunately, the distance was too far and she wasn't able to see that lady's appearance clearly. Secondly, she wasn't able to hear their voices. Who was that lady, and what was her relationship with Long Fei Yi? Just as Han Yunqi was puzzling over this, the ground suddenly shook and she saw that the poisonous, huge python in the forest was actually flipping its body. As its body flipped, that huge snake tail swung towards the tree that Han Yunqi was in. Seeing the huge snake tail approaching, Han Yunqi didn't know what to do and instinctively looked towards Long Fei Yi. Long Fei Yi was just about to come over when who knew that white-robed lady suddenly flew downwards towards the huge python's head. "Come back!" Long Fei Yi shouted. However, the woman in white turned around and glanced at her with a hint of provocation in her eyes. Instead, she sped up and flew down. At this moment, the snake's tail slammed heavily on the trunk of the big tree that Han Yunchi was standing on. Bang! A loud sound was heard. Ah! Han Yunchi was terrified. It was more than 10 meters high. She would die if she didn't jump. Instinctively, she hugged the trunk of the tree, hoping that the tree would fall slowly. Unexpectedly, the poisonous python's huge tail actually swung over again. Bang! Ah! Although Han Yunchi hugged the tree trunk tightly, the impact was so strong that she couldn't even hold on to it. She subconsciously let go of her grip and fell straight down. Long Fei Yi was watching all of this. A complicated look flitted past his eyes before he turned to chase after the white-robed lady. Han Yunchi fell in a straight line on all fours. She didn't see Long Fei turn his head, but she was very clear in her heart that with his speed, he would have saved her long ago if he wanted to. But he didn't come. He never came. She didn't know when she'd hit the ground, or if it would hurt when she did. Han Yunchi closed her eyes, her voice choked with sobs. Long Fei Yi, you bastard! I'll hate you even if I die. As Han Yunchi fell, Long Fei Yi had already caught up to the white-robed lady and kicked her away from the python. Duanmu Yao, have some sense of propriety, he said coldly. I thought Big Brother Fei wouldn't care about Yao Yao's life or death after getting married. Duanmu Yao's white robes made her look like a celestial maiden from the 9 heavens. When she smiled, her dimples flickered in and out, adding to her cuteness. She was the princess of Western Zhou, an ally of Tianing country, and Long Fei Ye's junior sister. Your lordship will say it one last time. Scram immediately, or else I won't be polite. Long Fei Yi said coldly. He glanced to the right and saw Han Yunchi about to hit the ground. Duanmu Yao arched a brow. Big Brother Fei, do you think my life or your Wang Fei's is more important? As she spoke, she actually wanted to fly towards the poisonous python's head. She was clearly threatening Long Fei Yi with her life. Long Fei Ye's eyes flashed with rage. If you want to die, then your lordship can send you on your way when you're 18 years old. So speaking, he kicked viciously at Duanmu Yao. On one hand, he sent her flying far away into the distant thickets, while on the other he used her body as leverage to speed himself towards Han Yunchi. Han Yunchi was in despair, although her eyes were closed and her back was to the ground. She could clearly feel that she was about to hit the ground. Was this what it felt like to jump off a building? Soon enough, the back of her head would hit the ground hard, causing brain matter to splatter everywhere. Would all her limbs be smashed to pieces? Who said there was no need to be afraid with him around? Who said there wouldn't be any unexpected mishaps? A single tear silently slid from the corner of her eye. She gritted her teeth and opened her eyes. Even if she was going to die, she'd take one last look at this world. But who knew that the moment she opened her eyes, she would see a handsome face that angered both men and gods. It was as cold as ice, like a carved sculpture. His eyes were as deep as a cold lake, and his lips were as thin as a cicada's wings. So familiar, yet so unfamiliar. Long Fei Yi, Han Yunchi, couldn't help but smile. Was this a hallucination right before her death? She didn't expect that she was still hoping that he would come and save her. Long Fei Yi leaned down and grabbed Han Yunchi's waist, slowly spinning her down. Han Yunchi only felt that this hallucination was very real, yet so beautiful that it felt like a beautiful dream. Everything between heaven and earth seemed to disappear, leaving only the two of them. She forgot her fear, forgot her hatred, and indulged herself in his eyes that were as deep as the sea. Unconsciously, she reached out and gently caressed his cheek. Who knew that at this moment, Long Fei Ye's handsome brows suddenly furrowed, and his cold eyes became even colder. At this moment, Han Yunchi woke up with a start. This guy could furrow his brows. This guy was real. She was so shocked that she was dumbstruck. Her hand froze on his face, and the moment he landed with her, he let go of her hand and slapped away her hand on his cheek in disgust. Han Yunchi didn't even have time to react before her legs gave way and she fell to the ground. Finally, the fall woke her up. Thinking about how she had lost her composure just now, Han Yunchi instantly blushed. She was so embarrassed that she forgot to get up. Long Fei Ye's face was gloomy as he looked down disdainfully, but he still reached out to pull her up. Han Yunchi's face was completely red. Looking at his large hand, a trace of warmth flowed through her heart. Just as she was about to reach out, who knew that Long Fei Ye would say cold, troublesome. The moment he said this, Han Yunchi's hand froze, and she quickly retracted it. A trace of disappointment flashed across her eyes, and then she became angry. She didn't say she wanted to come along. He was the one who'd forced her here to treat the snake's poison. She'd suffered such a fright, but she hadn't even reprimanded him. Instead, he was disdaining her first. She'd even felt warmth in her heart, but now it looked like it was all one-sided wishful thinking. Just then, he'd chosen someone else in the face of life and death. Now he'd come to save her because he was afraid he'd have a hard time explaining things to Emperor Tianhui. Han Yunchi pushed her hands against the ground to push herself up. She glared at Long Fei Yi and said, "My life is cheap. I'm trouble. You brought this trouble on yourself. Bring this, Wang Fei, back the same way you brought me out. If I lose a single hair, this Wang Fei won't be able to treat the crown prince." Long Fei Ye's disgusted expression stiffened before he said, coldly, "Don't be such a coward. You still have your life." So speaking, he avoided Han Yunchi's glare and turned to look at the struggling poison python. It was still spitting out white poison mist, but there wasn't as much of it as before. It was obvious that it was struggling at death's door. Han Yunchi was at a loss for words. She wanted to say something, but stopped herself. She decided not to say anything. She was puzzled. Where'd that white-robed woman go? Did she leave? That woman was focused on the snake's head. If she wasn't here to steal the snake core, then what was she here for? She and Long Fei Yi knew each other, right? Just then, Long Fei Yi was clearly afraid she'd be poisoned and wanted to save her. Han Yunchi was curious, but more than that, she was angry. Did Long Fei Yi know that she'd die as soon as he arrived? For better or for worse, he was the one who'd brought her out. Did he treat her life like dirt? Long Fei Yi waited for the poison python to die. Han Yunchi simply sat cross-legged at the side without saying a word. If it wasn't for the fear of the poison python's poison, with Long Fei Ye's ability, he'd probably have gotten the snake core long ago. Now they could only wait for the poison python to exhaust its energy. However, not long after, Long Fei Yi became impatient. He leapt onto a small tree and took out his crossbow. He aimed at the position where the white poison mist was coming out and launched another attack. Swish, swish, swish. Arrows flew down one after another. Not only did the power not weaken, it was even stronger than before. Blood splattered everywhere. Han Yunchi was frightened by this, and only then did she realize this fellow's anger. He was very unhappy and was clearly venting his anger. If she didn't have a bargaining chip in her hand, would she become the target of his anger? Thinking of this, Han Yunchi's hair stood on end. She thought that her previous rebuttal shouldn't have made this fellow so angry. She was always insignificant in his eyes. It should be that white-clothed girl who provoked him. Han Yunchi obviously didn't want to be so curious, but she didn't know why she became curious again. Although she knew that he wouldn't tell her, she still wanted to ask. Han Yunchi was conflicted. All right, she was still angry and had a cold war with him. Don't ask. Even if Long Fei Ye's attack was so fierce, this poison python was, after all, a huge python that had lived for many years. It wouldn't die so easily. The huge snake tail was still swaying crazily. That bloody snake had even jumped up a few times and sprayed a circle of white poison mist around it. Seeing this, Long Fei Yi became more and more impatient. He jumped down from the short tree and walked forward to find a better position to attack. Han Yunqi looked at his back view. Her face was gloomy and she didn't say a word. She thought to herself, surnamed Long, just leave. Go far away. If he left her here alone, and something happened later, he would be responsible for it. Unexpectedly, Long Fei Yi had only taken a few steps when he turned back. He looked down at Han Yunqi and ordered, "Get up!" "What?" Han Yunqi asked curiously. Unexpectedly, Long Fei Yi didn't answer her. Instead, he suddenly pulled her up and hugged her tightly. He flew into the sky and flew to a tree about 7 to 8 meters tall. "Ah!" Han Yunqi screamed all the way to the top of the tree. She had almost died from the fall just now. She probably wouldn't dare to climb a tree for a year. Long Fei Yi impatiently said sternly, "What are you screaming for?" Han Yunqi turned around and buried her head in his arms. Her arms wrapped around him tightly. She was scared and angry. "Long Fei Yi, I'm warning you. If you leave me alone on a tree again, I'll definitely. Long Fei Yi waited. However, Han Yunqi's brain short-circuited. After saying definitely for a while, she said, "I'll definitely not let you off." Long Fei Yi was stunned. He lowered his head and saw that the person in his arms was actually trembling. Unexpectedly, his lips curled up slightly and a faint smile appeared on his face. No one must have told him that when he smiled, the whole world would be overshadowed in an instant. That was because no one had ever seen such a pure smile on his face. Allowing Han Yunqi to hug him tightly, Long Fei Yi held the crossbow with both hands and aimed at the snake's wide-open mouth. Swoosh! The arrow pierced through the mouth. Chapter 59. An arrow pierced through the python's mouth, completely taking care of it. Long Fei Yi watched as the python rolled over and stopped moving, no longer spitting out white poison mist. Only then did he put away his crossbow in satisfaction. At this time, a certain timid woman was still hanging in his arms, completely unaware of everything that had happened. His lips curved in a shallow arc. With his hands behind his back, he gently flew down and landed beside the python. "You can let go now." When the ice-cold voice sounded from the sky, Han Yunqi finally recovered from her fright. She discovered that her feet had already touched the ground. She subconsciously raised her head and met a certain person's heartless gaze. She immediately let go as if she had been electrocuted. Long Fei Yi ignored her and pulled out his dagger to retrieve the snake core. Han Yunqi lightly coughed a few times and acted as if nothing had happened as she watched from the side. She only saw him move quickly and nimbly, taking out a pellet-sized snake core in no time. With this snake core, it was equivalent to having the life-blood pill. They had more than half succeeded. Han Yunqi composed herself and took out her golden needle to collect the python's blood. This kind of rare poison, of course she had to bring it back to properly study it. "What are you doing?" Long Fei Yi asked. "Nothing." Han Yunqi's face was taut and her tone was even colder. She didn't want to talk to him anymore for the time being. "Coward." Long Fei Yi spat. Han Yunqi angrily clenched her fists, but she only pretended not to hear it. After collecting the blood, she said, "Now that you've obtained the snake core, I'm no longer of any use to you. I want to go back." Long Fei Yi was slightly stunned, but he didn't urge her to stay. He coldly said, "Let's go. This prince will bring you out of the valley." Thus, the two of them silently walked back the way they came. Helplessly, when they reached the valley, they discovered that the carriage and coachman had been poisoned to death. No one could protect her back. Han Yunqi secretly rejoiced in her heart, thinking, "Let's see what you plan to do with this trouble of mine now. Who told you to look for trouble again?" Unexpectedly, Long Fei Yi gave her two choices. "Either you walk back by yourself, or you come with me." After he finished speaking, he didn't give Han Yunqi any time to think. He turned around and went back into the valley. Han Yunqi cherished her life very much. There were a lot of robbers along the way, and it was very dangerous. She didn't dare to go back alone. Most importantly, she didn't know the way. While she was still hesitating, that guy's back view was already very far away. Are you serious? Han Yunqi panicked and quickly chased after him while shouting, Hey, Long Fei Yi, you're too much. Stop right there, Long Fei Yi. If you don't stop, I'll leave immediately. Long Fei Yi didn't stop when he heard her shouting. Instead, he walked faster and faster. The smile on his face grew wider and wider. Han Yunqi had no choice but to run. Thus, the two of them, one in front and one behind, quickly passed through the valley. Duanmu Yao lay weakly on a tall tree in the valley, blood still dripping from her lips. Long Fei Yi had used just the right amount of strength to heavily injure her so that she couldn't move, but it didn't take her life. She was clearly as beautiful as a celestial fairy, but her phoenix eyes were as malicious as a witch's. Coldly, she watched the two figures disappear into the distance. Han Yunqi, you're really shameless. You actually dared to hug my senior brother. Duanmu Yao's maidservants were also in disbelief. The Duke of Qin, who was obsessed with cleanliness, actually allowed a woman to get close to him and even hug him so tightly? Could it be that they were mistaken? Slut, I'll definitely kill you. The more Duanmu Yao thought about it, the angrier she became. After all, she'd left the palace this time precisely because of Han Yunqi. She advised in a low voice, Princess, recuperating is more important. I won't. Let's see what he'll do if I die. How will he explain this to Master? Duanmu Yao raged. Her anger aggravated her internal injuries, causing her to spit up a mouthful of blood. Princess, you know as well that the Duke of Qin hates being threatened. Why must you? Before the maidservant could finish, Duanmu Yao cut her off harshly. Do I count as someone else in his eyes? He'd rather hurt me than save that woman's life? Since when has Han Yunqi been more important than this princess in his heart? Princess Han Yunqi is still Qin Wangfei, appointed by the Empress Dowager. The Duke of Qin probably had no choice, the maidservant coaxed again. Duanmu Yao laughed coldly. As long as he's unwilling. There's nothing in this world that can't be forced. Han Yunqi had married into the Duke of Qin's estate on the Emperor's orders. But why did he leave that woman there? She'd been waiting in silence for him to get rid of Han Yunqi since the wedding, but he didn't make a move. Instead, he kept her by his side. They'd been martial brothers and junior sister for so many years. But when had he ever taken her out on a business trip? Just what part of that useless, cowardly woman caught his eye? The more she thought, the angrier she grew. Chiu! Let's go to Tianning's capital city. I want to stay at the Duke of Qin's estate to recuperate. Princess, His Highness Crown Prince, is still in Medicine Ghost Valley, asking for medicine for esteemed Empress. You should at least make a trip there, the maidservant reminded her urgently. Duanmu Yao finally remembered and could only nod her head. It won't be too late to go to the capital after asking for the medicine, she mused. By now, Han Yunqi was in Long Fei Ye's arms again as they flew through the air, weaving through the trees. Although she'd given Long Fei Yi a cold look, she was once again curious about the white-robed woman. Still, she couldn't guess her intentions. As expected, curiosity killed the cat. After a long struggle, Han Yunqi couldn't help but ask, Hey, who is that white-robed woman just then? Unexpectedly, Long Fei Yi pretended not to hear her question. He stared straight ahead with an expressionless face. Han Yunqi rolled her eyes as she lost all interest in the matter. After a day's rush, they arrived at Medicine Ghost Valley early the next morning. As soon as they entered the valley, Han Yunqi caught a whiff of the various fragrances of medicinal plants. Heaven knows how many medicinal ingredients were planted here, but it was truly a miraculous place. Soon, they arrived at the real entrance. They saw a gate made of vines and 2 medicine boys guarding it. There were 2 groups of people in front of the gate. One group was lining up, and the other group was all kneeling. It looked like the people in line were here to buy medicine, while the kneeling ones were here to beg for it. Han Yunqi and the others watched for a while, only to see the people in line chatting with an old steward for a while. They were all dejected and joined the kneeling line. It looked like they couldn't buy any medicinal ingredients. Suddenly, the kneeling person rushed over and shouted, "Master Pill Fiend, I'm willing to pay 10 million taels of gold for a stalk of dragon beard grass. Please do me a favor. I'm waiting for the medicine to save my life." The old steward immediately walked over and angrily rebuked, "What are you shouting for? Is this a place where you can show off your wealth? Come, kick him out." "Steward Ming, how could this lowly one dare to show off his wealth? This lowly one has exhausted all of his family's property to beg for the medicine. Steward Ming, please do me a favor and inform your master." That person hurriedly begged on his knees. However, Steward Ming was unreasonable and waved his hand, ordering people to kick him out. Han Yunqi frowned as she watched. She knew how precious the dragon beard grass was, but it wasn't worth 10 million taels of gold. Moreover, he had already lost his family's fortune. Seeing that person in tears and despair, Han Yunqi felt very uncomfortable. She really wanted to give him a stalk of dragon beard grass. She just happened to have a few stalks in her detoxification system. Unfortunately, looking at the hundreds of people in front of her, she gave up. She could help one person, but not all of them. If she only helped one person in front of all the people in need, she wouldn't be seen as a good person. She would only be seen as a heartless villain like the Medicine Ghost Valley. Moreover, they were here to ask for medicine, not to cause trouble. At this time, Steward Ming saw them and came over gesturing. Hey, you two. I'm talking about you two. What are you standing there for? Don't you know the rules? Why aren't you lining up?" Long Fei looked over and ordered coldly, "You, come here." Steward Ming was stunned. Then his face was filled with disbelief. "What did you say? I told you to come here. Don't you understand human language?" Long Fei retorted. Steward Ming was immediately enraged and rushed over. He could tell at a glance that Long Fei and Han Yunqi had extraordinary auras. They were either rich or respectable. However, there were many influential people who came to the Medicine Ghost Valley to ask for medicine. He had seen even more respectable people, but he had never seen anyone so arrogant. He looked at Long Fei with disdain. "Who do you think you are? How dare you speak to me like that? You want medicine? Haha, don't even think about it." Unexpectedly, Long Fei grabbed him by the neck and lifted him up. He said coldly, "Go tell Gucci Sha that Long Fei has brought a poisonous python pill. Ask him if he wants to trade." Steward Ming was almost choked to death. As soon as he heard the words Long Fei, his eyes widened. When he heard the words poisonous python pill, he nodded furiously. Only then did Long Fei release him. The old steward didn't even report his arrival, but said respectfully, "I didn't know it was Your Highness, Duke of Qin. If I've offended you, please forgive me. Your Highness, Duke of Qin, please wait a moment. This one will immediately go report." Han Yunqi was startled on the side. Only now did she realize that the words Long Fei were useful not only in Tianning's capital city, but outside as well. There had to be a reason why Tianning's emperor feared Long Fei. Soon enough, the old steward scrambled out of the courtyard like a lackey. "Your Highness, Duke of Qin, His Excellency Pill Fiend invites you in. Please follow this one." Long Fei and Han Yunqi climbed into the carriage as soon as they passed through the Ratin gates. As they sped along, Han Yunqi discovered that all the plants within the gates were actually medicinal ingredients. Moreover, the deeper they went, the more precious the plants became. Good heavens! Gucci Sha might not have any medical ethics, but he's definitely a rare talent. Soon enough, the carriage stopped in front of an elegant courtyard by a stream. Steward Ming didn't follow them inside, but announced, "His Highness Duke of Qin has arrived." Very soon, a strange, slow voice drifted out of the room. It was so strange that it didn't seem to come from a human. "Your Highness, Duke of Qin, you've brought a poisonous python pill on your first visit. What should this excellency give you in exchange?" "The life-blood pill," Long Fei Yi replied. Silence fell upon the room at his words. After a long time, the strange, androgynous voice spoke again. "You two come in." Han Yunqi felt goosebumps all over her body when she heard the strange voice. She followed Long Fei Yi into the room. When she saw the person inside, Han Yunqi felt another layer of goosebumps all over her body. Sitting in the main seat was a tall man dressed in black. His black robes covered his entire body, and even his head was covered by a large black hood. From afar, he looked like a faceless person. This was the ghost genius Guqi Sha. Han Yunqi originally thought that he was an old man, but now she couldn't even guess his age. Even his gender was a blur. Han Yunqi was curious, but Long Fei Yi wasn't. He asked Long Fei Yi coldly, "Guqi Sha, do you want to make the exchange?" "Ai." Guqi Sha let out a long sigh. "Unfortunately, someone brought the 7 stars caterpillar grass and also wants to exchange it for the life-blood pill. These are 2 things that this excellency has been dreaming of for a long time. How do you expect this excellency to choose?" Chapter 60. What? Someone actually brought 7 stars caterpillar grass to trade for the life-blood pill? And he even came earlier than us. Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi looked at each other in surprise. They'd thought that victory was already in their grasp. But who would have thought that something like this would happen? Fortunately, Guqi Sha hadn't given away the life-blood pill yet. Otherwise, their trip would have been in vain. "What does your excellency, pill fiend, plan to do?" Long Fei Yi asked. Duke of Qin, what do you think we should do?" Guqi Sha's sigh was very soft, but it was hair-raising for no reason. It was as if his voice was right next to their ears. "It's very simple. Just trade with this prince," Long Fei Yi said as he immediately flashed the poisonous python pill, completely ignoring the 7 stars caterpillar grass. At that moment, a cold light flashed across the faceless pill fiend's face, revealing a pair of bewitching eyes. They stared fixedly at the prey in Long Fei Yi's hands. A fox! That was Han Yunqi's first thought. Those were clearly a pair of bewitching eyes. Isn't this pill fiend very old? How can he have such bewitching eyes? At that moment, an arrogant laugh came from the side. "Your Highness Duke of Qin, you still haven't asked whether this crown prince agrees or not." Following the voice, they saw an extraordinarily domineering man. His facial features were deep and imposing, and his figure was tall and powerful. He was dressed in a luxurious black robe with golden edges, which accentuated his nobility and mystery. He walked over unhurriedly, his cold and arrogant gaze sweeping past Long Fei Yi before impudently sizing up Han Yunqi. He seemed to know her identity, and although there was a hint of surprise in his eyes, it quickly disappeared. Han Yunqi hated this kind of arrogant and impolite sizing up the most. Cold as she looked at him, she knew that he was a crown prince, but she didn't know which country he was from. "Does Crown Prince Yi not agree?" Long Fei Yi asked, based on Long Fei Yi's cold tone. The words Crown Prince Yi seemed to be deliberately said for Han Yunqi to know who this man was. So it was him. Han Yunqi had heard of this name before. This was the Crown Prince of Western Zhou, Duanmu Bay. People called him Crown Prince Yi. Unlike Tianning's Crown Prince, Western Zhou's Crown Prince Yi was famous throughout Cloud Realm continent for his arrogant, high-profile, sinister, and cruel ways. Before he even ascended to the throne, he'd already eradicated all dissidents in court. Western Zhou country was located on the west side of Tianning country. It was Tianning country's ally by marriage. Logically speaking, Duanmu Bay and Long Fei Yi should be on good terms. But judging from the current situation, it didn't seem to be on good terms. Duanmu Bay was 8 meters tall and was about the same height as Long Fei. He walked closer to Long Fei and gently pressed on Long Fei's shoulder. He deliberately slowed down his tone and said word by word, "No. Answer." But as soon as he finished speaking, Long Fei's shoulder exploded with a powerful force that viciously shook Duanmu Bei's hand away. At the same time, Duanmu Bei lost his footing and backed up 2 steps. He suddenly narrowed his eyes and said coldly, "Long Fei, do you know what first come, first served means?" "Your lordship doesn't." Long Fei's tone was even more arrogant and haughty than his own. So speaking, he rushed in front of Duanmu Bei and wanted to snatch the 7 stars caterpillar grass from his hands. Seeing this, Han Yunqi gave a start before she grew amused. Long Fei was so barbaric and domineering. She liked it. Let's see what Duanmu Bei will use to exchange with His Excellency Pill Fiend after he gets the 7 stars caterpillar grass. Just then, Duanmu Bei's shoulder was enough to prove that he wasn't Long Fei's match. He immediately retreated, dodging as he shouted, "Long Fei, you're petty and lowly!" The winner was the king, and the loser was the bandit. Only the winner had the right to determine whether someone was despicable or noble. Long Fei didn't stop. Instead, each move was more vicious than the last. His speed was so fast that Duanmu Bei didn't have time to talk nonsense. Han Yunqi watched from the side with fear. Time and time again, she saw Long Fei about to snatch the item, but unfortunately he was always dodged. Pill Fiend sat high above, lazily leaning on the main seat. His long and narrow eyes were slightly narrowed as he watched with relish. Suddenly, Long Fei grabbed Duanmu Bei's wrist with one hand and grabbed the brocade box in his hand with the other. But who knew that at this critical moment, Pill Fiend would suddenly shout, "Stop!" His voice was deliberately drawn out in an indolent manner. Long Fei was distracted, and Duanmu Bei dodged. He then said sternly, "Pill Fiend, when did your Medicine Ghost Valley allow outsiders to casually fight?" Medicine Ghost Valley had Medicine Ghost Valley's rules. Outsiders were not allowed to casually fight. "Haha, I only wanted to see your martial arts. Crown Prince you've disappointed me a little." His Excellency Pill Fiend sighed. "You." Duanmu Bei angrily wanted to step forward. But who would have thought that Lord Pill Fiend would slowly stretch out a bony hand from his black robe? It was like the hand of a 1,000-year-old demon playing with several dazzling butterfly darts in his hand. Without a doubt, this was a warning. Duanmu Bei could only suppress his anger. Long Fei's eyes flashed with displeasure. He withdrew his hand and asked cold, "Pill Fiend, who do you want to trade with?" "Pill Fiend, there's more than one poisonous python in the world, but there's only one 7 stars caterpillar grass. It's like a grass and a worm, but it's neither grass nor worm. You must think carefully. Also, this prince arrived first." Duanmu Bei immediately reminded him. "There are many poisonous pythons, but there's only one 500-year-old poisonous python." Long Fei also reminded him. "Ayaya." Pill Fiend lightly sighed again. His voice was faint, as if it came from the depths of hell. Han Yunqi couldn't help but shiver again. She observed Pill Fiend's hand. No matter how she looked at it, it didn't match with his foxy and narrow eyes. Long Fei and Duanmu Bei didn't say a word as they allowed Pill Fiend to sigh. Han Yunqi watched from the side, unable to guess whose item His Excellency Pill Fiend would choose. Unexpectedly, His Excellency Pill Fiend laughed strangely. "Hee, I want both of them. How about you two continue to fight?" As he spoke, he even cautiously told Long Fei, "Qin Wang, this lord allows you to rob, but the item you snatch will belong to this lord. How about it?" Han Yunqi almost spat out when she heard this. This rotten old man with no integrity was too greedy and too treacherous. However, she liked it. In any case, it was just making Long Fei put in a bit more effort. They wouldn't lose out. Duanmu Bei's face instantly paled. He clenched his fists and angrily said, "Gu Chi Sha, do you want to break the rules of Medicine Ghost Valley?" Pill Fiend looked as if he suddenly realized something. "I can't break the rules. How about you two fight outside the valley?" Duanmu Bei almost vomited blood when he heard this. Long Fei Yi shrugged. "That's fine too." Unexpectedly at this moment, a clear voice rang out. "Big brother, are you inside?" Big brother? Which family's little sister is looking for her big brother? Han Yunqi was puzzled. She saw a white-clothed girl walk in with light steps. She was born with an otherworldly beauty, like a fairy who didn't eat the food of mortals. Her small dimples at the corners of her mouth didn't lose the liveliness of a young girl. The beauty of a fairy and the spirit of a fairy were perfectly displayed on her body. Han Yunqi immediately knew who she was. She was Duanmu Bei's younger sister, Western Zhou's Princess Changle, who was adored by everyone, Duanmu Yao. It was said that after this princess came of age, the number of nobles from various countries who came to the Western Zhou imperial palace to ask for her hand in marriage increased with each passing year. However, this princess had high standards and hadn't even looked at a single one of them. Han Yunqi remembered that she had never seen this princess before. However, why did her figure seem so familiar? As soon as Duanmu Yao entered and saw Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi, she stared blankly. She didn't expect that her senior brother would also come here. Moreover, he had even brought Han Yunqi. A trace of jealousy flashed through Duanmu Yao's eyes. She pretended that the previous unpleasantness with Long Fei Yi had not occurred. Striding forward, she deliberately bumped into Han Yunqi and snatched the position beside Long Fei Yi. Pleasantly surprised, she asked, "Senior brother, why are you here?" At this moment, Han Yunqi knew that the white-clothed girl who had courted death in the Snake Valley was her. So she was Long Fei Yi's junior sister. Could it be that she had been quarreling with her senior brother when she had fallen into the poisonous gas of the python in the Snake Valley? It seemed that her little junior sister's jealousy was very great. When Duanmu Yao arrived, Duanmu Bei's eyes flashed with calculation. He smiled and said, "Yao, your senior brother wants to fight with us for the life blood pill? Why don't you fight with him?" Duanmu Yao was shocked. Frowning, she asked, "Senior brother, is this true? What do you want the life blood pill for?" A trace of impatience flashed through Long Fei Yi's eyes. Just as he was about to speak, Han Yunqi beat him to it. She stood beside Long Fei Yi and looked at Duanmu Yao with raised brows. She earnestly said, "Your Highness, this concubine must have the life blood pill." Duanmu Yao was shocked once again. How could this be? Senior brother was actually fighting for a woman? And he was even fighting with her? No, she absolutely wouldn't allow it. Moreover, she couldn't stand Han Yunqi calling herself this concubine in front of her senior brother. "Senior brother, the life blood pill is mine. It wasn't easy for me to find the 7 stars caterpillar grass to exchange for it. You're not allowed to fight with me." Duanmu Yao's commanding tone was overbearing and spoiled. However, Long Fei Yi only pretended not to hear and ignored both Han Yunqi and Duanmu Yao. He coldly looked at Duanmu Bei. "Crown Prince Yi, since Lord Pill Fiend has such intentions, why don't you two go out and fight?" If it was before, perhaps Duanmu Bei would have agreed. However, after exchanging a few blows, Duanmu Bei clearly knew that he wouldn't be able to gain the upper hand. A trace of insidiousness flashed through his eyes. Duanmu Bei smiled. "Since Yao Yao is here, you two should have a good spar. In my opinion, it's just a spar. There's no need to leave the valley." As he spoke, he looked at Lord Pill Fiend. "Lord Pill Fiend, what do you think?" Lord Pill Fiend chuckled strangely. "A spar between senior brother and junior sister. Hee hee. This lord likes it very much." Hearing this, Duanmu Bei immediately handed the 7 stars caterpillar grass to Duanmu Yao and informed her of Lord Pill Fiend's conditions. Duanmu Yao was shocked and immediately grasped the 7 stars caterpillar grass tightly. Lord Pill Fiend! Long Fei Yi was about to retort. However, Lord Pill Fiend laughed heartily. Your Highness Duke of Qin, this lord is very much looking forward to it. As he spoke, he ordered the servants to serve tea, deciding to properly enjoy a good show. Long Fei narrowed his eyes dangerously at the sight of such a shameless thing. Han Yunqi silently cursed him in her heart. Let's have Duanmu Yao come out instead. It was impossible to explain things clearly between martial brother and junior sister. Forget about the results. Even the process of a duel between martial brother and junior sister was hard to predict. Duanmu Yao looked like she was going to risk her life to protect the 7 stars caterpillar grass. Would Long Fei Yi let Duanmu Yao do it? Although his attitude towards Duanmu Yao had been very cold, his performance in the Snake Valley had been very positive. His anxiousness was clearly because he was afraid that Duanmu Yao would be hurt, so much so that he had even left her to die at the side. Han Yunqi thought of this and silently shed a tear in her heart. Thus, she threw caution to the wind. In any case, she was only responsible for saving people. Whether or not she could obtain the life-blood pill wasn't within the scope of her responsibility. Chapter 61. With this thought, Han Yunqi felt much more at ease. She quietly retreated to the side and sat down, ready to watch the show. Your Highness Duke of Qin, Qinxia looks forward to your performance. Since Pill Fiend had spoken, Duanmu Bei's lips curled into a mocking smile. Your Highness Duke of Qin, it's just a spar. Don't take it too seriously. After he finished speaking, he retreated to the side. The room fell silent. Everyone's gaze fell on Long Fei Yi, nervous and expectant. Unexpectedly, Long Fei Ye's first reaction caught everyone off guard. His icy gaze fell on Duanmu Yao's hand, his expression grim and determined. His figure suddenly flashed and closed in on Duanmu Yao. This guy really wanted to steal. Han Yunqi jumped in fright, but she quickly recovered. She really wanted to cheer for Long Fei Yi. Although she knew that Long Fei Yi was only doing this to obtain the life-blood pill, she was still very happy. Senior brother, junior sister, whatever, they could go to hell. She decided to forgive this guy for his actions in Snake Valley. The most surprised were the siblings, Duanmu Bei and Duanmu Yao. Duanmu Yao instantly retreated, her eyes turning red. Although senior brother always ignored her, that was because of senior brother's cold temperament. After so many years, senior brother had never snatched anything from her. Today, he actually stole something from her for Han Yunqi. He wanted to steal something from her and give it to Han Yunqi. No, Duanmu Yao couldn't accept this reality. She fiercely glared at Han Yunqi, wishing she could rush over and tear that woman apart right now. Duanmu Bei angrily said, Long Fei Yi, are you trying to steal a woman's things? That thing isn't hers. Long Fei Yi retorted domineeringly. Duanmu Bei's despicable behavior left him speechless. Duanmu Yao huffed and looked at Long Fei Yi in a fit of pique. She simply hid the 7 stars caterpillar grass in her chest, then puffed out her chest and sucked in her stomach. She fearlessly said, Senior brother, this is a rare opportunity. Let's have a good competition. If you want to steal it, then come. Suddenly the room became silent, and then Old Man Pill Fiend laughed loudly. His voice was sometimes strange, sometimes deep and old, and sometimes bright and cheerful, filling the entire room. Good idea, ha ha ha. Han Yunqi's mouth twitched as she watched. Duanmu Yao, you win. Have you no shame? A man's despicableness can never compare to a woman's despicableness. Long Fei Ye's face darkened, and a hint of disgust flashed through his eyes. Both sides were in a deadlock. As His Excellency Pill Fiend's laughter gradually stopped, the room fell into silence. Pill Fiend sat loftily in the host's seat, his mood extremely cheerful. It had been a long time since Pill Fiend Valley had been so lively. He swept his gaze over the crowd before resting on Han Yunqi, his long, narrow eyes narrowing playfully. Everyone was standing and in a deadlock. This woman was interesting. She was actually sitting and watching the show like him. Thus, in the silence, His Excellency Pill Fiend opened his mouth, his tone slow and leisurely. "Your Highness Duke of Qin, isn't it more appropriate for a woman to steal from a woman?" These words were undoubtedly aimed at Han Yunqi. Han Yunqi's eyes widened as she looked at His Excellency Pill Fiend. What was this old thing trying to do? Duanmu Bei and Duanmu Yao both looked at Han Yunqi. Only now did they notice that she was actually sitting leisurely to the side. Seeing Han Yunqi's leisurely attitude, Duanmu Yao became even more furious. What right did she have? Duanmu Yao had already seen Han Yunqi's cowardice and incompetence in Snake Valley. She didn't want to fight with her senior brother, but now His Excellency Pill Fiend had given her a good idea. Her lips curved in ridicule. Duanmu Yao sneered. "Han Yunqi, if you want something, then come and steal it yourself. This princess will give you 3 moves. Long Fei Yi said indifferently, His Excellency Pill Fiend. She doesn't know martial arts. Doesn't know martial arts? His Excellency Pill Fiend seemed somewhat suspicious. Where did a woman who didn't know martial arts get the confidence to sit here so calmly and leisurely? How could Duanmu Yao know the truth about Long Fei Yi wanting the life blood pill? Seeing him so protective, her eyes seemed to be dipped in poison. If you don't have the ability, then don't come out and make a fool of yourself. Han Yunqi was satisfied with Long Fei Ye's performance. At least he hadn't changed his stance from beginning to end. Seeing Duanmu Yao so arrogant, she wasn't anxious. She slowly stood up and put on a pitiful expression. His Excellency Pill Fiend, it's so rude for a woman to get physical. Besides, I don't know martial arts. How about we compete in something else? Before Pill Fiend could say anything, Duanmu Yao angrily asked, Han Yunqi, what do you mean? Who are you calling rude? Whoever minds, I'm talking about. Han Yunqi said calmly. Duanmu Yao was about to lose her temper when Han Yunqi quickly added, as the Grand Princess of Western Zhou, your name spreads throughout the country. You're perfect in all 3 aspects, literary, martial, and physical. You must have excellent self-cultivation, so how could you be rude? Duanmu Yao was about to explode when she heard those words. No matter how angry she was, she couldn't express it. She could only suppress it in her heart. Duanmu Bei narrowed his eyes. Although he was angry, there was also a trace of admiration in his eyes. This woman, who didn't know martial arts, was even more formidable than a woman who knew martial arts. Long Fei Ye's lips curved up slightly, but His Excellency, Pill Fiend, laughed out loud in delight. He loved this show too much. Duanmu Yao couldn't vent her anger. She took a few deep breaths before forcing herself to calm down. Fine, Han Yunqi, this princess agrees. You can compete in anything you want. Han Yunqi was right. She was one of Cloud Realm Continent's famous talented women. She was perfect in all 3 aspects, literary, martial, and physical. This weak woman's competition was nothing more than child's play in zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting. She'd grown tired of those things since she was young. Han Yunqi was just the first wife's daughter who'd fallen out of favor from a small family. What could she use to compete with her? Han Yunqi knitted her brows in thought. For the sake of fairness, Your Excellency Pill Fiend should decide the competition. Naturally, His Excellency Pill Fiend agreed. No matter who won or lost, he'd still get 2 treasures. Watching women fight was much better than watching men fight. Very good, then it's decided. He laughed strangely again, seeming to be very excited. This Excellency will set the questions so you 2 can compete, but he was stuck here. What should they compete in? His Excellency Pill Fiend immediately quieted down. Having gotten used to his strange laughter, Han Yunqi didn't find it so terrifying anymore. But now she suddenly realized that this strange thing was most terrifying when he was quiet. Although she was far away, she could still sense the mysterious and terrifying aura emanating from his body. Heaven knows what kind of terrifying questions he'd set. Duanmu Yao raised her chin and gave Han Yunqi a provocative look. She was determined to win and was extremely arrogant. No matter what the competition was, she had to perform well in front of her senior brother and humiliate this Qin Wangfei in front of him. Although Han Yunqi wasn't confident, anything was better than martial arts. She probably wasn't even as strong as Duanmu Yao. Han Yunqi might lose in person, but she didn't lose in spirit. She arched a brow and looked back provocatively. So what if she was a princess? She could even take care of her own country's princess, to say nothing of a neighboring country's. After a long time, His Excellency, Pill Fiend, slowly raised his head. This Excellency has thought it through. Everyone immediately looked over. His Excellency, Pill Fiend, was in a good mood as he laughed strangely. Fine medicine. You two can compete to find medicine. Find medicine? Find what medicine? How do we find it? Duanmu Yao was very surprised. This was completely outside of her expectations. This Excellency will provide a prescription and a book of medicinal sketches for you to find in the entire medicine Ghost Valley. Whoever finds all the ingredients in the prescription first wins. His Excellency, Pill Fiend, said smugly. He was very satisfied with his idea. A trace of calculation flitted through Duanmu Yao's eyes. She didn't know anything about medicinal ingredients, but what about Han Yunqi? This woman was the Han family's trash. Although rumors about her becoming a genius doctor overnight were flying all over the Ning imperial city, Duanmu Yao didn't believe it. She felt that it was nothing more than a rumor spread by this woman herself. Otherwise, with so many people coming to seek medical treatment, why didn't she see a single one? Therefore, Han Yunqi should be the same as her. She didn't know anything about medicinal ingredients. If Han Yunqi didn't know anything about medicinal ingredients like her, then wouldn't she have an advantage? After all, the Medicine Ghost Valley was so big. Finding medicinal ingredients all over the valley was a very tiring task. Judging from Han Yunqi's frail body, she definitely wouldn't be able to bear it. Even if her body could bear it, her speed was far slower than hers. Thinking of this, Duanmu Yao immediately said flatteringly, His Excellency Pill Fiend is indeed an expert. Even the questions you come up with are different from ordinary people. However, I don't know if we can let outsiders help us find medicine. Since it's a competition between the two of you, naturally no outsiders can help. His Excellency Pill Fiend seriously replied. Hearing this, Duanmu Yao became even more confident. Without Long Fei Ye's help, how far could Han Yunqi walk with her pair of legs? How fast could she walk? If she flew with her qinggong, she could walk for half a day. His Excellency Pill Fiend, I'm willing to challenge you. Duanmu Yao was very straightforward. Pill Fiend was very satisfied. Looking at Han Yunqi, he asked, Qin Wangfei, what about you? It's a bit difficult. Han Yunqi sighed softly. You can also admit defeat right now. Duanmu Yao immediately taunted. Unexpectedly, Han Yunqi earnestly replied, Although it's a bit difficult, I'm still from a medical family. Princess Changle, don't you think it's unfair for us to compete in finding medicinal ingredients? Smiling mockingly, Duanmu Yao said in a low voice, It's said that you're the first good-for-nothing in the history of the Han family. How pitiful! There's no harm in this princess letting you win. So you're saying that Princess Changle feels that this competition is very fair? Han Yunqi asked again. Duanmu Bei listened from the side and felt that something was wrong. Just as he was about to speak, Duanmu Yao, who had a guilty conscience, was afraid that Han Yunqi would bring up the issue of her physical strength. Impatiently, she said, It's very fair. If you agree, then let's begin immediately. Han Yunqi appeared helpless, nodding her head. Okay, since there was someone who wanted to court a snub, What could she do? Han Yunqi definitely wouldn't tell Duanmu Yao that when she was studying Chinese medicine, there was a period of time where she was specifically trained to search for medicinal ingredients in the mountains. Medicinal ingredients had different growth habits and grew in different locations. Moreover, some medicinal ingredients grew together, while others absolutely couldn't grow together. As long as she was familiar with the growth habits and patterns of these medicinal ingredients, not to mention a valley, even if she was given an entire mountain, she would still be able to find the medicinal ingredients in a short period of time. To make a living, how could she not have a few tricks up her sleeve? Hearing Han Yunqi agree, Duanmu Yao's lips curled into a snicker. She couldn't wait to see her lose Long Fei Ye's poisonous python pill. Very good. Since you've agreed, then you're not allowed to go back on your word. If you go back on your word, this Darren will be very unhappy. Pill Fiend's laughter seemed to be both a joke and a warning. Finished speaking, he lazily got up and walked gracefully towards his desk to write down a prescription. Medicine Ghost Valley had so many medicinal ingredients. What kind of prescription would he write down? Chapter 62. His Excellency Pill Fiend's bony hands were basically just skin and bones. The joints of his bones were particularly prominent, and they were black in color, causing others to feel their hair stand on end. However, such a hand was able to grasp the brush in a proper manner, and the words he wrote were vigorous and majestic with an unrestrained attitude. Soon His Excellency Pill Fiend had filled an entire piece of paper with more than 20 medicinal ingredients. Seeing this, Long Fei Ye's eyes flashed with a complicated look, and he said unhappily, "How long do you want them to search for the life-blood pill for emergency use?" His Excellency Pill Fiend, we can't afford to waste time waiting for people who need to be saved. Duanmu Bei also spoke up. Cough, cough. His Excellency Pill Fiend coughed a few times, unhappy. There weren't many medicinal ingredients, and they only needed to search for a while. Wasn't that fun? They needed to search for at least 10 days to half a month. That way, he could watch Beauty search for medicinal ingredients every day and wouldn't be bored. As for whether they saved lives or not, what did that have to do with him? There were many people waiting outside the valley to be saved. If you think it's too much, then don't play. His Excellency Pill Fiend sneered. This time, Duanmu Bei and Duanmu Yao were anxious. Just as they were about to agree, Long Fei said, "All right." After saying that, he actually turned to leave. His Excellency Pill Fiend suddenly narrowed his eyes and stared coldly at Long Fei's back, emitting a dangerous aura from head to toe. Long Fei could feel a powerful aura pressing against him from behind, but his expression was still cold and arrogant. His footsteps were firm, and he even urged Han Yunqi, "Still not leaving?" Competing to find medicinal ingredients was Han Yunqi's strong point. Long Fei didn't want to refuse, but if there were so many medicinal ingredients, Han Yunqi wouldn't be able to beat Han Yunqi in terms of physical strength. In the end, she would still lose. Long Fei, you wouldn't let this step pass. Of course, Han Yunqi was well aware of her own strengths and weaknesses. She couldn't help but admire Long Fei's boldness. She followed him without another word. Seeing that the two were really about to leave, the anger in Pill Fiend's eyes grew more and more intense. Even Duanmu Yao, who was closest to him, felt inexplicably afraid. At this time, Long Fei and Han Yunqi had already reached the door and were about to leave. Suddenly, a butterfly dart flew out from His Excellency Pill Fiend's hand. Its trajectory couldn't be seen as it approached Long Fei in the blink of an eye. However, Long Fei didn't even turn around. An invisible force shook out from his back and directly shook the butterfly dart back to His Excellency Pill Fiend. Seeing this, Duanmu Yao and Duanmu Bei were shocked. They didn't expect that in just a few months, Long Fei's martial arts had improved so much. His Excellency Pill Fiend had been longing for the poisonous python pill for many years, so how could he let Long Fei really leave? Moreover, the life-blood pill wasn't unique to Medicine Ghost Valley. Other places should have it as well. With Long Fei Ye's ability, it wasn't impossible for him to find it. Seeing that Long Fei, he didn't even look back as he stepped out of the door. His Excellency, Pill Fiend, finally opened his mouth cold. Long Fei Yi, this Excellency promises you. At this time, Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi returned. Needless to say, these two really did look like husband and wife. Both of them were calm and composed. His Excellency, Pill Fiend, looked at them cold. A trace of hatred flashed through his eyes. Long Fei Yi, you win this time. You better never come and beg me for the secret medicine of Medicine Ghost Valley's poison sect. Moreover, this Excellency will take revenge for you right now. Medicine Ghost Valley's Excellency Pill Fiend tore up the first secret prescription and picked up the brush again. The more anxious Long Fei Yi was, the more he wanted to stall for time. He didn't need to write down a lot of medicinal ingredients, just a few. He could make it so that Han Yunqi and Duanmu Yao wouldn't be able to find it for a year and a half. When the time came, he wanted to see if Long Fei Yi or Duanmu Bei would be the first to panic. His Excellency Pill Fiend's brush hovered over the white paper. This time he didn't write immediately. Instead, he seriously pondered. There were many kinds of medicines that were difficult to find. Some looked like ordinary medicines, but were extremely good at hiding. They were clearly right in front of your eyes, but couldn't be found. Some had very harsh growth conditions and couldn't be found, let alone medicinal ingredients. Some were rare and had a long growth cycle. At most, there were 1 or 2 stalks in the valley. Naturally, His Excellency Pill Fiend had to write down all kinds of medicines that met all kinds of conditions. Everyone was waiting. Duanmu Yao glanced at Han Yunqi several times, her gaze cold and disdainful. Han Yunqi didn't want to play the battle of gazes with her this time. She moved closer to Long Fei Ye's side on purpose. Seeing this, Duanmu Yao was so angry that she immediately turned her head away. She didn't want to look any more. Long Fei Yi lowered his head and looked disdainfully at Han Yunqi, then took a step back to reject her. Han Yunqi was instantly embarrassed. However, Duanmu Yao didn't see this scene. Han Yunqi felt a little stifled. She thought that if it wasn't Long Fei Yi who wanted the life-blood pill today, but she wanted it, he would probably be the one to stand by and watch with folded arms. In fact, there was no need to suspect that this guy and Duanmu Yao were Marshall brothers or sisters. This guy was cold and emotionless to everyone. In his heart, there were no exceptions. Finally, after a long wait, His Excellency Pill Fiend made up his mind. He picked up the brush and wrote down 3 types of medicines on the white paper. He made 2 copies and handed them to Han Yunqi and Duanmu Yao. Han Yunqi didn't even look when Duanmu Yao read them out one by one. 7 Deaths Hawktail, Simple White Yumi, Ghost Hits the Wall. Hearing these names, Han Yunqi was instantly dumbstruck. She abruptly looked at the prescription in her hand and read it word by word to make sure there was no mistake. Heavens, it was actually these 3 medicines. Han Yunqi was so excited that she wanted to cry. Thus, in the eyes of outsiders, she looked like she wanted to cry but had no tears. Seeing her like this, Long Fei Ye's eyes flashed with a complicated look. He couldn't figure out this woman. However, Duanmu Yao laughed. Qin Wang Fei, you come from a medical family. You've seen these 3 medicines before, right? Han Yunqi took a deep breath before shaking her head. I've never seen him before. Duanmu Yao was instantly filled with confidence. Very good. This was the time to compete in physical strength. Very quickly, His Excellency Pill Fiend ordered people to deliver 2 medicinal herb atlases. How is it? Shall we begin? His Excellency Pill Fiend asked impatiently. No problem. Duanmu Yao had been itching to give it a try since a long time ago. As long as she had the atlases for comparison, with her speed and physical strength, even digging 3 feet into the ground of Medicine Ghost Valley wouldn't be a problem. Han Yunqi tightly gripped the atlases. Amen. Good, begin. This Excellency will wait here. Before His Excellency Pill Fiend could finish speaking, Duanmu Yao took the atlases and rushed out the door in a flash. So fast. Ahaha. This Excellency is looking forward to it. His Excellency Pill Fiend was laughing so hard that he was about to dance with joy. Of course. He was more concerned about Han Yunqi. Who told Long Feiyi to offend him? Seeing Duanmu Yao move so quickly, Han Yunqi gave a start before recovering her senses. She grabbed the medicinal plant diagrams and ran outside, but her running speed made His Excellency Pill Fiend anxious for her sake. His Excellency Pill Fiend stood up and followed beside Han Yunqi. Although he seemed to be walking slowly, he was actually faster than Han Yunqi. Han Yunqi, you can't be so slow. This Excellency might as well tell you that in the entire Medicine Ghost Valley, there's only one wall-hitting ghost. If you're late, you'll lose. Han Yunqi turned around and pretended to be shocked. Really? His Excellency Pill Fiend smiled until his long and flirtatious eyes narrowed into a straight line. This Excellency has never lied to a woman. Then many thanks. Han Yunqi smiled sweetly and sped up. When she finally reached the courtyard, Duanmu Yao had already disappeared. Long Feiyi and Duanmu Bei had been waiting outside for a long time. Seeing that Han Yunqi had only just arrived, Duanmu Bei's lips curled into a mocking smile as he teased. Qin Wangfei, you're so slow. Are you very confident? Unexpectedly, Han Yunqi actually turned around and regained her excited expression from when she saw the prescription. She nodded repeatedly, very much agreeing with Duanmu Bei's words. This time, she didn't look like she wanted to cry, but had no tears. Instead, she was truly excited. Duanmu Bei stared blankly. What was wrong with this woman? What did her expression mean? He had to admit that even Long Feiyi was confused by Han Yunqi. What kind of reaction was this? Did she recognize these 3 herbs, or did she just happen to not recognize them? Unexpectedly, Han Yunqi actually ignored them. She found a stone stool to the side and sat down, gently stroking her chest to calm herself down. Seeing this, even the smug His Excellency Pill Fiend quieted down. This woman couldn't be thinking of directly giving up, right? If that was the case, then he should prepare to properly mock Long Feiyi. Han Yunqi really wasn't deliberately mystifying things. She was really excited. She couldn't even use words to express it. Looking at His Excellency Pill Fiend, she wanted to pounce over and give him 32 likes. His Excellency Pill Fiend was truly a genius. No, he was a demon genius. The 3 herbs he wrote down were all poisons. Moreover, the most important thing was that these 3 herbs were all in this courtyard. One had to know that this place was the easiest place for people to overlook, so that idiot Duanmu Yao immediately rushed out. There were 2 types of poisonous herbs. One type had to be boiled to extract the poison, so it was classified as a hidden poisonous herb. The other type would reveal the poison even when it sprouted, so it was classified as a dominant poisonous herb. Unfortunately, the 3 herbs that His Excellency Pill Fiend wrote down all belonged to the latter type. When Han Yunqi entered the Medicine Ghost Valley, the detoxification system had warned her several times that there were many poisons in this valley. And when she entered this courtyard, the detoxification system had warned her again. She was most familiar with vegetable-type poisons. She didn't need to examine these dominant poisonous herbs at all. She could casually sweep her eyes over them and know what kind of poisonous herb it was. Duanmu Yao, go look carefully. 7 Death's Hawktail and Single White Yumi aren't ordinary herbs, but very rare ones. Even if there were a 2nd or 3rd one in this valley, His Excellency Pill Fiend himself might not be able to find it in a short amount of time. And there was only one wall-hitting ghost. It should have been specially cultivated by His Excellency Pill Fiend, so it would never be found outside. Leaving Long Feiyi, Duanmu Bei, and His Excellency Pill Fiend to look at her in astonishment, Han Yunqi patted her chest. Such an exciting matter. Give her a bit of time to calm down. Finally, Duanmu Bei couldn't bear it anymore and asked unhappily, Qin Wangfei, are you still not going to look? Are you going to admit defeat? Even at death's door, she was still arrogant. In a moment, just wait to cry. Han Yunqi stood up and smiled. Crown Prince Yi, Princess Changle is impatient. Why are you also impatient? As she spoke, she handed over the medicinal herb atlas that she hadn't flipped through to Long Fei Yi. Your Imperial Highness, help me hold this. A trace of amusement flashed through Long Fei Ye's eyes. He did not speak, silently taking the atlas. Duanmu Bei was speechless, his heart growing increasingly uneasy. Could it be that this woman was confident? However, this thought was quickly rejected by him. Impossible. Even if she recognized those medicinal herbs, it was impossible for her to immediately find them. Where did her self-confidence come from? She was only deliberately mystifying things. Thinking of this, Duanmu Bei crossed his arms, his expression cold. He would wait and see. He did not believe that Han Yunqi would fool around. However, His Excellency Pill Fiend, who had a guilty conscience, felt uneasy. This woman was sitting in the courtyard, not leaving. Could it be that she had discovered something? Chapter 63. Looking at Han Yunqi, who didn't seem to intend to leave the courtyard, Pill Fiend couldn't help feeling suspicious. However, he still didn't believe that Han Yunqi could find the 3 herbs. He had racked his brains to think of the 3 herbs, and they all grew in this courtyard. No matter how smart a person was, they wouldn't think of it so quickly. Besides, even if Han Yunqi suspected that the herbs grew in this courtyard, she still had to look for them. Pill Fiend thought, and his eyes fell on the herb atlas in Long Fei Ye's hands. Han Yunqi hadn't even flipped through it. Even if she suspected that the 3 herbs were in this courtyard, she still had to spend time looking for them, and she might not be able to find them. Thinking of this, Pill Fiend felt more relieved. He was still very confident in the question he had set. He glanced at the expressionless and calm Long Fei Yi, and his flirtatious eyes revealed an evil smile. He thought to himself, let's see how arrogant this guy can be. If Han Yunqi can't find the herbs in 3 days, he, who is anxious to save people, will have to beg obediently by then. Unexpectedly, just as Pill Fiend was feeling smug, he suddenly felt a chill down his spine. He subconsciously looked back and met Han Yunqi's smiling eyes. Pill Fiend was slightly startled and puzzled. Unexpectedly, Han Yunqi's beautiful eyes turned and looked at the stone steps on the right side behind him. The stone steps were covered with moss, and there was a circle of dog's tail around the edge of the moss. Following Han Yunqi's gaze, Pill Fiend's eyes fell on the dog's tail grass. Suddenly, his heart skipped a beat and almost stopped. It should be known that the 7 Deaths Iris was mixed in the circle of dog's tail grass. Could it be, if he could see Pill Fiend's face, he would definitely see his tightly knitted brows? No, this must be a coincidence. Han Yunqi was a good-for-nothing. How could she recognize the 7 Deaths Iris without looking at the herb atlas? It should be known that many pharmacists didn't even know what the 7 Deaths Iris looked like. His Excellency Pill Fiend quickly withdrew his line of sight, a malicious glint flashing through his eyes. He firmly believed that Han Yunqi couldn't find her. Unexpectedly, Han Yunqi stood up and personally walked over. This time His Excellency Pill Fiend's line of sight immediately followed her. He saw Han Yunqi accurately grasping an herb that was very similar to a green dog's tail and was about to uproot it. Stop! His Excellency Pill Fiend cried out in alarm. This voice was not the least bit eccentric, nor was it the least bit deep or old. It was very, very fierce, and one could vaguely hear a trace of his true voice. Han Yunqi didn't let go. She smiled and said, 7 deadly iris, right? Although she had already grasped it, His Excellency Pill Fiend was still somewhat unable to accept it from her own mouth. Was this the rhythm of a piece of trash going against the heavens? Pill Fiend narrowed his eyes and didn't answer for a long time. Han Yunchi shrugged and pretended to pull it out. His Excellency Pill Fiend was furious and had no choice but to answer, "Yes." As soon as these words came out, Duanmu Bei suddenly stood up from the side with an expression of disbelief. Han Yunchi, how did you know that the 7 deadly iris was in the courtyard, and how did you find it? His Excellency Pill Fiend was also very curious. This woman didn't even look at the atlas and found it with a single glance. She didn't even have the time to look for it and seemed to have found it with a single glance. Because I'm smart. Han Yunchi smiled and let go. This 7 deadly iris was still very young. She was someone who loved medicine and wouldn't recklessly waste a natural treasure. Of course, the more important reason was that she couldn't afford to compensate His Excellency Pill Fiend. Smart? I think you're cheating. You're clearly a piece of trash. So how did you know about the 7 deadly iris? Duanmu Bei mocked and ridiculed. Just now, someone personally said that it was fair. What? Are you going to act shamelessly now? Crown Princey, I only found one. Don't be so unconfident in your sister, Han Yunchi joked. Her words made Duanmu Bei speechless. If he continued, it would undoubtedly be a slap to his and Yao Yao's face. This crown prince doesn't believe that you can find a second one. Duanmu Bei said hatefully. This lord also doesn't believe that you can find a second one. His Excellency Pill Fiend narrowed his eyes and stared at Han Yunchi, his gaze never leaving her. His voice and gaze were faint, even if it was such a coincidence that Han Yunchi knew about the 7 deadly iris. She couldn't possibly recognize Simple Baiyimi, right? He didn't believe this. Unexpectedly, Han Yunchi faintly smiled. Her quick-witted and crafty eyes moved again as she looked at the grass under the fence in front of her. With his first experience, even Duanmu Bei nervously followed her to look. Duanmu Bei looked over, but he didn't understand anything and couldn't see anything. However, His Excellency Pill Fiend instantly sucked in a breath of cold air. His slightly narrowed eyes suddenly became serious. He didn't need to follow Han Yunchi's gaze to know what was in the grass under the fence in front of them. Some fine wildflowers bloomed in that small patch of grass. Among them, there was only one white flower. It was very inconspicuous, but it was the priceless Simple Baiyimi grass. Could it be that Han Yunchi even recognized Simple Baiyimi? Han Yunchi withdrew her gaze and looked at His Excellency Pill Fiend's stiff body. She smiled especially brightly. Simple Baiyimi, do you still need me to point it out? His Excellency Pill Fiend didn't answer. His gaze was firmly fixed on her eyes, as if it was really nailed there. His Excellency Pill Fiend had never failed in the field of medicine. Although he didn't personally participate in the competition today, he was the one who came up with the questions. He originally didn't intend for others to find it, but he didn't expect that Han Yunchi would actually find 2 plants in less than an hour. Although she said she was looking for it, she actually didn't look for it at all. Okay. She even recognized Simple Baiyimi. What happened to the so-called trash? Even if she was an extremely powerful pharmacist, recognizing the 7 deaths hawthorn was already very impressive. Simple Baiyimi was a medicine even rarer than the 7 deaths hawthorn, and it was also a poison. His Excellency Pill Fiend, that little white flower is Simple Baiyimi. Do you want me to go over and point it out? It's that white one, just one. Han Yunchi deliberately explained in detail. His Excellency Pill Fiend took a deep breath. He racked his brains to come up with this question, but it was actually so easily solved by someone. There was also the last poisonous herb. Ghost hits the wall. Could it be that she had already found it long ago? His Excellency Pill Fiend still didn't reply, but Duanmu Bei abruptly picked up Long Fei's illustrated collection of medicinal plants from the coffee table. He flipped to the marked pages and found a description of Shan Baiyimi. He deliberately walked over to compare. With this comparison, Duanmu Bei was stupefied on the spot. It really was Simple Baiyimi. Crown Prince Yi, it's correct, right? Han Yunchi asked with a smile. The atlas fell to the ground. Duanmu Bei slowly stood up, his face frighteningly dark. You also found the last ghost hits the wall. A trace of craftiness flashed through Han Yunchi's eyes, and she suddenly looked to the right. Duanmu Bei reflexively looked to the right, and then Han Yunchi looked to the left. Duanmu Bei also turned to the left. Ha ha ha, it's under your feet. Han Yunchi laughed loudly. Duanmu Bei actually lowered his head. Seeing this, Han Yunchi laughed so hard that she almost fell down. There was nothing under Duanmu Bei's feet. He was actually tricked. Duanmu Bei's face alternated between white and red, and his hands clenched into fists. His Excellency Pill Fiend's eyes were dark and gloomy. He had personally planted Ghost Hits the Wall on the roof, and it looked no different from weeds. Not to mention pharmacists, even many top-notch poison masters who came here couldn't find it. Han Yunchi tricked Duanmu Bei because she probably couldn't find it, right? Thinking of this, Pill Fiend regained some confidence and quickly calmed down. He reminded her in a strange tone, Han Yunchi, you found 7 deaths Hawktail and Shan by Yimi, but if you can't find Ghost Hits the Wall, you can't win. Unexpectedly, as soon as he finished speaking, Han Yunchi's eyes became meaningful. Seeing this, Pill Fiend panicked. However, this meaningful look quickly disappeared, and Han Yunchi inadvertently glanced at the roof. This inadvertent glance was far more meaningful than the previous one, and it made Pill Fiend's heart jump. Could it be that she even found Ghost Hits the Wall? Was she a genius? In order to find this Ghost Hits the Wall to plant, Pill Fiend had traversed mountains and ridges for 3 days and 3 nights. Seeing Pill Fiend's nervousness, Han Yunchi smiled indifferently and didn't say anything. However, Duanmu Bei saw her and Pill Fiend exchanging glances and immediately understood. Ghost Hits the Wall was also planted in this courtyard. How could it be like this? These were all very rare herbs, and Pill Fiend had just said that there was only one Ghost Hits the Wall. How could Yao Yao, who had rushed out long ago, find it? Duanmu Bei couldn't care less about where the 3rd herb was. Right now, he was most concerned about his little sister. Although he was a cruel and insidious person, he loved his little sister to the bone. He couldn't bear to see her suffer even the slightest grievance. Pill Fiend, you asked a good question. Duanmu Bei angrily turned and was about to leave, but Long Fei Ye's figure flashed and blocked his path. He coldly said the rules were just set. Bystanders can't help. Don't forget. Duanmu Bei was angry, but he had no reason to leave. Pill Fiend was present, so he didn't dare to act shamelessly. He could only sit on the side and sulk. This time, they were definitely going to lose. Pill Fiend wasn't in the mood to care about Duanmu Bei. At this time, his attention was all on Han Yunchi, and his gaze never left her. He really wanted to know whether Han Yunchi recognized Ghost Hits the Wall. He was waiting for Han Yunchi to say it, and the helpless Duanmu Bei could only wait, waiting for Han Yunchi to reveal the answer and then find Yao Yao. However, Han Yunchi just sat there without saying anything, and her eyes didn't move. At this time, Duanmu Yao Yao was searching for the 7 Deaths iris all over the valley. She looked at the pictures and explanations on the herb atlas 3 or 4 times, and she thought that she was smart enough to find the foxtail bush first. Thus, she flew all over the valley, and whenever she saw a large patch of foxtail bush, she would land and carefully compare it with the herb atlas. How could she know everything that happened in Pill Fiend's courtyard? As she searched, she didn't forget to think about Han Yunchi. She thought that Han Yunchi would be courting death just by looking for the foxtail bush. After eliminating a large patch of foxtail bush, Duanmu Yao Yao tapped her feet lightly and continued to fly to the next area. Although the task was a little difficult, she was still very confident. Soon, the sky began to darken. It was already dark, but Han Yunchi still hadn't found Ghost Hits the Wall. Of course, she never left the courtyard. Medicine Ghost Valley lit a lantern in the courtyard. Duanmu Bey paced back and forth at the entrance of the courtyard, his face pale and his heart burning with anxiety. However, he couldn't go out and warn her. Pale Fiend squatted on a flower bed at the side, occasionally glancing at the roof and occasionally glancing at Han Yunqi. He still waited patiently. Chapter 64. For the entire afternoon, Duanmu Bey had been urging Han Yunqi to hurry up and find the wall-hitting ghost. Now that things had reached a point of no return, he would rather lose early than let Yao Yao foolishly search outside. But Han Yunqi wasn't in a hurry. At this time, she was sitting at the stone table with Long Fei Yi, drinking tea and eating snacks. Long Fei Yi lifted his robe and sat casually, his entire body emitting a cold and domineering aura as if he was the master of this courtyard. Han Yunqi propped up her head with one hand and held a teacup with the other, looking especially relaxed. Regarding the wall-hitting ghost, she didn't say anything, and Long Fei Yi also didn't ask anything. However, he had to admit that this woman once again gave him a surprise that could even be called a pleasant surprise. For no reason, he actually firmly believed that she would be able to find the wall-hitting ghost. Long Fei Yi inadvertently raised his eyes to look at Han Yunqi, his deep and cold eyes flashing with a hint of recognition that even he himself didn't notice. This was the first time he acknowledged a woman like this. How many more skills did this woman have that he didn't know about? Finally, the sky was completely dark, but Duanmu Yao still hadn't returned. Duanmu Bey couldn't bear it anymore and strode in front of Han Yunqi. Qin Wangfei, since you've already found the wall-hitting ghost, then show it to avoid wasting everyone's time. With Han Yunqi's relaxed appearance, only a ghost would believe that she hadn't found the wall-hitting ghost. If she dragged on like this, it was undoubtedly purposely tormenting Yao Yao. Lord Pill Fiend's eyes lit up, and a trace of complexity flashed through his eyes. He hoped that Han Yunqi could find the wall-hitting ghost to amaze him, but at the same time he didn't want the question that he had carefully set to be solved so easily. Of course, what he hated the most was that he couldn't make Long Fei Yi suffer. Han Yunqi raised her eyebrows and looked at Duanmu Bey, saying seriously, "Crown Prince, Yi thinks too highly of me. From what I know, the wall-hitting ghost is very strange. Only one can grow on a mountain, or else all of them will die. This valley is so big, and His Excellency Pill Fiend also said that there was only one medicinal herb. It really isn't easy to find. How could I find it so quickly?" Hearing Han Yunqi's words, His Excellency Pill Fiend's eyes revealed a look of appreciation. At this point, he couldn't help but admire this woman. She even knew about the ghost labyrinth's habits. It seemed that she was a very knowledgeable fellow. She was young and a woman at that. She wasn't simple at all. His Excellency Pill Fiend looked at Han Yunqi. As he looked, his eyes gradually narrowed, and admiration gradually replaced the original hostility. However, Han Yunqi's words were a form of mockery to Duanmu Bey. His Excellency Pill Fiend had just said that there was only one wall-hitting ghost. Han Yunqi's emphasis was undoubtedly hinting to Duanmu Bey that she was doing it on purpose. Wasn't Duanmu Yao's speed very fast? She might as well take a few more laps outside. In any case, it was already dark, and she didn't want to leave for the time being. Duanmu Bey clenched his fist so tightly that it made cracking sounds. If it was Han Yunqi's man, he would definitely throw a punch at him. If Han Yunqi delayed in the courtyard for a day, Yao Yao would have to work hard for a day. If she delayed for a month, Yao Yao would have to work hard for a month, or even a year. Yao Yao was completely passive. How Duanmu Bey hoped that Yao Yao would be enlightened and come back to the courtyard to search. Compared to searching all over the valley, searching in such a small courtyard was simply too easy. However, even he himself didn't believe that Yao Yao would be enlightened and come back. Firstly, Yao Yao wasn't that smart. Secondly, he knew that girl's temperament. If she didn't find a single medicinal herb, she wouldn't come back because of her face. Duanmu Bei's heart was stifled with anger. He couldn't go down or up. The more he looked at Han Yunqi, the more his heart hurt. This crafty woman, what number one trash. What inability to recognize medicinal ingredients. It's all an act. Time passed little by little. His Excellency, Pill Fiend, sent for dinner. Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi both ate. But Duanmu Bei didn't have the slightest appetite. Yao yao, yao yao. Come back for a bit. However, after an entire night, Duanmu Yao still hadn't returned. According to the old steward's report, Princess Changle had been seen flying all over the valley with a torch. Hearing this, Han Yunqi laughed out loud in front of everyone, nearly causing Duanmu Bei to vomit blood. With Long Fei Yi watching over Duanmu Bei, Han Yunqi was very relieved. She went to sleep early in the guest room. It had to be said that she made it so that even His Excellency Pill Fiend couldn't sleep. He accompanied Long Fei Yi to watch over Duanmu Bei. After the long journey, Han Yunqi slept especially deeply and soundly. The next day, when the sun was high in the sky, she lazily walked into the courtyard. Good morning. Han Yunqi was in a good mood and greeted everyone. Long Fei Yi raised his brows and glanced at her, not saying anything. His Excellency Pill Fiend muttered to himself, not knowing what to say. Duanmu Bei narrowed his eyes and suddenly rushed in front of Han Yunqi. However, at almost the same time, Long Fei Yi also arrived in front of her, protecting her behind him. Cold eyes gazed at Duanmu Bei, a trace of displeasure flashing through his sharp eyes. Although she knew that Long Fei Yi was protecting her for the sake of the life-blood pill, Han Yunqi still felt a bit of warmth in her heart. At the very least, this proved that she was worthy of the protection of the number one king of the world. What exactly do you all want? Duanmu Bei finally exploded. Although it was only one day and one night, his heart ached for his little sister. Yao Yao was a golden branch and jade leaf. Since childhood, she had been doted on by everyone. Even when she was training at her sect, she had never suffered such hardships. What's more, this was basically Han Yunqi's scheme. Han Yunqi was here to laugh at them. The longer this dragged on, the more humiliating it would be for them. This was the first time Duanmu Bei had suffered in front of a woman. Such humiliation was unbearable. Crown Prince Yi, don't be impatient. I haven't found the third medicinal herb yet. If you can't wait, you can surrender. I won't stop you. Han Yunqi seriously suggested. As soon as these words came out, Duanmu Bei suddenly raised his hand and angrily said, Han Yunqi, you? A trace of killing intent flashed through Long Fei Ye's eyes. He grabbed Duanmu Bei's wrist and coldly said, Qin Wang Fei, you can't afford to be fierce. Seeing Long Fei Ye's killing intent, Duanmu Bei was shocked. He had known Long Fei Yi for so many years, but when had he ever seen Long Fei Yi so serious about a woman? Duke of Qin, don't tell me you really exchanged the life-blood pill for this woman. Duanmu Bei probed. Long Fei Yi fiercely pushed him away and pushed him to the side of the wall. He coldly replied, It has nothing to do with you. Either surrender or wait on the side. Duanmu Bei clenched his fists until they cracked, but he had no choice but to continue waiting. Soon, half a day passed. Han Yunqi basked in the sun while drinking tea. From time to time, she would look at Duanmu Bei with a smile that wasn't a smile, full of provocation. Duanmu Bei was already angry, so how could he withstand Han Yunqi's provocation? He had been proud his entire life, but this was the first time a woman had looked at him like this. How could he tolerate this? Finally, he couldn't hold it in anymore. He stood up and hatefully said, Lord Pill Fiend, we surrender. Immediately call Yao Yao back. Surrender. Lord Pill Fiend dug his ears and loudly said, What? What did Crown Prince Yi say? This lord didn't hear it. When had Duanmu Bei, the bloodthirsty crown prince, ever been so sullen? When had he ever admitted defeat so easily? We surrender. If you want the 7 stars caterpillar grass, then immediately call Yao Yao back. Duanmu Bei's anger overflowed to the heavens. His voice was so gloomy that it seemed to come from the underworld. A trace of disdain flashed through the depths of Pill Fiend's eyes. He immediately ordered, "Someone, go bring Princess Changle back." Duanmu Bei didn't even want to look at Han Yunqi. Lifting his robe, he sat to the side, his face dark. Han Yunqi was overjoyed. She looked towards Long Fei Yi with a smile, not avoiding the taboo of angering Duanmu Bei. Natural and unrestrained, she loudly said, "Long Fei Yi, I won." Han Yunqi's eyes curved into crescents as she smiled. Her entire being radiated with a threatening radiance. This radiance caused Long Fei Yi's gaze to be fixed on her face, not moving away for a long time. Seeing that Long Fei Yi was expressionless and had no reaction, Han Yunqi raised 2 fingers and made a V sign. Her smile became even more brilliant. "Hey, we won!" Long Fei Yi pulled at the corners of his mouth. It was unknown whether or not he was smiling. In short, it was very stiff. Han Yunqi really wanted to roll her eyes. Thinking about it, she decided to forget it. This large block of ice was born with facial paralysis. She was already used to it. Duanmu Bei was originally anxious. Hearing that Han Yunqi was so happy, he was unable to restrain his anger. Originally, he didn't want to look at her, but at this moment, he was fiercely glaring at her. If that gaze could kill, Han Yunqi would have been annihilated long ago. On the other hand, Pill Fiend faintly stared at Long Fei Yi. If it weren't for Han Yunqi's competition, he definitely wouldn't have allowed Long Fei Yi to take away the life-blood pill so easily. Where had this fellow found such an extraordinary woman? If she could stay in Medicine Ghost Valley, it would be a good choice. Soon, Duanmu Yao was brought back. Her entire person was much dimmer. Her long hair was disheveled, and her originally spotless white dress was speckled with dirt. She probably hadn't slept for the entire night. Her eyes were bloodshot and revealed an unconcealable exhaustion. The person who brought her back didn't tell her what happened. As soon as she entered the courtyard, she saw that Han Yunqi was also there. Duanmu Yao immediately perked up and sneered. "What, Han Yunqi, are you going to admit defeat?" Don't mention 3 herbs. This woman definitely couldn't find even one. If she didn't admit defeat, why did they bring her back? Han Yunqi didn't say anything. She looked at her up and down with great interest. Duanmu Bei was distressed for his sister and angry. He pulled Duanmu Yao over and said unhappily, "Take out the 7 stars caterpillar grass." When these words came out, Duanmu Yao was stunned. "What?" "They won. Take it out." Duanmu Bei's expression darkened even more. Duanmu Yao was stunned again, then angrily said, "Impossible. How did they win? Where's the item?" Although she knew that her imperial brother wouldn't lie to her, she still couldn't believe it. This was too sudden. It was your imperial brother who admitted defeat to Lord Pill Fiend. If you don't believe me, you can ask Lord Pill Fiend. Han Yunqi smiled innocently. Duanmu Yao abruptly looked at Lord Pill Fiend. Seeing Lord Pill Fiend nod, she inconceivably retreated a few steps. She then grabbed Duanmu Bei's collar and angrily questioned, "Who told you to admit defeat? Who told you to admit defeat?" Duanmu Bei was a dignified crown prince, yet he didn't get angry when his sister grabbed his collar like this. Instead, he looked distressed for her and explained in a low voice. However, before Duanmu Yao could finish listening, she was already furious. Obtaining the life-blood pill was one thing, but losing face was another. How could she lose to Han Yunqi? And in front of her senior brother, where's the item? This princess wants to see it for herself. Duanmu Yao was extremely furious. She rushed in front of Han Yunqi, and even Duanmu Bei couldn't stop her. Han Yunqi was very willing to enlighten her. She pointed at the 7 death's hawktails and shan by Yimi in the courtyard for Duanmu Yao to see. Duanmu Yao was surprised. After a while, she came back to her senses and realized how stupid she had been. Chapter 65. Duanmu Yao finally realized that not only had she been humiliated, but she had also brought shame upon herself. Han Yunqi had not left the courtyard at all. She had even found the ghostly labyrinth. Duanmu Yao had been stalling for time, allowing Duanmu Yao to run all over the mountain like a clown. Han Yunqi Yu. Duanmu Yao was both embarrassed and angry, pointing at Han Yunqi. She was so angry that she was almost speechless. You cheated. You come from a medical family and are familiar with medicinal ingredients, but I know nothing about them. This is unfair. I refuse to accept this. Han Yunqi had long known that this princess had no credibility to speak of. Looking towards Pill Fiend, she said, "Your Excellency, Pill Fiend, you must uphold justice." At this moment, Pill Fiend found Han Yunqi pleasing to the eye. Eccentrically, he warned, "Hee, Princess Changle, before the competition. It was you who said that the rules were fair. Now that you want to go back on your word, this Darren will be very unhappy." Duanmu Yao did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. She still wanted to argue, but Duanmu Bei pulled her back, firmly gripping her wrist. In a low voice, he said, "Enough. This is not the place to make trouble." Although His Excellency Pill Fiend was eccentric, unpredictable, and even crazy, he was definitely not someone to be trifled with. After being humiliated once, Duanmu Bei didn't want to be known as someone who couldn't afford to lose a bet. He also didn't want to make a big deal out of it. Even her imperial brother was somewhat angry. Although Duanmu Yao was extremely unwilling, she still turned around and obediently took out the 7 stars caterpillar grass from her chest. As soon as she handed it over to her imperial brother, tears streamed out of her eyes. Glancing resentfully at Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi, she angrily turned around and ran out. "Han Yunqi, I hate you. Next time, I definitely won't let you off." Duanmu Bei handed the 7 stars caterpillar grass to Pill Fiend. Coldly, he said, "Your Excellency, a bet is a bet. This one keeps his word." Pill Fiend revealed a bony hand, grabbing it into his black robes. Soon he began to cackle strangely, no longer paying attention to Duanmu Bei. "Duke of Qin, may we meet again someday." Duanmu Bei still had a bit of grace. He cupped his hands and bowed. Although he was talking to Long Fei Yi, he was warning Han Yunqi. "Han Yunqi, you really are a strange girl, but it's a pity you hurt Yao Yao and humiliated this prince. It's best if you don't fall into this prince's hands one day." After saying this, he flicked his sleeves and turned to leave. Han Yunqi had seen even scarier warnings, so she wasn't afraid. She muttered, "If you agree to bet, you must accept defeat." How is this admitting defeat? After hiding the 7 stars caterpillar grass, His Excellency Pill Fiend laughed strangely. "Qin Wangfei, this Darren admires you, sincerely." Han Yunqi immediately felt her hair stand on end. She subconsciously hid behind Long Fei Yi. She couldn't accept this strange thing's submission. Long Fei Yi handed over the poisonous python pill and reminded him coldly, "His Excellency Pill Fiend, you should take out the life blood pills now." As soon as he saw Long Fei Yi, His Excellency Pill Fiend immediately put on an arrogant attitude and unhurriedly said, "Just wait." As he spoke, he unhurriedly went into the room to get it. After a long time, he finally returned with a brocade box and slowly opened it. Inside the box was a blood-red, medicinal pills the size of a pellet. Upon closer inspection, one could even faintly smell the scent of blood. This was the life blood pills that Gubeiwa had mentioned. Han Yunqi's eyes immediately lit up. She reached out to take it, but who knew that His Excellency Pill Fiend would hurriedly take it back and laugh mischievously. "Qin Wangfei, if you tell me where the wall-hitting ghost is in this courtyard, this thing will belong to you. How about it?" Han Yunqi was stunned. Just as she was about to speak, Long Fei Yi coldly said, "Gu Qi Sha, are you going to go back on your word?" This Darren isn't talking to you." His Excellency Pil Fiend's cold voice changed faster than flipping a book. "However," Han Yunchi said, "what if I'm not willing to tell you?" His Excellency Pil Fiend's eyes darkened. His killing intent suddenly appeared, but it was quickly concealed. He took a deep breath and handed over the life blood pills with both hands. Han Yunchi was afraid that he would regret it, so she hurriedly put away the pouch for safekeeping. Then she took a deep breath. The most important thing was finally in her hands. Long Tianma's illness could be considered to have mostly recovered. Now that they had the item, they naturally had to hurry back. Everyone in the Eastern Palace was probably anxious. Unexpectedly, His Excellency Pil Fiend actually followed them all the way to the door. He chuckled mischievously and pestered them. "Qin Wangfei, just tell me. You really found it, right?" Han Yunchi smiled mysteriously. "Hee, I'll tell you when I come back next time." His Excellency Pil Fiend still wanted to pester her, but Long Fei Yi turned around and gave him a cold glance. His Excellency Pil Fiend only felt the killing intent around him suddenly rise. His narrow eyes narrowed with a dangerous glint as he provoked him back. However, when Han Yunchi and Long Fei Yi walked out of the valley, His Excellency Pil Fiend didn't pester them anymore. Instead, he watched them from afar. Only when he saw their figures disappear did His Excellency Pil Fiend chuckle. Unexpectedly, not only was this voice extremely magnetic, it was also deep and pleasant to the ears. It was clearly the voice of a young man. His hands stretched out from his black robe. They were gentle like white jade and slender and good-looking. They were completely different from their previous emaciated appearance. Even the precious poisonous python pill and 7 stars caterpillar grass lying in his palms weren't as eye-catching as his hands. He muttered to himself with a mischievous smile, "Han Yunchi? Hee, interesting. We'll meet again someday." On the way back, Long Fei Yi asked Han Yunchi, "Where's the wall-hitting ghost in the courtyard?" She didn't expect this fellow to be curious as well. Han Yunchi said mysteriously, "I'm not telling you." His expression stiffened, a little surprised by Han Yunchi's reaction, but he quickly recovered his usual cold demeanor. The two of them hurried on their way and arrived at Tianning's capital 3 days later in the morning. Long Fei Yi and Han Yunchi's absence had left the Emperor and Empress worried sick. If the Duke of Qin hadn't taken them away, everyone would have assumed that Han Yunchi had run away. It was still early in the morning, but the Eastern Palace was already packed with people. Emperor Tian Hui came over as soon as he finished court, while the Empress Dowager and Empress stayed close to him. Even Han Kongan didn't leave, but respectfully waited behind the Empress Dowager. He didn't dare to voice his grievances. Gu Beiwei was inside the room, keeping watch by the Crown Prince's bedside. Your Majesty, the Duke of Qin and Qin Wangfei have entered the palace and are heading this way." Long Fei Yi and Han Yunchi had just entered the palace when Eunuch Shui scrambled over to report. Emperor Tianhui was thrilled. "Did you bring back the life blood pill?" Hearing this, Han Kongan grew nervous and stared fixedly at Eunuch Shui, waiting for his reply. Han Yunchi had already analyzed the illness so thoroughly and insisted that her diagnosis wasn't wrong. Although Han Kongan had been forced into silence, he still refused to believe Han Yunchi's diagnosis. As long as they got the life blood pill, Han Yunchi could start treatment. Then they'd know whether he or Han Yunchi was right. The Crown Prince's stomach was a child, so he wanted to see how Han Yunchi would turn the child into a malignant tumor. Eunuch Shui was in a difficult position. Your servant forgot to ask." Actually, Eunuch Shui didn't dare to ask. What right did he have to ask His Highness Duke of Qin? Even if he did, His Highness Duke of Qin wouldn't spare him a glance. "Useless thing! Hurry up and go!" the Empress Dowager scolded. She was even more anxious than Emperor Tianhui. Yes. Your servant will go right away." Eunuch Shui was about to leave when Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi entered the courtyard. The two of them were travel-worn from the journey, but still looked as elegant as ever. Long Fei Yi, especially, entered the courtyard. His tall and proud figure immediately gave everyone a sense of pressure. Only the emperor's aura could rival his. Emperor Tianhui might be impatient, but he wasn't flustered. As soon as he saw Long Fei Yi enter, he stepped forward and asked with concern, "Duke of Qin, did your journey go smoothly?" Thanks to Imperial Brother's good fortune, everything went smoothly. Long Fei Yi bowed with his hands clasped in front. Han Yunqi followed suit and bowed by his side. Then that's good, that's good. You may all rise, Emperor Tianhui said with a smile. Emperor Tianhui smiled. He didn't look anxious, but the people around him were burning with impatience. All of them were staring at Long Fei and Han Yunqi, waiting for news. Then, did you bring back the life-blood pill? Emperor Tianhui finally asked about business. Everyone grew nervous at these words, especially Han Kongan, who knitted his brows. Inside the room, Gu Beiwei and Crown Prince Long Tianma both stopped, moving to listen in silence. Long Fei Yi was expressionless. He wasn't anxious like the rest, because the item wasn't in his hands. Han Yunqi swept her eyes over the crowd, secretly delighted. Making you all wait is worth this Wang Fei's hard work. Her gaze swept past Han Kongan, who immediately grew alarmed. What does this damned lass mean by this? Han Yunqi had only delayed for a few seconds, but impatient people couldn't wait. Duke of Qin, did you all get the life-blood pill? The Empress couldn't help but ask. Long Fei Yi didn't speak, but glanced towards Han Yunqi. His eyes were telling her to stop before going too far. All right. Han Yunqi smiled and immediately took out a brocade box from her sleeve. This is the life-blood pill. We got it without a hitch. In a flash, everyone's eyes focused on them. Emperor Tianhui didn't dare to be careless, but quickly called out, Imperial Physician Gu, come over here. Gu Beiwei came out of the room and walked over with quick steps. Imperial Physician Gu, this is the life-blood pill. Emperor Tianhui asked seriously. As soon as he smelled the scent of blood and saw the color, Gu Beiwei was certain. Delighted, he said. To reply, Your Majesty, Empress Dowager and esteemed Empress, this really is the life-blood pill. The Crown Prince's illness can be cured. Congratulations to Your Majesty. Congratulations to Your Majesty. With Gu Beiwei's confirmation, everyone felt relieved. But with the life-blood pill in hand, it meant that Han Yunqi's treatment was about to begin. Actually, Emperor Tianhui and the Empress Dowager didn't completely trust Han Yunqi's diagnosis, but they were more willing to believe in Han Yunqi than Han Kongan's diagnosis. Of course, this was also Emperor Tianhui's last chance for the Crown Prince. If the Crown Prince was cured, then everything would be fine. If not, then Emperor Tianhui would have to give up on the Crown Prince. The Empress was the clearest about this complicated relationship. To Emperor Tianhui, he had many sons, but to the Empress, she only had the Crown Prince as her only son. She didn't care whether Han Yunqi's diagnosis was right or wrong, or whether the Crown Prince's stomach was filled with a malignant tumor or a child. She only wanted one result, and that was the Crown Prince was fine. Han Yunqi, then can we detoxify the poison now? Emperor Tianhui's eyes revealed traces of nervousness, but Han Yunqi only said no. What? She already had the life-blood pill, but it still wasn't enough? Everyone fell silent at her words. Even Long Fei Yi knitted his brows and looked over. Chapter 66. Why couldn't Han Yunqi start expelling the poison even though she'd gotten her hands on the life-blood pill? Everyone was astonished, but Han Yunqi explained, I'm too tired. Let's start in the afternoon to avoid any mistakes. Han Yunqi was exhausted from rushing all the way here. Everyone else was anxious, but she wasn't. She had to take care of her own body. As a doctor, Being responsible for herself meant being responsible for the patient. Although she'd gotten her hands on the life-blood pill, expelling the poison was only a minor operation. It was still an incision. If there was a single mistake during the process, the consequences would be hard to explain. Hearing her words, Emperor Tianhui's eyes flashed with displeasure. Still, he dreaded the words to avoid any mistakes, so he didn't say much but nodded in agreement. Han Yunqi slept the entire morning in a side room of the Eastern Palace. Besides Long Feiyi, no one else left. Although they were all impatient, they could only wait for her all morning. After waking up in the afternoon and eating some snacks, Han Yunqi finally returned to the courtyard. Gu Beiwe had already made some preparations and was waiting for her. When she didn't see Long Feiyi, Han Yunqi's eyes flashed with astonishment, but she didn't think too much about it. Han Yunqi, you're awake now, aren't you? Emperor Tianhui asked loftily. To reply, Your Majesty, Yunqi is much more awake. Han Yunqi bowed as she replied truthfully. That's good. You should know that if anything goes wrong. Emperor Tianhui didn't finish his sentence, but it was more intimidating than a warning. Yunqi understands. Han Yunqi lowered her head, her eyes deep and calm. Since Emperor Tianhui had spoken, she naturally had to make her own demands. Your Majesty, when Qinxie is treating, no one is allowed to be present besides Imperial Physician Gu. At these words, the Empress was the first to feel uneasy. She said coldly, Han Yunqi, what kind of attitude is this? On one side, Han Kongan seized the chance to question her. Qin Wangfei, could it be that there's some secret plot behind your treatment that needs to be cleared out? Or perhaps the Crown Prince's stomach is already a fetus, and you're afraid that others will see it? Han Yunqi coldly glanced at him and said sarcastically, Why don't you treat him? Divine Dr. Han! You. Han Kongan had no words to reply, but turned to Emperor Tianhui instead. Your Majesty, as this commoner sees it, there must be something fishy going on here. Gu Beiwen knew Han Yunqi's habits, and was about to explain when Han Yunqi spoke to Emperor Tianhui. Your Majesty, this treatment is extremely taxing on the mind. You're all under too much pressure in Yunqi's presence, so you can't concentrate. In order to reduce the risk of treatment and for the sake of the Crown Prince's safety, I ask the Emperor to understand. As for Divine Dr. Han's suspicions, Yunqi said long ago that once the poison in the Crown Prince's stomach is cured, Divine Dr. Han can personally examine him. As soon as Han Yunqi entered the zone, her solemn and professional side was revealed. Although her voice wasn't loud, it carried a sense of authority that couldn't be ignored. Without waiting for Emperor Tianhui to reply, Han Yunqi added, Aside from this, Yunqi has another request. During Yunqi's treatment, I hope that you can ensure that the surroundings are quiet and safe, so as to eliminate unnecessary disturbances and accidents. Everyone present was the most respected figure in the empire, but right now, the doctor held the highest authority. Although Han Yunqi's attitude made Emperor Tianhui very uncomfortable, he could only agree to her demands at this juncture. Leaving aside the issue of responsibility, Emperor Tianhui didn't want to see any mistakes. After the treatment, he'd have people inspect the scene immediately. Han Yunqi wouldn't be able to play any tricks. All right, Jen agrees. I hope you won't disappoint Jin either. Go on in, Emperor Tianhui said coldly. Since Emperor Tianhui had agreed, what else could Han Kongan say? He glared hatefully at Han Yunqi, anticipating the examination after the treatment. Many thanks for your Majesty's understanding. Yunqi won't disappoint you. Han Yunqi was still very confident. After all, once the problem of excessive blood loss was solved, the treatment would be simple. Only then did she rise and prepare to enter the rooms with Gu Beiwe. At this moment, the Empress chased after them and took her hand. Yunqi, I'll leave Tianma to you. Han Yunqi was about to speak when the Empress lowered her voice and warned her cold. Han Yunqi, you better make sure that Tianma is safe and sound. Otherwise, I definitely won't let you off." As the Empress spoke, her lips rose into an arrogant smile. "Of course, if you cure Tianma, I and the Empress Dowager won't treat you unfairly." Han Yunqi laughed coldly in her heart. Wasn't this trouble caused by the Empress? She didn't want to be treated unfairly. As long as the Empress didn't cause her any more trouble, she'd be thankful. Han Yunqi didn't reply, but gave the Empress a deep look. Without a trace, she pushed aside her hand and immediately entered the room, personally closing the door behind her. Seeing this, the Empress was so angry that her face turned black. "What a Han Yunqi! If you weren't the Duke of Qin's official consort, I could crush you to death with a single finger. You better be so confident when you come out later. Otherwise, I'll teach you a lesson." Once the door closed, the Empress Dowager and Empress didn't leave. They stood outside the door and eavesdropped, hoping to hear something. The Empress was angry, but more than that, she was nervous. The Emperor didn't go far, but sat down in the courtyard. Seeing the Empress Dowager and Empress sneaking around in front of the door, he couldn't help but feel annoyed. "Muhu, come and sit," he said mildly. Only then did the Empress Dowager come over, her eyes full of worry. I just heart, it's up and down. It's uneasy." The Empress was about to agree when she saw the impatience in the Emperor's eyes. She could only give up and accompany the Empress Dowager to sit on the side. Waiting for even a second longer felt like an eternity. Inside the room, the busy Han Yunqi had long forgotten the time. She had already done the necessary checks on Long Tianma. After confirming that she could use the scalpel, she immediately anesthetized him with medicine. This anesthesia had to be a full-body anesthesia. First, it would be very uncomfortable to take the poison later. Second, if she used the scalpel, Long Tianma might not be able to endure it. Of course, the most important thing was that she didn't want Long Tianma to see too much. The new anesthetic in her detoxification system was very useful. After a while, Long Tianma completely fainted. Gu Beiwe then began to decoct the medicine. The large bag of poison was turned into a small bowl of poison soup. It was indeed poison. The taste was especially strange. Even Gu Beiwe, who grew up in piles of medicine, couldn't stand it. Fortunately, Long Tianma was unconscious. Otherwise, it would be very troublesome for him to drink the medicine. After decocting the medicine, Gu Beiwe personally forced Long Tianma to drink it. Han Yunqi walked to the medicine pot. Just as she was about to dispose of the poison dregs, she suddenly stopped and hesitated. The smell of the dregs was stronger than she expected. Whether it was hidden in her medical bag or Gu Beiwe's case, it could be smelled out. If it was found, it would be difficult to explain. What should I do? Han Yunqi looked back at Gu Beiwe. Seeing that his attention was on Long Tianma, her eyes flashed with a trace of complexity. She moved her back to Gu Beiwe to block his view. However, Han Yunqi didn't know that at this moment, a pair of cold and deep eyes were staring at her from the roof. Long Fei Yi saw Han Yunqi's strange behavior at a glance and immediately suspected that there was a problem with the medicine pot. However, as a non-professional, he couldn't understand what was going on. Could it be that Han Yunqi was hiding something from Gu Beiwe? At this moment, Han Yunqi's hand was lightly grasping the dregs of medicine. She seemed to be smelling them, but in the split second that Long Fei was distracted, the dregs of medicine in Han Yunqi's hand vanished into thin air. Long Fei Yi suddenly frowned and immediately moved a tile to let himself see more clearly. He saw that the dregs in the medicine pot were already empty. Han Yunqi turned around to open Gu Beiwe's case and took out a bag of medicine. Where was it? Did he see wrongly, or did it really disappear into thin air? Long Fei couldn't figure it out. The safest way was to store the dregs of poison in the detox system. They couldn't even be smelled. Han Yunqi glanced at Gu Beiwe and saw that he was still pouring Long Tianma's poison down his throat. She exhaled and relaxed. She took out the ingredients she'd prepared beforehand from Gu Beiwe's case. These were the ingredients she'd written down on a whim before. She placed the entire bag of ingredients into the medicine pot and only added half of the water to boil them all over again. By the time she was done expelling the poison, these dregs would have turned to dregs. She wasn't afraid of Emperor Tianhui or Han Kongan inspecting them then. After pouring down the bowl of poison, Han Yunqi's gaze turned serious. Although this was a simple operation, there were always risks involved. This was the most crucial step, but also the most dangerous. The poison began to dissolve the fetus in Long Tianma's womb. Rather than calling it a fetus, Han Yunqi preferred to call it a thing, because that thing only had signs of life. Perhaps it didn't even have the shape of a human. Thinking this way, she felt less guilty about facing life. Han Yunqi calmly lifted Long Tianma's robes to reveal his big belly. Although he knew Han Yunqi was a doctor now, Gu Beiwa was still speechless at her nimble movements. Still, he admired her even more. This woman wasn't as bashful as other women. Her actions were impudent, but her heart was magnanimous. She did things decisively and boldly. Imperial Physician Gu, you're not allowed to speak to me before I start the operation. No matter what happens, don't disturb me. Han Yunqi's tone was very serious. It took time for the poison to dissolve that thing, and the length of time would determine when Han Yunqi would start the operation. If it was too early, there'd be no way to completely dissolve the fetus in the womb. If it was too late, the poison might start to endanger the 5 viscera and 6 bowels and create new problems, or leave behind sequelae. Han Yunqi wouldn't allow any of this, nor could she afford to take responsibility for it. After all, the 3 people outside weren't people to be trifled with. There was still Han Kongan waiting to grab hold of her pigtails. She could only succeed at this step, not fail. Although Gu Beiwa didn't understand the intricacies of this step, he knew it was crucial. Otherwise, Han Yunqi wouldn't have asked Emperor Tianhui for a second request. "All right, don't be too nervous," Gu Beiwa said as he turned to leave, trying his best to minimize any disturbances. Han Yunqi's gaze rested on Long Tianma's bulging stomach, her gaze solemn and focused. She immediately activated the detox system's deep scanning function to scan the poison in Long Tianma's abdomen. She tracked the movement of the poison and calculated the progress of its dissolution based on the changes in the poison's toxicity. At this moment, Han Yunqi was completely focused, her entire being emanating a solemn aura that didn't allow anyone to disturb her or approach her. Although the detox system's deep scanning function was calculated by AI, it still required the cooperation of her consciousness. Her concentration had to reach 100%, or else it'd affect the system's calculations and affect the time it took to start the operation. Gu Beiwa watched her from a distance, his eyes filled with amazement. He liked this woman's serious looks the most. But right at this moment, Chapter 67. Just as Han Yunqi was concentrating, Han Kongan's voice suddenly came from outside the door. He was pleading with Emperor Tianhui, and his voice wasn't soft. "Damn it!" Gu Beiwa silently cursed, but didn't dare to open the door to stop him. He was afraid that the people outside would rush inside and affect Han Yunqi even more. Outside the room, Han Kongan had been looking forward to the post-treatment examination, but the more he thought about it, the more unsettled he felt. He couldn't just sit and wait for death. What if Han Yunqi really bribed Gu Beiwa to play some sort of trick? Then wouldn't he be finished? No matter what, he wouldn't allow it, even if there was the slightest possibility. He had to go inside and watch Han Yunqi's every move with his own eyes. "Your Majesty, let this commoner go in and take a look as well. After all, this commoner has served His Highness Crown Prince for so many years. I understand his body's condition better than Imperial Physician Gu." Emperor Tianhui looked at him, coldly hesitating. "Your Majesty, let this commoner go in. For better or for worse, I'll be able to take care of him and see clearly how Qin Wangfei treats him. That way, It'll be safer than a post-treatment examination, won't it? Han Kongen's words were clear enough. Emperor Tianhui was still suspicious of Han Yunqi, but he nodded at these words. You can go in. Han Kongen rejoiced. Thank you, Your Majesty. This commoner will definitely see clearly. Delighted, Han Kongen's voice grew louder. Gu Beiwa heard him clearly, but Han Yunqi didn't move at all. It wasn't clear whether she heard him or not. Seeing Han Kongen walk over, Gu Beiwa's heart burned with impatience. He was stuck in a dilemma and didn't know what to do. If he let Han Kongen knock on the door, he could refuse, or he could go out and stop him. Both options would greatly affect Han Yunqi. Gu Beiwa's usually calm brows furrowed tightly. At this time, Han Yunqi also heard the commotion outside, but her ability to resist interference was not bad, so she directly ignored it. However, no one could guarantee that when Han Kongen knocked on the door later, Han Yunqi would still be able to control her attention. At the critical moment, Han Kongen was already at the door. Gu Beiwa decided to throw caution to the wind. He pressed one hand on the door and prepared to open it. Han Yunqi seemed to notice his action and instantly became distracted. She immediately tried her best to regain her senses. Beads of sweat the size of beans appeared on her forehead, and her back was already drenched. However, he couldn't concentrate. If this continued, he would make a mistake, and it would be a big mistake. What to do? Unexpectedly, at this critical moment, a cold voice rang out. Your Majesty, didn't you just promise her that no one will disturb her? This voice belonged to Qin Wang. The Duke of Qin was the Duke of Qin. Han Kongen abruptly stopped at his words. Hearing this, Gu Beiwa's heart finally settled back into his chest. His hand on the door dropped as well, while Han Yunqi exhaled in relief. Just like when she'd saved the young general, her hand had trembled as she held the needle. But as soon as she heard his voice, her heart calmed down and she felt like the entire world was safe. She narrowed her eyes and immediately entered a state of mind, forgetting everything around her. It wasn't clear what Long Fei had done outside, but even Gu Beiwa didn't hear a sound from the door after his words. Outside, Han Kongen's mouth was gagged. Long Fei was sitting on the steps by the door. Although he sat very low, his entire body emanated an air of nobility that was hard to ignore. His every movement carried an air of confidence and ease. Emperor Tianhui didn't say much because of the promise, but a complicated look flitted past his eyes. He'd been trying to figure out Long Fei Ye's attitude towards this official consort all this time. He was someone who didn't care about matters that didn't concern him. Was this for the sake of the crown prince's safety, or to prevent Han Yunqi from committing a crime? Inside the room, it was still silent. Time slowed as they waited. Gradually, they heard the rumbling sounds of Long Tianma's stomach, the sound of the poison dissolving the fetus in the womb's bones. This voice grew louder and louder. Then it gradually became softer and softer until it gradually disappeared. As the voice disappeared, the atmosphere in the room also became extremely tense. Suddenly, Han Yunqi's eyes lit up as she said in a low voice, "Prepare the life-blood pill." Success! Gu Beiwa broke into a smile and immediately prepared the life-blood pill to coordinate with Han Yunqi to give Long Tianma. Han Yunqi waited a bit longer until she heard the beep of the scanning system. Her taut nerves immediately relaxed. Time was up. After warming up her hands, Han Yunqi immediately began to use the knife. Her movements were practiced, nimble, and very beautiful. The sharp edge of the knife left a 2 gash on Long Tianma's stomach. At first, bright red blood flowed out, but as Han Yunqi began to insert needles, the blood turned black. Han Yunqi searched for acupoints while observing the amount of blood. Soon enough, the entire bed was dyed red. Her head was bowed the entire time, her expression focused and professional. Although this was her best skill, she never let her guard down. Imperial Physician Gu used the medicine. Gu Beiwa cooperated very well. The life-blood pill was truly a miraculous item. Long Tianma's deathly pale complexion gradually turned rosy. Han Yunqi raised her eyes to look at him before taking his pulse. Satisfied, she continued to search for acupoints. Although the process was very long, the danger had been reduced to its lowest point. Finally, half an hour later, all the toxins in Long Tianma's body had been completely removed. There was no need for any follow-up medicine. Han Yunqi used some anti-inflammatory and raw flesh adhesives before carefully bandaging the gash. Finally, she carefully tidied up Long Tianma's clothes. Finally, it was all done. Han Yunqi turned her head and exhaled a long breath of turbid air. Her mind relaxed, but what followed was exhaustion. The tiredness accumulated over the past few days, as well as the exhaustion caused by the 2 hours earlier, all exploded. However, she still persevered. She took his pulse and checked his complexion. After confirming that there were no mistakes, she sat down at the side and said indifferently, "Imperial Physician Gu, open the door." Gu Beiyue's eyes held a trace of heartache, but he didn't open the door immediately. Instead, he poured a cup of warm water for Han Yunqi to drink, then took out a few pieces of ginseng from his case and said softly, "Put them in your mouth. Rest a bit first, there's no rush." Han Yunqi took the ginseng and put it in her mouth. She knew that it was worth a fortune. If it wasn't 1,000 years old, it was at least 500 years old. A small piece was worth 1,000 gold, but he'd given her 3 large pieces at once. Perhaps she was hallucinating from her exhaustion, but when she looked at Gu Beiyue, she only felt that he was surrounded by a faint golden aura that made him seem like a gentle angel. Seeing that Han Yunqi's face was better, Gu Beiyue went to open the door. Emperor Tianhui and the rest were all waiting anxiously in the courtyard. As soon as the door opened, the Empress was the first to rush over. "How is the Crown Prince?" Gu Beiyue smiled as he replied, "Congratulations to your Majesty, Empress Dowager and esteemed Empress. The treatment was very successful. His Highness Crown Prince is fine now." "Really?" Emperor Tianhui shot up from his seat, nearly losing his balance and falling down. The movement completely exposed his nervousness. The Empress Dowager stood up as well, overjoyed at the turn of events. "Really? Really?" The treatment went very smoothly. The malignant tumor in His Highness's abdomen has already been dissolved. All of the poison has been expelled. Gu Beiyue replied honestly. Quick, go in and take a look." The Empress was so happy that she was the first to walk inside. Seeing her so anxious, Gu Beiyue quickly coaxed her. "Esteemed Empress, slow down. Be careful not to fall." "I can't slow down. It's been so many years. I've dreamed of this day even in my dreams. I just knew that Tianma would be fine." "Emperor, I already said that Han Kongan must have misdiagnosed him. How could Tianma have contracted such a strange illness?" The Empress Dowager said in pleasant surprise. The 2 women were so happy that they forgot their status. They spoke as they rushed inside. Emperor Tian, we couldn't care less as he strode into the room. Only Han Kongan was left gaping as he fell to the ground. Perhaps he was too shocked, but his mouth hung open, so wide that the rag he'd used to gag it fell out of his mouth. The only one who remained calm was Long Feiyi. He glanced at Gu Beiyue, who was still standing by the door, before turning to leave. Inside the room, the pungent smell of blood permeated the air. It smelled like rotten sewage. Han Yunqi's things were more or less cleaned up, leaving behind only the medicine pot and the blood-stained bedsheets. Long Tianma lay quietly on the bed. His swollen abdomen had mostly disappeared, leaving behind only a ring of flab due to his loose skin. It couldn't be seen with the white gauze wrapped around it. It had to be said that the smell of blood in the room was very unpleasant, but everyone was so happy that they couldn't care less about it. She was his mother, after all. So the Empress ignored the blood-stained bed and sat down on it. She touched her son's face and was so moved that she was choked with sobs. Is he really cured? Really? The Empress Dowager stared at his stomach in disbelief. Good, good, good. That's too good. It was Emperor Tianhui who took care of his status and remained calm. Han Yunqi, does this count as the crown prince recovering? To reply, Your Majesty, it's as Imperial Physician Gu said. The poison tumor in the crown prince's stomach has already been removed and expelled. Once the anesthetic wears off, the crown prince will wake up. I left behind 3 types of medicine that he can change every night. His wounds should be completely healed. Han Yunqi replied seriously. Then how long will it take for him to wake up? Emperor Tianhui asked next. Now the Empress Dowager and Empress were both looking over from their joy. Han Yunqi naturally knew what Emperor Tianhui meant. She couldn't leave until the crown prince woke up. About 2 hours, she replied honestly. Qin Wangfei, you should stay in the side chamber and rest first to avoid any more trouble. Emperor Tianhui said mildly. He wasn't asking for Han Yunqi's opinion, but ordering her around. Still, he didn't call her by her full name. The fact that he called her Qin Wangfei showed that his attitude towards her had changed. Han Yunqi really wanted to rest. She gave Gu Beiwei a meaningful look and was about to leave with the court lady when Han Konggen's voice carried in from outside. Qin Wangfei, hold on. Soon enough, Han Konggen entered the room, his goatee slightly raised. His face was solemn as he bowed with hands clasped in front. Your Majesty, as this commoner sees it, it's still too early to make a conclusion about His Highness Crown Prince's illness. Actually, His Highness Crown Prince's stomach was already gone. As long as he could wake up, there was no need to find out what was in his stomach now. Even if it really was a child, Emperor Tianhui would never allow news of it to spread. However, for Han Konggen, the appraisal was necessary. It was related to his reputation and even more so his life. Of course, Emperor Tianhui wanted to know the truth without any outsiders around. Emperor Tianhui waved a hand, indicating for the court lady to withdraw first. Chapter 68. Although Han Konggen was eager to try, Emperor Tianhui didn't allow him to examine immediately. Instead, he asked, Imperial Physician Gu, have you examined the blood? Is there really poison in it? Gu Beiwei was a gentle fox. He was very modest. Your Majesty, you know that this official isn't an expert in poisons. How about we let Divine Dr. Han take a look? As he spoke, he added, Of course, just to be on the safe side, we can invite a professional poison doctor to examine the blood as well. Han Konggen firmly believed in his diagnosis and was still full of confidence. Imperial Physician Gu is right. We really should invite a professional poison doctor to examine the blood. So speaking, he looked towards Han Yunqi. Qin Wangfei, don't you think so? Han Yunqi nodded, a mocking smile on her lips. She didn't bat an eyelid. Someone come. Find 3 poison doctors immediately. Emperor Tianhui ordered coldly. The Empress Dowager and Empress understood the situation as well. They exchanged glances without speaking. Actually, if this blood wasn't poison, but the blood of a fetus, then Han Yunqi and Han Konggen wouldn't have an easy time no matter who was right or wrong. After all, would the Crown Prince still need a doctor when he'd already recovered? Han Konggen might be a famous doctor, but he was still a commoner. Han Yunqi might be Qin Wangfei, but that was only an empty title. Han Konggen had been so anxious to prove his diagnosis that he'd forgotten the most important point. Soon enough, the 3 poison doctors entered. Emperor Tianhui ordered them to examine the blood on the bed at the same time before reporting the results. Everyone in the room had their own thoughts as they watched the 3 poison doctors take the blood for examination. Han Konggen's gaze swept over Han Yunqi's medical pouch and Imperial Physician Gu's case, a look of understanding on his face as if he'd really discovered something. Han Yunqi seemed exhausted as she silently sat down on one side. All right, Tired as she was still looking forward to the results. Soon enough, the 3 poison doctors came to a conclusion. To reply, Your Majesty, the blood really is poisonous. It's not a small poison either, but a highly toxic one. But this official is ignorant and doesn't know what kind of poison caused it, the poison doctor reported. As soon as he said this, Han Kongan, who was full of confidence, was shocked. He said angrily, Impossible! Emperor Tianhui gave him a cold look before Han Kongan calmed down. Suppressing his shock and anger, he said respectfully, Your Majesty, even if the blood is poisonous, there's no way to ascertain whether it was poisoned when it was in His Highness's stomach or after it flowed out. Divine Dr. Han, what do you mean by that? Gu Beiwa, who had always been calm, asked coldly. Of course, Han Kongan suspected Gu Beiwa, but he didn't dare to say it out loud. Your Majesty, without sufficient evidence, it's impossible to convince others, let alone determine the truth. Han Kongan reminded, If you want to poison him, then you must have an antidote. Gu Beiwa said. Emperor Tianhui trusted Gu Beiwa more or less, so he nodded his head. His gaze rested on the nearby pot of decocting medicine. Gu Beiwa was very indifferent. Your Majesty, that medicine was brewed by this humble subject. It's not poisonous. But since the poison doctor's here, there's no harm in examining it again. Han Yunqi had long taken care of these things, so how could they give themselves away? Emperor Tianhui was very cautious as he nodded his head. The poison doctor went to examine it again. Soon enough, he came to a conclusion. Your Majesty, these are medicinal ingredients that aren't poisonous. There's a wide variety of them, but this official isn't familiar with common medicinal ingredients, so I can't determine the specific ingredients. Hearing this, Han Kongan's face turned 3 shades paler, while Emperor Tianhui more or less had an idea of what was going on. Han Kongan, you're proficient in medicinal ingredients. Why don't you take a look at what kind of ingredients they are? Emperor Tianhui said, his tone cold. Han Kongan refused to believe it. He wanted to ferret out Han Yunqi's little tale. Yes. Thus, Han Kongan poured out all the ingredients from the pot and analyzed them one by one. He wrote down all the ingredients he found and turned them into a prescription. Han Yunqi watched him coldly from beginning to end. She really didn't know why her mother had married a man like this in the first place. How did she take a liking to him? After a long while, Han Kongan finally finished analyzing all the dregs of the ingredients and turned them into a complete prescription. As long as this prescription was different from the previous one, it was enough to prove that Han Yunqi had tampered with it. The prescription was handed over to Emperor Tianhui at the same time Gu Beiwa took out the original one for Emperor Tianhui to compare. For a moment, silence filled the room as everyone waited anxiously for the results. It wasn't clear whether he was affected by the atmosphere, but Han Kongan grew nervous as well. His hands were clasped behind his back, his fingers intertwined. Finally, Emperor Tianhui raised his head to look at Han Kongan. For a moment, everyone's hearts skipped a beat. What was the result of the comparison? Slap! Suddenly, Emperor Tianhui slammed the table and threw the 2 prescriptions at Han Kongan's face. What a divine Dr. Han! Take a look for yourself, he cried angrily. Han Kongan's face turned white as he picked up the prescription to compare. He discovered that the 2 prescriptions were actually identical. Heavens, how could this be? No. Han Kongan shook his head. Your Majesty, it can't be. It must have been Han Yunqi who poisoned the child. There has to be dregs of the poison left behind. She must have hidden them. Luckily, he'd guessed correctly. Unfortunately, it was already too late. Han Kongan, what nonsense are you spouting? The Empress on one side finally lost her temper. The truth was right before their eyes. There was no child in the Crown Prince's stomach. It was a malignant tumor. But Han Kongan still dared to slander the Crown Prince. Esteemed Empress, Han Yunqi must have used poison. There has to be dregs of the poison left behind. You have to believe me. Han Kongen was on the verge of collapse. He suddenly rushed towards Gubeiwa's clinic and opened it up to search frantically. But there wasn't even any poison left, much less dregs. Seeing this, Han Yunqi generously tossed her own medical pouch over. Divine Dr. Han, take a look at mine as well. Han Kongen took it and rummaged through it until he poured out everything from Han Yunqi's pouch. In a flash, all sorts of acupuncture needles and white gauze littered the ground. Aside from that, there wasn't even any medicine. Now it wasn't just Han Kongen. Emperor Tianhui, the Empress Dowager, and the Empress were all convinced that Han Yunqi was right. They all believed that the Crown Prince's stomach was a malignant tumor. Han Kongen's hands turned to jelly as he let go of Han Yunqi's medical pouch. His mind buzzed as if something had hit it hard in the head, causing him to feel dizzy. His legs turned to jelly as well. It's impossible. How could it be? There really wasn't any poison. Han Yunqi's diagnosis was right, but he couldn't have made a mistake. That was a child. It's impossible. Absolutely impossible. I don't believe it. As Han Kongen spoke, his legs turned to jelly as he fell to the ground. The ironclad truth was right in front of his eyes. For a moment, he didn't know how to explain himself. If he was wrong, were the directors of Cloud Realm Medical Academy wrong as well? This completely overturned his three views, but he had no way to refute them. He whipped his head towards Han Yunqi and saw Han Yunqi smiling. Suddenly angry, he shouted, Han Yunqi, tell me why. The Crown Prince is clearly pregnant. He's clearly pregnant. Perhaps he could have said these words before, but now that Emperor Tianhui had completely trusted Han Yunqi, saying them again was seeking death. What did it mean to cause trouble with the tongue? This was exactly what it meant to cause trouble with the tongue. Emperor Tianhui was already angry, but the words only made him even angrier. He was about to lose his temper when the Empress lost her temper and scolded. Shameful thing, deceiving the world to gain fame and misdiagnosing someone wrongly. You still dare to quibble with irrefutable evidence? How could you diagnose a man giving birth? Han Kongen, if I don't kill you today, I'll be letting down all the grievances my M.O. have suffered over the past few years. Only then did the crazed Han Kongen calm down. He couldn't refute a single word, and as soon as he heard the word die, his mind grew even more blank. He didn't know what to do. Emperor Tianhui's cold eyes flashed with killing intent as he kicked the man. Han Kongen, you still don't know your wrongs at a time like this. You still dare to slander the Crown Prince. You really have guts to the heavens. You won't shed tears until you see the coffin. Someone come. Take this swindler to the imperial prisons to await trial. Zhen wants to exterminate his 3 clans. Exterminate his 3 clans? Han Kongen's misdiagnosis of the illness had humiliated the Crown Prince and affected the imperial family's reputation. Just this crime alone was enough to exterminate his 3 clans. Moreover, this strange illness had dragged on for so many years, wasting so much of the Crown Prince's youth. Exterminating his 3 clans was letting Han Kongen off easy, but these 3 words were like 5 bolts of lightning to him. Han Yunqi, who'd been watching idly from the sidelines, suddenly stiffened as she sat up straight. Han Kongen gave a start before he howled. Your Majesty, this commoner was wrong. This commoner knows his wrongs. Your Majesty, have mercy. Your Majesty, for the sake of Yunqi saving the Crown Prince, spare this commoner and the Han family. Your Majesty, have mercy. Esteemed Empress Dowager, esteemed Empress, for the sake of this commoner's many years of hard work, please spare this commoner this once. Han Kongen kowtowed with all his might, begging with all his might as he cried to the heavens and the earth. Unfortunately, the retainers quickly came to detain him. Emperor Tianhui's cold face was terrifyingly furious, showing no mercy whatsoever. At this moment, Han Kongan finally remembered that Han Yunqi was still his daughter. He threw himself at Han Yunqi's feet and cried out, "Yunqi, daughter, you're indebted to the crown prince. Save your father. Save the Han clan's 3 clans." Han Yunqi's eyes narrowed, a complicated look on her face. Although Han Kongan's diagnosis wasn't wrong and his conservative treatment was correct, Han Yunqi wasn't planning to help him. Leaving aside the young general's matter, Han Yunqi had no reason to save him as a father and even stabbed her in the back. All the suffering she'd suffered since she was a child were enough to prove that Han Yunqi had no reason to save him. In her eyes, Han Kongan deserved it, but this matter involved the Han clan's 3 clans. Wiping out 3 clans meant wiping out the father's, mother's, and wife's clans. There were at least 100 people in total. Moreover, she and her mother's clansmen were implicated as well. What did Emperor Tianhui mean by this? Han Yunqi ignored Han Kongan and hesitated before looking towards Emperor Tianhui. She was about to speak when Emperor Tianhui spoke first. "You've rendered meritorious service by saving Tianma, so Jin won't implicate you. But Han Kongan's crimes cannot be forgiven. The Han clan must pay the price." Han Yunqi rose to pay her respects, but still opened her mouth to speak. "May your majesty please reconsider." Although the Han clan's various wives and concubines, as well as her brothers and sisters, had all abused her, their crimes didn't warrant death. Moreover, there were still many innocent people in the Han clan's 3 clans. Although this matter started because of Han Kongan, she couldn't get away from it. She wasn't a saint, but she didn't want to be an executioner. She didn't want to be a great sinner of the Han clan. Chapter 69. Your Majesty, Yunqi doesn't dare to take credit. I only ask that your Majesty spare the Han clan's 3 generations. Han Yunqi said, immediately kneeling down. Your Majesty, Han Kongan's diagnosis of a strange illness has always been kept secret. Yunqi believes that besides Han Kongan, no one else in the Han clan's 3 generations knows of the specifics. Nor would anyone dare to criticize the crown prince. Yunqi is willing to make up for my faults by meritorious service. I ask that your Majesty spare the innocent and show mercy. Hearing this, the flustered Han Kongan finally calmed down and followed suit. Your Majesty, this commoner guarantees with my life that I've never revealed the crown prince's illness to anyone. I ask that your Majesty spare this commoner, this once for the sake of my wife and Yunqi's face. Emperor Tianhui's expression was ugly, but he didn't speak for a long time. The Empress Dowager watched in silence, but her heart was laughing coldly. Compared to Lady Tianqin, Han Kongan's decisiveness was far inferior. Now, compared to his daughter, he was even worse. Han Yunqi was pleading for mercy for the Han clan's 3 generations, but Han Kongan was pleading for himself. Muhu, you can't spare them. Otherwise, Mo will suffer too much. The Empress murmured, wishing she could kill Han Kongan right then and there. In the imperial clan, a single person could change the entire situation, just like how Lady Tianqin had saved the Empress Dowager. If it hadn't been for the past few years, the crown prince would have gained a firm foothold in court long ago. None of the other princes would have been able to develop their own power. But the Empress Dowager glanced at Han Yunqi, her eyes calculating. Your Majesty, Yunqi's heart is just like Lady Tianqin's. She has a bodhisattva's heart, so just go along with her. Han Yunqi didn't expect the Empress Dowager to help her instead of kicking her when she was down. She found it strange that the Empress Dowager wouldn't treat her sincerely even if she saved the crown prince. But she didn't have time to think so much. Emperor Tianhui glanced at the Empress Dowager, then at Han Yunqi. Only then did he relent. All right. Zhan will give you and your mother face today and spare the Han clan's 3 generations. Han Kongan rejoiced at his words and quickly kowtowed in thanks. But Emperor Tianhui angrily kicked him aside with a cold voice. I can spare the Han clan's 3 generations, but Jin definitely won't spare a piece of trash like you." Han Kongan was kicked to the side. He was dumbfounded. He suddenly felt that all the strength in his body had been sucked out. He was paralyzed. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Han Yunqi's voice was loud and clear. Her words were sonorous. She only wanted to save the 3 generations of the Han family, not Han Kongan. She was very satisfied with this result. "Someone come, hurry, and escort Han Kongan to the imperial prisons. Zhan wants him paraded through the streets and beheaded at noon." Emperor Tianhui said coldly, "No, Your Majesty." "Yunqi, no, save me." "Yunqi!" Han Kongan shouted, but he was quickly escorted out by the attendants. His shouts grew further and further away until they disappeared. Han Yunqi mulled over Emperor Tianhui's words. It looked like he was planning to use this chance to tell the world about the Crown Prince's illness and clarify things. After all, it was easy for people to let their imaginations run wild and affect the Crown Prince's image. If it was poison, then it was very normal. But this way, the Han family, a medical family, would definitely have a bad reputation. In the future, it'd be hard for them to gain a foothold in the medical world. For the Han clan, who made a living out of medicine, this was undoubtedly an enormous disaster. Leaving aside the enmity between them, it really was a pity to ruin the Han family's century-old reputation. Still, Han Yunqi knew that Emperor Tianhui's concession was already the best result. After Han Kongan was escorted away, Emperor Tianhui's anger subsided considerably. He approached the bed and carefully examined his son's face before asking, "Han Yunqi, there's still 2 more hours before she wakes up, right?" "Yes." Han Yunqi was very certain. "Someone come. Take Qin Wangfei away to rest," Emperor Tianhui said mildly as he looked at the Crown Prince, his dark eyes rekindling with the flames of hope. "Thanks to Your Majesty." Han Yunqi tidied up her medical pouch before following the court lady to a side room. She was truly exhausted and didn't have the energy to think about Han Kongan for now. It was only 2 hours. She didn't lie on the bed, afraid that she wouldn't be able to get up if she fell asleep. Instead, she reclined on the bed and propped up her head with one hand. She was planning to close her eyes for a nap, but as soon as she closed them, she really did fall asleep. In the silent room, Long Fei Ye's footsteps were very light, as if he'd slowed down on purpose. He walked in front of Han Yunqi and looked down disdainfully at her from above. He assumed that she'd wake up, but this woman slept so deeply that she didn't even have any defenses in an unfamiliar environment. Long Fei Ye's eyes flashed with displeasure before he sat down by Han Yunqi's side. Still, Han Yunqi didn't notice him even after he sat down. Her sleeping face was peaceful and beautiful, lacking some of her usual stubbornness in favor of the delicate bearing of a young girl. This was the first time Long Fei Yi had seen her so closely, and the first time he'd looked at her so seriously. His innately cold gaze gradually turned domineering, as if he'd locked onto his prey. He impudently examined every part of her dainty beauty. In the silence, Long Fei Yi impudently reached out a hand and lightly pressed his finger against her lips. In a low voice, he said, "Han Yunqi, just who are you?" He'd investigated her for a long time, but couldn't find any flaws in her. Still, he didn't believe that this woman was the same cowardly, useless, and ugly woman from before. If she'd insisted on marrying into the Duke of Qin's household, then she wouldn't have needed to pretend in the first place. She wouldn't have needed to suffer grievances in the Han family. But what confirmed his suspicions was that he'd seen everything clearly from the roof of the Crown Prince's sleeping quarters. This woman's back was facing Gubeiwa, but she'd magically made all the poisons in the medicine pot disappear, making it impossible for Han Kongan to find them. Could this count as one of her miraculous poison skills? Leaving aside the Han family, even Cloud Realm Medical Academy might not have such skills, right? Heaven knows how tired Han Yunqi was to sleep so soundly. It wasn't until Long Fei Ye's finger increased the pressure that she abruptly woke up. As soon as she opened her eyes, She bumped into Long Fei Ye's cold, misty eyes. This is Han Yunqi lowered her gaze and immediately saw his finger pressing against her lips. This action was so ambiguous. In a daze, Han Yunqi's eyes widened. She couldn't be dreaming, right? Otherwise, how could Long Fei Yi tease her like this in her sleep? Thinking up to here, Han Yunqi suddenly grew alarmed and shoved Long Fei Ye's hand away. Damn, had she become stupid from sleeping? This was teasing while eating fruit, all right. Long Fei Yi, what are you doing? Han Yunqi said angrily as she backed away and curled up into a defensive ball. Long Fei Yi didn't plan to explain his actions, but lazily leaned back on the other side of the bed. He arched a brow as he sized her up. Han Yunqi, you've got guts. You actually poisoned the Crown Prince? Han Yunqi was alarmed. This guy actually knew? What are you talking about? I don't understand what you mean. Of course, she had to play dumb. Your lordship saw everything. You changed the poison in the medicine pot, Long Fei Yi said again. Han Yunqi was even more alarmed. This guy actually peeked. Could it be that he also saw her hiding the poison in the detoxification system? Although she was very uneasy, Han Yunqi quickly calmed down. Even if she was exposed on the spot, she would still defend herself. Not to mention that she wasn't exposed on the spot, so she wouldn't admit it even if she died. I don't know how your highness saw it. You must have seen wrongly. She calmly said and then reminded him, Your highness, you can't speak carelessly. Poisoning is a serious crime. If His Majesty blames you, you and I won't be able to shoulder it. Han Yunqi had a relaxed expression, but Long Fei Yi was even more relaxed than her. He calmly said, Your lordship can shoulder it. A trace of gloominess flashed through Han Yunqi's eyes, but she still patiently said, Your highness, you need evidence to say this. When Chenxia treated the crown prince, Imperial Physician Gu was present the entire time. Imperial Physician Gu can prove that your words are false. Who would have thought that once these words came out, Long Fei Yi would suddenly lean over and close in on her? Han Yunqi did not expect this and suddenly leaned back. If it wasn't for the back of the couch being high enough, she would have already fallen down. She blocked his chest with one hand and angrily glared at him. What was this fellow doing? Couldn't he speak properly? Why would Gu Beiwa help you? Gu Beiwa knows too much. Long Fei Yi said with a cold smile. Your Highness, Imperial Physician Gu, was ordered to help Chenxia, so he naturally has to help Chenxia. Han Yunqi played dumb as she seriously replied. You know what this prince is talking about. What's going on with the crown prince's illness? Long Fei Yi also became serious. Your Highness, Chenxia has already explained the crown prince's illness very clearly. Han Yunqi's mouth was especially tight. Long Fei Ye's patience finally ran out, and he coldly said, Han Yunqi, do you think His Majesty will believe you and Gu Beiwa or this prince? Han Yunqi was speechless. Only now did she realize that this giant iceberg actually had a rogue side to him. She pursed her lips and said in displeasure, Can't you speak properly? Move aside. Being yelled at like this, Long Fei Yi was a bit stunned. He actually also moved back, leisurely and indolent as usual. However, his scrutinizing gaze did not leave Han Yunqi, insisting that she explain herself. Han Yunqi had no choice but to tell him the truth about the fetus in the womb's condition. Long Fei Yi listened attentively, but in the end, his brows slightly furrowed in disbelief. When Han Yunqi saw his expression, she sighed with emotion in her heart. This guy was really different from normal people. Even Gu Beiwa was shocked when he heard this, but he was just curious. After explaining herself clearly, Han Yunqi did not say anything else. She lazily leaned back on the high pillow and looked at him. What did he want to do after asking clearly? But all Long Fei said was, This matter ends here. Don't ever tell anyone else. After saying this, he got off the bed and left. That's it. He specially came to interrogate her just to find out the truth? Han Yunqi was a bit astonished. She had already prepared herself to be threatened. Did he see her take something out of the detoxification system or not? She was suspicious, but she did not receive a reply. Han Yunqi thought that since he didn't ask, he probably didn't see it. Fine, I can't figure this guy out. After being disturbed by Long Fei, Han Yunqi was no longer sleepy despite her exhaustion. She was too lazy to move, but nestled on the bed to think things over. Soon enough, an excited eunuch knocked on the door. Esteemed Wang Fei, His Highness Crown Prince is awake. He's awake. He woke up earlier than Han Yunqi had predicted. Han Yunqi rejoiced and immediately felt invigorated. She hurried to the Crown Prince's rooms. Inside, everything was as before. Emperor Tianhui, the Empress Dowager, and Empress were all gathered around the bed. Emperor Tianhui had summoned many imperial physicians to take Long Tianma's pulse one by one. Long Tianma was still lying in his original position, but his eyes were wide open. His dark pupils were filled with indescribable joy. Even though he was still a patient, he was full of vitality. If not for the fact that his imperial mother and imperial grandmother disliked her, Han Yunqi would have liked such strong patience. Chapter 70. As soon as he saw Han Yunqi walk over, Emperor Tianhui's attitude changed completely. Yunqi, come. Hurry and take Tianma's pulse. The imperial physicians all said it's normal, so you should take a look. Heaven knows how happy Emperor Tianhui was with the Crown Prince's lucidity. From Han Yunqi to Qin Wang Fei, then to Yunqi, Han Yunqi was very comfortable to hear. She knew her efforts hadn't been in vain. No matter what Emperor Tianhui thought of her in his heart, he'd at least given her the respect she deserved and recognition of her status. As she walked over, the Empress Dowager and Empress hastily stepped aside with pleasant expressions. Even Long Tianma, who disdained her before, had a look of gratitude on his face. Imperial Qin, Aunt, it's been hard on you. Han Yunqi put on a false smile as she sat down to take Tianma's pulse. Now the entire room grew quiet, so quiet that even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard clearly. Although there were no more problems, Han Yunqi's personal appearance still made everyone nervous. Only Gu Beiwe looked at Han Yunqi's fake seriousness and couldn't help but curve his lips into a warm smile. This woman, even when she's pretending to be serious, she's still so beautiful. After pretending to be serious for a while, Han Yunqi finally spoke up. It's fine. He'll recuperate for a few days and change his dressing on time. Once the wound heals, he can get off the bed. Since he's taken the life blood pill, he doesn't need to take any supplements, so it's fine. Emperor Tianhui nodded. Imperial Physician Gu, I'll leave it all to you. Yes, Gu Beiwe replied in a low voice. Han Yunqi rose to her feet, silently exhaling in relief. She'd finally taken care of this thorny problem. The string in her head that had been stretched taut all these days could finally relax. Although Han Yunqi had pleaded for leniency on behalf of the 3 Han clan members in the past, Emperor Tianhui still wanted to reward Han Yunqi. He gave the eunuchs a pile of things that Han Yunqi couldn't remember, so she could only express her thanks. Emperor Tianhui wanted to spend more time with the Crown Prince, but he had urgent matters to attend to and could only leave first. Before he left, he even told Han Yunqi to visit the palace more often to accompany the Empress Dowager. Han Yunqi agreed with a brilliant smile, but in the end, her heart still felt uneasy. The Empress Dowager and Grand Concubine Yi were sworn enemies, so how could Emperor Tianhui not know? Moreover, his relationship with Long Fei was even more delicate. It was better for her to stay out of the affairs of the palace. From the incident where her mother saved the Empress Dowager, she had long understood a principle. The members of the imperial family would never be truly grateful, or rather, they would never be soft-hearted and give up their interests because of gratitude. even if you saved their most precious life. In this case, Han Yunqi only treated it as solving a problem for herself. Imperial Qin Aunt, when I've recovered, I'll definitely pay a personal visit to express my thanks. Long Tianma was still immersed in his joy and seemed quite sincere. Han Yunqi smiled. It's only a small matter, no need to keep it in mind. Crown Prince should rest well. If you feel unwell, you must tell Imperial Physician Gu. After giving instructions, Han Yunqi left with the Empress Dowager and Empress Dowager. She was about to bid farewell when the Empress Dowager grabbed her hand, as intimate as if they'd met for the first time. Yunqi, don't go back yet. Come to my place for dinner. You've worked yourself to the bone these past few days, so I must reward you well. Yunqi, the old ancestor, has never asked anyone to stay for dinner. You're so lucky, the Empress said with a smile. Heaven knows if these words were true or false, but Han Yunqi had been forced to a dead end by them. If she refused, she wouldn't be giving the Empress Dowager any face. Then Qinxie will accept deferentially rather than decline courteously. Han Yunqi looked happy on the surface, but her heart was filled with bitterness. She only wanted to go back and soak in a good bath and sleep all right. She just knew that the Empress Dowager wouldn't help her with anything good. Heaven knows what the Empress Dowager was planning this time. The Empress Dowager walked in the middle with Han Yunqi, and the Empress supporting her on either side as they headed for her quarters. Han Yunqi remained silent, unconsciously thinking of Long Fei Yi. Where was that fellow now? Had he left the palace, or was he at Emperor Tianhui's place? Could he come and take her home instead? Reality proved that Han Yunqi was overthinking things. By the time they reached the Empress Dowager's quarters, the banquet had already been prepared. There was fine wine and delicacies, a sumptuous spread. Han Yunqi, who hadn't eaten hot food in days, couldn't help but swallow her saliva at the sight. After sitting down and exchanging a few pleasantries, Han Yunqi saw the Empress Dowager and Empress pick up their chopsticks and happily began to gorge herself. Yunqi, there's no need to be polite. Just treat it as eating at home. I'm different from your Mufei. There aren't so many rules at the table. The Empress Dowager wanted to help Han Yunqi pick up some food, but Han Yunqi picked up quite a bit herself. She didn't seem to hear the Empress Dowager's words as she buried her head in the food. Han Yunqi didn't feel awkward, but the Empress Dowager and Empress exchanged glances, feeling awkward instead. Look, you must be starving. Eat more, eat more. The Empress hastened to speak up, giving the Empress Dowager a way out. Han Yunqi was listening, but her first words were comparing Grand Concubine Yi. What was the Empress Dowager thinking? She didn't speak. The world was vast, but her stomach was the most important. She'd fill up her stomach first before discussing anything else. The Empress Dowager drank a few mouthfuls of soup before speaking again. Yunqi, back then your mother. Esteemed Empress Dowager, which chef made this soup? It's so delicious. Han Yunqi interrupted with a smile. The head chef of the Imperial Kitchens personally made it for me. If you like it, you can come over often. I guarantee you'll drink your fill, the Empress Dowager said with a chuckle. Qinxie doesn't dare, Han Yunqi said. Why don't you dare? You don't even know, but before we were betrothed, I almost took you as. Esteemed Empress Dowager, this dish is delicious too. Was it made by the head chef as well? Han Yunqi interrupted again. Finally, the Empress Dowager nodded with a false smile and didn't speak again. As a result, Han Yunqi ate her meal very smoothly and satisfactorily. After all, it was easier to discuss matters after eating and drinking. After rinsing her mouth and changing the tea table, the Empress Dowager finally had a chance to speak. She didn't expect the Empress Dowager to continue her unfinished words. Yunqi, before we were betrothed, I almost took you as my adopted daughter. Your mother agreed as well. Hearing this, Han Yunqi's hand stiffened. What was the Empress Dowager's goal in saying all this now? She didn't speak, but continued to wait in silence. The Empress Dowager paused, then smiled. Yunqi, are you still willing to be my adopted daughter? Han Yunqi's mouth twitched. Esteemed Empress Dowager, thanks to you, Yunqi married the Duke of Qin. Yunqi boldly says, I've long considered esteemed Empress Dowager a family member. In some ways, Han Yunqi counted as the Empress Dowager's daughter-in-law as well, since the Empress Dowager wanted to take her as her adopted daughter. The intelligent Han Yunqi immediately smelled the scent of roping her in. A daughter-in-law isn't as close as a daughter, the Empress Dowager joked as she tugged on Han Yunqi's hand. Han Yunqi glanced at the Empress out of the corner of her eye. As expected, her daughter-in-law's expression immediately turned ugly. Of course, the Empress Dowager's words weren't directed at the Empress, but Grand Concubine Yi. Han Yunqi was Grand Concubine Yi's daughter-in-law, but now the Empress Dowager wanted to take her as her daughter. This was a blatant attempt to bribe her to deal with Grand Concubine Yi. Han Yunqi finally understood why the Empress Dowager had betrothed her benefactor's daughter to the enemy's son before she was born. As it turned out, she was planning to use her as a spy, but she never expected her to grow up to be an ugly, useless, good-for-nothing girl. Leaving aside the fact that Han Yunqi didn't want to be a spy, even if she did, she'd never do it by Long Fei Ye's side. In the end, the struggle between the Empress Dowager and Grand Concubine Yi was still a struggle between the Emperor and Long Fei Yi. Having her go undercover by Long Fei Ye's side was the same as seeking death. Although the Empress Dowager's words were vague, a smart person could understand what she meant. Seeing Han Yunqi hesitate, the Empress Dowager signaled the Empress with her eyes, who spoke up. Yunqi, the Empress Dowager doesn't have a daughter. She's always wanted one and said she's an adopted daughter, but she'll treat you as her own. If someone dares to bully you in the future, forget about the Empress Dowager and me. Even the Emperor won't let it go. TSK, TSK, TSK. Han Yunqi sighed with emotion in her heart. What a great temptation. Was she telling her that as long as she nodded, even the Emperor could be her backer? Looking at the Empress's gentle smile and the Empress Dowager's expectant face, Han Yunqi really wanted to tell them that spies had always been killed as soon as they were used. Backers and what not were all empty promises. Han Yunqi quietly finished her tea and smiled. Of course a daughter is closer than a daughter-in-law. That's true, the Empress even nodded. In the end, a daughter-in-law is an outsider, Han Yunqi said again. The Empress thought she'd agreed and nodded immediately. A daughter-in-law isn't close, Han Yunqi said again. Finally, the Empress sensed that something was off. She was a daughter-in-law and her mother-in-law was right by her side. Her eyes flashed with displeasure, but she kept holding it in. She didn't nod anymore. The Empress Dowager was delighted to hear this. She'd said before that as long as Han Yunqi could cure the Crown Prince, she'd let bygones be bygones. Then she'd follow the plan from many years ago and plant Han Yunqi in the Duke of Qin's estate as a spy. She thought Han Yunqi would take some time to consider, but she actually approved of her words. Yunqi, it's good that you understand. How about we just... Before the Empress Dowager could finish, Han Yunqi stood up and bowed. It's Yunqi's good fortune to receive esteemed Empress Dowager's favor. Yunqi thanks esteemed Empress Dowager. The Empress Dowager was very satisfied and reached out to support her. Silly girl, if your mother hadn't passed away early and caused some misunderstandings between us, you wouldn't have had to suffer so much. With my support, Grand Concubine, you wouldn't dare to make things difficult for you. Han Yunqi smiled faintly, looking helpless but mocking. Esteemed Empress Dowager, mother might have passed away, but Yunqi is still a married woman. A married woman follows her husband, so Yunqi can't make the decision to accept a foster daughter. Why don't esteemed Empress Dowager ask the Duke of Qin? What? Both the Empress Dowager and Empress were stunned by her words, their expressions changing. A sinister look flashed past the Empress Dowager's eyes as she almost exploded. Han Yunqi, Han Yunqi, after all that talk, you're still playing with me. She clearly knew that this matter was aimed at Grand Concubine Yi and the Duke of Qin. But she dared to ask the Duke of Qin for a discussion. Very good. What a married woman follows her husband. Her rejection was so thorough and wonderful. Neither she nor the Empress could get angry or blame her. If she knew earlier, she wouldn't have asked for leniency for the Han clan's 3 generations. The hands hidden in her wide, sleeves clenched into fists as she suppressed her anger. The Empress Dowager couldn't find a way out of this embarrassing situation. If news of this reached the Duke of Qin and Grand Concubine Yi's ears, they'd not only become a laughingstock, but also take precautions. The Empress was indignant as well. The Duke of Qin would have forgotten about this if you didn't mention it. Muhu, you like Yunqi, but she's still part of the Duke of Qin's estate. You know Grand Concubine Yi and the Duke of Qin's tempers. If they find out about this, we won't be able to do anything. Chapter 71. The Empress had given her a way out, so the Empress Dowager naturally followed along. See, I was so happy today that I forgot about these troublesome matters. Han Yunqi smiled coldly in her heart and didn't speak. She let the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law sing along and act out their own play. Muhu, I think there's no need to recognize her as a goddaughter. We're all one family, so as long as you dote on Yunqi and have her come often, it's all the same, the Empress said easily, as if it really wasn't a big deal. The Empress Dowager nodded. Fine, fine. Yunqi, what do you think? Esteemed Empress Dowager will decide everything. The Duke of Qin is busy every day, so Qinxia won't disturb him. Han Yunqi naturally had to express her stance. Even if she didn't rely on the Empress Dowager, she couldn't offend her to death, right? With Han Yunqi's words, the Empress Dowager forced out a smile. Hee, you really are a sensible child. Since they couldn't reach an agreement, Han Yunqi couldn't stay any longer. After exchanging some pleasantries, she stood up and bid farewell. As soon as she left, the Empress Dowager's old face fell as she swept Han Yunqi's teacup to the ground. Thing that doesn't know what's good for her. Muhu, don't be angry. It's not worth it to get pregnant from anger. Qinxia said long ago that this girl isn't simple. In the future, we have to be careful. The Empress hurriedly soothed the Empress Dowager's anger as she coaxed her. A damned girl who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. I was praising her, but she dared to refuse. Just wait. There'll be a day when I'll make her regret it. I don't believe she'll have an easy time in the Duke of Qin's estate. She got lucky this time. Next time, she better not fall into my hands again. The Empress Dowager was truly angry. She never thought that Han Yunqi would refuse and couldn't calm down for a long time. Han Yunqi only treated this as a joke. After leaving the palace, she finally let out a sigh of relief. When she passed by the Han estate, she stopped to look for a long time. Although the Han family wasn't a noble family in the capital, they were still a reputable, aristocratic family. At this moment, the vermilion door was tightly shut. Everything looked so peaceful. But Han Yunqi knew that once Han Kongan's crime was announced tomorrow, this family would be in chaos and fail. The memories that belonged to this body kept appearing in her mind. They were all memories from when she was young. They were all memories of being bullied and humiliated. Although they were the memories of the original owner, they had long been part of this body. They were all her memories. Everything seemed so real, as if it had just happened yesterday. After a long time, a wisp of a cold smile appeared on the corners of Han Yunqi's mouth, and then she turned around and left. By the time she returned to the Duke of Qin's mansion, it was already the middle of the night. Han Yunqi wasn't even sure if she could knock on the door. Unexpectedly, from afar, she could see that the mansion was brightly lit, especially in the main hall. Seeing this, Han Yunqi muttered in her heart, could it be that something big happened in the manor in the middle of the night? With Grand Concubine Yi's personality, she needed beauty sleep. Even if the sky collapsed, she might not stay up all night. Or did something happen in Long Fei? Han Yunqi made all sorts of guesses. She couldn't help but wonder if they were waiting for her. Soon enough, she reached the door and discovered that the old servant guarding the door had been waiting for her. She knocked once before the door opened. "Esteemed Wang Fei, congratulations, congratulations! The Grand Imperial Concubine has been waiting for you for a long time. Hurry and go!" The old servant was so excited that he couldn't stop smiling. Congratulations. Now Han Yunqi was thoroughly stunned. It really had something to do with her. Could the congratulations from Grand Concubine Yi's servant be a good thing? Han Yunqi was filled with suspicions, but she didn't ask any questions. She immediately headed for the main hall. But as soon as she arrived, she saw 3 large chests all open. One was gold, one was silver, and the last was jewelry. There were even a few bolts of high-quality silk on the side. Goodness gracious! Han Yunqi's eyes shone at the sight. Where did so many good things come from? The gold, silver, and jewels were too dazzling. No wonder Han Yunqi saw them first before she saw Grand Concubine Yi. Grand Concubine Yi was sitting in the main seat, her exquisite face so gloomy that it looked like water could drip from it. Murong Wanru was waiting by her side, her eyes filled with jealousy and hatred as soon as she saw Han Yunqi enter. "Mu Fei, you were looking for Qinxie?" Han Yunqi bowed in greeting. "He, the great meritorious subject, has returned. Hurry and rise. How can I bear the greetings of a great meritorious subject?" Grand Concubine Yi's voice had turned sharp and unkind. She probably knew what had happened in the palace. Han Yunqi rose to her feet and glanced at the gold, silver, and jewels. She had an idea of what was going on. This should be Emperor Tianhui's reward. It was good, but why did he give it away so quickly? Han Yunqi stole a glance at Grand Concubine Yi, her mouth twitching. Her mother had saved the Empress Dowager, while she had saved her grandson. No wonder Grand Concubine Yi had flipped out. "Sister-in-law, I never expected your medical skills to be so good. You can even cure the Crown Prince's strange illness. His Majesty and the Empress Dowager must be very happy, right? Look, these are all for you." "They sent them overnight," Murong Wanru said with a smile. Grand Concubine Yi was still angry, so mentioning the Emperor and Empress Dowager was like adding oil to the fire. If you make the Emperor and Empress Dowager happy, your days will be better, too." Grand Concubine Yi laughed coldly. What did Grand Concubine Yi count for? Instead of sleeping in the middle of the night, she crawled out of bed just to be mean and unkind? She really had no tolerance. Han Yunqi really couldn't stand these overtones and sarcastic remarks. Grand Concubine Yi had already competed with her a few times. If she still didn't know her temper, then she didn't mind showing it off again. Mu Fei's words are very true. His Majesty and the Empress Dowager are both very happy. His Majesty said that if it weren't for the rumors in the capital, he wouldn't have known Qinxie had medical skills. Han Yunqi replied with a smile. At these words, Murong Wanru's face turned 3 shades paler. Grand Concubine Yi paled as well. She never thought Han Yunqi would dare to say such things. This little slut was getting bolder and bolder. "Is that so?" Grand Concubine Yi gritted her teeth. "This is also your luck. With so many rewards, should I congratulate you?" "Of course. Qinxie's glory is Mu Fei's glory, as well as the Duke of Qin's estate. His Majesty and the Empress Dowager will definitely remember this favor," Han Yunqi added. Compared to Grand Concubine Yi's acrimony, her tongue was simply venomous. She'd specifically stabbed a knife into Grand Concubine Yi's most painful wound. To her, this was a disgrace, but Han Yunqi actually called it glory. More importantly, she still had to smile at Han Yunqi on the surface. Grand Concubine Yi was so angry that she gritted her teeth, unable to speak. She didn't even know why she'd waited until the middle of the night for Han Yunqi to come back. Was she waiting for her to show off, then come back with sarcastic remarks? Seeing Grand Concubine Yi's silence, Han Yunqi spoke again. Mu Fei, this time His Highness performed a great service as well. It was His Highness who risked his life to obtain the life-blood pill. Without it, Qinxia wouldn't have been able to treat her. What? These words were so poisonous that Grand Concubine Yi's heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys all ached. Her most cherished son had risked his life to ask for medicine for her enemy's most cherished grandson. Ah! Grand Concubine Yi roared in her heart. Enough! Han Yunqi, you've had enough. Her hands had long clenched into fists within her sleeves, her fingernails digging into her palms. Even that hurt less than her heart. If I find out who spread those rumors, I won't let them off easily. Murong Wanru had a guilty conscience and finally restrained herself, not daring to add oil to the fire. Seeing Grand Concubine Yi's face contorted with anger, Han Yunqi was in a good mood. She almost forgot about her exhaustion. If she didn't flip out, would Grand Concubine Yi really think she was a sick cat? Mu Fei, treating the Crown Prince took a lot of effort. I'm tired too. If there's nothing else, Qinxia will take her leave first. His Majesty said to let Qinxia rest well. Han Yunqi's last words were meant for Grand Concubine Yi's ears. She wasn't stupid enough to use the Empress Dowager to pressure her, but the Emperor was different. If she said that, at least she could have a few days of peace and rest well. As she spoke, she prepared to leave, but Grand Concubine Yi ordered sternly, Han Yunqi, you stop right there! This voice was very, very fierce. Han Yunqi always felt that Grand Concubine Yi's voice was different from her usual ferocious self, but she couldn't tell what was different. She halted her steps, calm and collected. Does Mu Fei have any other orders? Han Yunqi, the Empress Dowager asked you to stay for dinner? Grand Concubine Yi asked coldly. Her tone wasn't as harsh as before, but more serious. Han Yunqi was surprised. If she knew about this, then it looked like Grand Concubine Yi had spies in the palace as well. Yes, Han Yunqi replied honestly. Why did the Empress Dowager ask you to stay? Grand Concubine Yi asked again. If she hadn't heard the news, she wouldn't have stayed up in the middle of the night to wait for Han Yunqi's return. Han Yunqi's eyes flashed with caution. Was Grand Concubine Yi suspecting something? This was a huge matter. If Grand Concubine Yi suspected something between her and the Empress Dowager, would she forgive her so easily? Han Yunqi's attitude didn't change, but her reply was cautious. The Empress Dowager has never asked anyone to stay for dinner in the palace. She said Qinxia was rewarded for treating the Crown Prince. Grand Concubine Yi's eyes flickered between light and darkness. The Empress Dowager had never asked anyone to stay for dinner in the palace. She might have asked this girl to stay for more than just a reward. Did she say something to this girl? Lady Tianqin had saved her, while this girl had saved her most precious grandson. What reason did she have to hate this girl? Moreover, this girl wasn't ugly anymore. She even had good medical skills. She was a useful talent. Thinking back, the Empress Dowager had betrothed her benefactor's woman to the Duke of Qin with ulterior motives, hadn't she? Thinking up to here, the shadows in Grand Concubine Yi's eyes grew even darker. She stared fixedly at Han Yunqi without a word. Han Yunqi assumed that she'd keep asking questions, but her heart grew flustered. Just what did Grand Concubine Yi mean? What did she want to do? Grand Concubine Yi stared at Han Yunqi for a long time before giving a cold, meaningful laugh. Then she flicked her sleeves and left. Her smile made Han Yunqi's hair stand on end. She knew that her days wouldn't be peaceful in the end. Still, the battle-hardened Han Yunqi quickly adjusted her state of mind. Her gaze was calm and unperturbed. If Grand Concubine Yi wanted to investigate, then go ahead. She wasn't afraid, but before the investigation was over, it was best not to make trouble for her. Otherwise, she'd definitely fight back with all her might. As soon as Grand Concubine left, the guilty Morong Wanru exhaled silently. She feared nothing more than Mufei investigating the person who'd spread the rumors. Fortunately, Han Yunqi's meal at the Empress Dowager's had diverted Mufei's attention. From what she understood of Mufei, she'd definitely brood over the matter for a long time to come. She'd definitely investigate to the end. Han Yunqi, even if she cured the crown prince's strange illness. So what if she had the emperor's support? The emperor had 1,000 affairs to attend to every day and couldn't care less. Morong Wanru walked over with a lovely smile and coaxed, "Sister-in-law, Mufei is happy for you. But it's hard not to lose her temper after waiting so long. Don't take it to heart." Chapter 72. How could that be? Little sister Wanru, take a look at these pieces of jewelry and pick a few that you like, Han Yunqi said generously. No, this is what His Majesty bestowed to sister-in-law. Morong Wanru quickly refused. It doesn't matter. There's so much that I can't use them all. Pick a few. Han Yunqi was very enthusiastic as she pulled Morong Wanru's hand over. Actually, Morong Wanru had long looked through the jewelry. Emperor Tianhui's gifts were all foreign tributes that couldn't be bought even if one had money. There were a few pieces that Morong Wanru liked very much. Seeing Han Yunqi so enthusiastic, she reluctantly picked them up. But Han Yunqi only said, "Me? I still want to find out who spread the news that I can treat illnesses and give some of these gifts to that person. In any case, she'll have some merit, won't she?" At these words, Morong Wanru's hand froze. "Little sister Wanru, who do you think spread the rumors? She doesn't want to harm me, but help me, right?" Han Yunqi asked seriously. No matter how well Morong Wanru pretended, her hands betrayed her. Han Yunqi was still holding her hand, but she withdrew it as if she'd been electrocuted. Han Yunqi saw this and smiled even more brilliantly. She pulled her hand down and said, "Little sister Wanru, hurry and pick. No need to be polite." Morong Wanru had a guilty conscience as she forced herself to calm down. She said politely, "No need, no need. His Majesty, you can't give away the gifts that His Majesty bestows. Sister-in-law, it's getting late. You should go rest early. I'll go accompany Mufei." As soon as she finished speaking, she didn't say anything else and fled in defeat. Han Yunqi watched her retreating form, a seed of hatred growing in her eyes. There weren't many people who knew so much inside information, and even fewer people who'd spread the rumors to benefit from it. Besides those in the palace, there was only this one in the estate. If it was the Empress who wanted her to treat the Crown Prince, she didn't need to go through so much trouble. Just a pillow talk would do. Therefore, Morong Wanru was the biggest suspect. It's her again. This time it's her again. White Lotus, this time your heart will be stifled. Next time, this princess will definitely pull out your foxtail. After angering Grand Concubine and Morong Wanru away, Han Yunqi had thoroughly vented her resentment. Looking at the large sum of rewards before her, her eyes curved into crescents. This feeling was like winning the lottery and becoming rich overnight. From now on, he wouldn't have to count money to live. She casually picked up an ingot of silver and threw it to the servant girl at the side. "Go find a few people to help me move these things to Hibiscus Courtyard." The maid caught the heavy silver in a panic. She was a little stunned. Did the Princess Consort really want to give her this much? After all, even Imperial Concubine Dowager might not be so generous. "Why aren't you going?" Han Yunqi frowned and asked. "Go! This servant will go right away." "Esteemed Wang Fei, please wait a moment." The servant girl was overjoyed and ran out with the silver. Very soon, the servant girl brought back 6 or 7 able-bodied men. These people usually looked at Han Yunqi with their eyes growing on top of their heads, but now they were all reverent and respectful. Esteemed Wang Fei this, and that they were all lackeys. Money could make the devil turn millstones. This was the absolute truth. The items were carefully delivered to the leisurely cloud pavilion in the hibiscus courtyard. Unexpectedly, Han Yunchi was very generous and gave them an ingot of gold to divide among them. The servants had never seen gold more than a few times in their lives, so they couldn't believe it. They treated Han Yunchi with the respect of an old ancestor and thanked her multiple times before leaving. "Mistress, that's gold, ah. It's enough for months of their wages." Little Qin Xiang huffed. "Little Qin Xiang, do you know the principles of poisoning?" Han Yunchi asked seriously. Little Qin Xiang shook her head. Han Yunchi smiled and said, "The poison has to be thorough. That kind of poison is the most difficult to detoxify once it reaches the internal organs. This is also the principle of buying people's hearts." Little Chen Xiang still shook her head, not understanding. Han Yunchi was helpless. "Do you think Morong Wanru can be so generous?" "Even if she's so generous, she's not as rich as Mistress." Little Qin Xiang pouted. In her eyes, Mistress was a rich woman. "That's the principle. So, from now on, this group of people will only side with me and not her." Han Yunchi smiled. "People disperse when wealth is gathered. People gather when wealth is scattered." Han Yunchi thought that the news of her ingot of gold would soon spread among the servants of the Duke of Qin's manor. Let's see who would dare to be disrespectful to her. The skies were already dimly lit, but Han Yunchi didn't feel sleepy. Together with little Chen Xiang, she counted the silver and collected them at the same time. As the saying went, counting money until one's hands cramped up. When the sky was bright, they finally finished packing. Little Chen Xiang was exhausted and was about to go to the kitchens to make breakfast. Who knew that as soon as they left Hibiscus Garden, there would be servants holding a steaming hot breakfast waiting for them. In fact, little Qin Xiang didn't really understand the principles of Mistress, but when she saw the scene at the courtyard door, she instantly understood. It was great to have money. Han Yunchi ate something. Perhaps because she was too tired, she didn't have much appetite or sleepiness. It was just that she didn't have any energy. She pondered for a moment and let little Chen Xiang go to the bedchamber to take a look. "Mistress, His Highness Duke of Qin hasn't returned." Little Chen Xiang quickly came to report. Han Yunchi was immediately happy. She packed her things and prepared to go to the hot spring. Being so tired in the middle of winter, the best way was to soak in the hot spring. After she confirmed that there was really no one in the room, she let little Qin Xiang stand guard outside the door and went to the hot spring. Although Long Fei's pool was an indoor one, it was a natural one. The water was very soft, the temperature just right, and the depth was just right. As soon as Han Yunchi soaked herself in, her entire body and mind relaxed. She leaned against the side of the pool and raised her head, allowing the hot spring to wash her body. She enjoyed this leisurely moment. Soon, Han Yunchi drowsily fell asleep. A figure landed on the right wall of the bedchamber. The master had returned. Long Fei Yi was just about to walk over when he saw little Qin Xiang sitting at the door in a daze. A trace of suspicion flashed through his eyes, but after thinking about it, he seemed to have thought of something. Immediately, he silently leaped onto the roof. This servant girl was at the door. Could it be that Han Yunchi was in the room? What was this woman doing in his territory? Long Fei's eyes flickered between light and darkness as he carefully pried open a tile. Unexpectedly, what greeted his eyes was a painting of a beautiful woman bathing in color and fragrance. Long Fei Ye's icy gaze froze before he averted his eyes. But after a moment, he looked again and saw a mess of clothes by the side of the pool. The woman's fragrant shoulders were bare, her collarbones and jade-like neck faintly discernible in the steam. Endlessly alluring, this woman, what gall! She actually ran to his place to soak in the hot spring. Long Fei Ye's icy eyes grew even gloomier. It was obvious that he was very unhappy, but as time passed, he didn't look away. His gaze was cold and arrogant, as if he was admiring a work of art. Although he was clearly peeping, it didn't seem vulgar at all. Instead, it gave people the feeling that it was only natural. All right now, his handsome face and expression were a work of art that made people unable to take their eyes off him. Abruptly, a gust of wind blew in. Long Fei Yi looked up and saw Chu Shifeng approaching. His eyes flashed with displeasure before he waved a hand to indicate for Chu Shifeng to stay away. Then he put the tile back in its place and personally went to the rear courtyard to meet the man. Master. Chu Shifeng was full of doubts. What was his master doing just then? Long Fei Yi didn't reply. How are things going? To reply master, it's very likely that the leader of the northerly spies is hiding in the capital. He's an expert in poisons. This subordinate interrogated a few survivors and found that their testimonies were the same. Their poisons all came from the same person. But they don't know who that person is, Chu Shifeng replied. Northernly had planted a group of spies in Tianning who were experts in poisons. Their goal was to poison Tianning's capable generals. If Han Yunqi hadn't discovered the hidden poison in the young general's body, Long Fei, you wouldn't have found this clue so quickly. He'd been busy these past few days working on this matter. Track down the source of the poison. Don't alarm the young general yet. Long Fei instructed. The poison in the young general's body was a slow-acting one that had been in place for at least a few years. It had to be someone by his side. If the young general's poisoning had something to do with the spies, then it meant that they'd been hiding in Tianning for years and had hidden themselves very deeply. Yes. Chu Shifeng respectfully obeyed. By the time Long Fei Yi returned to the roof of his sleeping quarters, Han Yunqi had already emerged. This smart, stupid woman knew nothing of the situation. She was like a lotus flower in clear water, elegant and refined. Her pink face was filled with a satisfied smile as she chatted and laughed with little Qinxiang as they walked back to leisurely Cloud Pavilion. Idiot, when will she be on guard? Long Fei Yi muttered to himself, extremely dissatisfied. Actually, Han Yunqi couldn't be blamed. She didn't know any martial arts, so how could she sense the movements around her so easily? Moreover, because of her profession, she had a strong ability to repel disturbances when she did things. She could basically ignore everything around her. After resting enough, Han Yunqi decided to take little Qinxiang out for a stroll. First, she'd have silver to buy some things she'd wanted for a long time. Second, she wanted to take a look at the Han family's situation. It was already so late, so Han Kongan should have been convicted by now. The announcement should have been made by now. Emperor Tianhui wouldn't hide the truth, but deal with Han Kongan with great fanfare. This would tell the world that the crown prince's health was in good condition. But Han Yunqi never expected things to get so big. As soon as she reached the streets, she heard discussions everywhere. Notices were plastered all over the streets as well. Emperor Tianhui had charged Han Kongan with the crime of deceiving the monarch and plotting to murder the crown prince. Although he didn't explicitly state that Han Yunqi had saved the crown prince, the news had long spread through the upper circles. Han Yunqi sat in a private room as she listened to the discussions outside. The Han family's in chaos this morning. I heard that a few of the concubines got tired and ran away. Only Han Kongan was punished for such a serious crime. I think there's something fishy going on here. Qin Wangfei is the Han family's daughter of the first wife. I think it was Qin Wangfei who stepped forward to protect the Han family, right? I heard they'll be paraded through the streets in 3 days. Han Kongan was a famous doctor, but why do you think he wanted to murder the crown prince? There's no reason. It's hard to explain the imperial family's affairs clearly, really hard to explain. Han Yunqi listened calmly. She didn't care about any of this. She thought that since they'll be paraded through the streets in 3 days, she should visit her father in prison and ask about her mother's difficult labor. Han Yunqi had asked around before, but she hadn't heard anything about her mother's fetal position being out of place or any other illness. How could she have a difficult labor? Mother was a doctor herself, so she should know her own body best. Han Yunchi couldn't help but feel that there was something fishy going on here. The one who should know the truth the best was her husband, Han Kongan. Most importantly, where did the poison scar on her face come from? If she was born with it, then it was obvious that someone wanted to kill her while she was still in her mother's womb. This matter needed to be investigated thoroughly. In the afternoon, Han Yunchi had little Chin Xiang bring back the things she bought while she went to the prisons.